All right. Very cool, I guess. Anyway, let's go to the main course, shall we? We did it. Absolutely did it. Hopefully my computer doesn't freeze. I'm gonna start crying. Just kidding. I played this game so fucking many times. All right. So.
Therefore, I repeat, evacuate City 17 at once, if not sooner. I cannot state this without enough undue emphasis. On a lighter note...
We have some dev commentary to listen to. The full fucking game has it. Let's go. All right. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, I know how it works. All right. Bet you guys haven't seen this in a while. By that I mean like 5 years.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman.
Can I rotate him?
Rise
Oh wait, I have to make the save.
Not that I wish to
imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste.
Until...
Well, let's just say my...
has come again.
Surely it's been more than 5 years? No, I actually did some runs. In 2020, I got under 1 hour. It has been a long time since I've casually played Half-Life 2.
In the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman.
Wake up and smell the ashes. Cock and ball torture, Mr. Freeman. Cock and ball or CBT. All of my shit is fucked. Hold on. Yep. Nope. Yep. Something like that. This is pretty loud. Game volume's fine. Yeah. Sounds good. Wait, hold on. Do I have VSync on? No. Okay. Hello, Walter. Are you gonna speedrun Half-Life 2 with me? Are you gonna speedrun the developer commentary? Are you gonna speedrun? Oh, you just wanna say hi to... He's literally staring at you guys on my third monitor. You saying hi to chat? I gotta smack his booty. Just kidding. He likes butt taps, but he is also shedding like crazy, even though I'm brushing him like every day. Getting your winter coat in? Shedding your summer coat? It's a short hair, but it goes everywhere. It's in my keyboard, it's in my mouth. Those two places, nowhere else. You're the star of the show, Walter. You want to say some words before we start? Hi. You want to meow directly into the microphone? He's in a very snuggly mood right now. But unfortunately, I'm going to need to use my mouse and keyboard, so you can't lay right here. If we were playing Celeste, you could lay wherever you'd like. Ooh, gonna bench him. That's my true workout. Ugh. Fucking hair, dude. Is that why you're Is that why you're rubbing against everything? You're just trying to get my mouth full of your hair, dude? Oh, do not knock that over. Okay, we are going to eject you from the desk. You have been rubbing against the wrong things. He has committed a crime. He almost knocked over my water bottle, that's all. He's fine. He'll be in the background. Meowing. Probably go... Oh, sorry, bub. I know you wanted to hang out up here, but you can't. You gotta go on the bed or on your wheel. Okay. Hardcore gaming, let's go. Yeah, I can type. Fuck you. Alright. Oh, that is really low sense. Fuck. Alright. 2? Was it 2.2? I think it was... I'd forget. It reset my shit. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, I should. Very good point. I was used to closed captions or subtitles. I think it's just subtitles, right? I'm gonna turn the sound quality down the low though. I don't think my computer can handle the 16-bit WAV files that they have with this fucking game. Sub titties. No, I know. Oh, I know about the FOV. Trust me. I've played this game.
Physics objects. It might be hard to remember it now, but back when Half-Life 2 came out,
I'm Gabe Newell, and welcome back to Half-Life 2. It's
Hi,
been
Gabe.
a long 20 years since its release. In this anniversary update, we've tried to respond to as many of
Is he in a shoebox? Why does he sound
the
weird?
absolute #1 request from fans, I often hear how much people would like a commentary mode, so we're excited to finally make that happen.
A commentary node.
Challenged to remember many of the details of Half-Life 2's development, but it's not easy to crack open decades-old computer code and wonder what the hell you were thinking way back then.
I do that every day, Gabe. Your engine's a mess.
Bunch of old bugs and tried to leave things in a better shape than we found them. And at least this time, we had the luxury of knowing how things turned.
It does sound like he's AI.
To
That's
listen
true.
to a commentary node, put your crosshair over
Okay,
the floating
yeah,
pump.
physics objects. It might be hard to remember it now, but back when Half-Life 2 came out, small objects in games, like these bits of trash, were usually static, as in they didn't really move, or if they did, it was in a very simple way. If you were lucky, they might break apart into some sprites if you hit them. One of the goals for this initial train station section was to really make it clear to players that these kinds of things were properly, physically, actually being simulated.
And they did it. They did it so well.
Picked up, dropped, thrown...
These things blowing around.
Forces, you name it.
The first thing.
Here we're starting with
yeah.
just a small thing, showing that trash is being blown by the arrival of the train.
Yep.
Or, more specifically, an invisible volume that's triggered by the player leaving the train.
Train station. The beginning of a Half-Life game has a big job to do. We have to introduce players to a new world while teaching them how to interact with it. Players need to...
I had no idea how to interact with the
who
world.
the key players are, what threats they face, and how they
All right,
fit
hold
into
on,
it
sorry,
all.
I gotta just
Above all
do it a
else,
little bit.
It has to be as
Yeah,
fun and
okay, we're good.
interactive as possible. Nailing this takes a lot of iteration and play testing, especially on the small moments that make up a bigger picture of the game. In this section, we'll highlight some key moments, game design problems, and a few play tests where things didn't quite go.
Yes, it is. It is auto ducking when I speak. It does that for everything. So
Metro cop shoving citizens. We've only walked a few feet and we're already got problems to solve. We're introducing the Metro cop, an enemy that eventually we're going to ask players to kill, and giving you a glimpse of the world they're stepping into. It's a simple, clear moment that shows the relationships between the Metro cops and citizens, and by extension, the player. At the same time, we decided to reinforce the existence of the core physics simulation, showing the way in which NPCs can casually interact with objects in the world. Seeing something like a suitcase knock into another and dislodge was pretty novel back then. These moments at the train station, where we combined multiple goals, were the most successful. They felt natural.
Oh
like the
my
game
God,
was
this is the
pausing just to
furthest.
teach you a lesson.
It's safer here.
all right, we're good. Sorry, I'll dick around while the commentary's going. But yeah, no, they did such a good job with the opening of this to like teach you like
Sweeping Vortigaunt.
everything.
Another key moment of storytelling, and another nod to the
I will turn up the game in that case, because yes, I agree, it should be a little louder. See if this is better.
physics system.
Just don't want to get blasted.
Here, we're showing how
that
Vortigaunt
better?
fit into this
Can you guys hear it
unique
okay?
world, which is a big shift from their Half-Life 1 role as enemies. Like so many moments in Train Station, the Sweeping Vortigaunt came from our constant hunt for ways to show characters interacting naturally with the physics system. Why just tell players Vortigaunts are friendly now, when you can show one casually sweeping the floor and knocking around some simulated objects? Nothing signals, hey, don't shoot me this time around, like someone willing to tidy up.
But that's bold because you have to assume someone would turn right and come over here and see it. You know, that's like the hardest point because right here, Right here, the player has a decision of which way to go, right? And this is going to draw their attention, and then this NPC is going to also, so it's like, it's hard to even, it's interesting, right? It's an interesting design decision to have something like this, because it does show that they're docile, I guess. But you, like, explicitly meet one anyway. Like, you meet one in canals, so, yeah. He's like, you're going too fast.
Citizens. When it came time to design the human citizens of City 17 and the world outside the city, we chose to include a variety of races, ages, and genders.
Very cool.
This not only provided narrative context for the Combine's enslavement of all of humanity, but it was also important to us.
Valve went woke,
game
including women?
Represented in
Sorry, I won't do that.
with everyone on Earth united against the Combine. While we found a number of candidates to use as reference in creating these citizens through our daily lives and connections, we ultimately resorted to advertising in the Seattle Times classifieds
That's
to reach
cool.
the desired range of faces that we'd envisioned.
It's safer here.
Yeah, and then they found Eli. I watched the doc. They found Eli on, like, the exit of one of their, like, highways, looking for work. Crazy.
Natural storytelling. To achieve our world building and storytelling goals throughout the train station, we needed a natural way to deliver dialogue without it feeling too gamey or requiring tutorials. We noticed players often approached NPCs to get a closer look, so we turned that into an opportunity for the NPCs to acknowledge the player and deliver their lines. This kept interactions low-key, which was essential since the citizens aren't exactly too cheerful or lively. The simplicity of this approach also aligned with one of Half-Life's core storytelling goals, making the narrative responsive to the player's interest. Some players want to dig into every detail, while others just want to know what to do next. Giving players control over how much story they want to engage with, without it blocking progress, is a goal we always try to maintain in a Half-Life game. Plus, the less complicated a feature is to implement, the more of it we can
Except for fucking Eli, I want got him. Anyway. No. Yeah, there's huge story beats, so makes sense.
Early tech planning. Shipping a game always teaches us a lot. We finally get to find out which choices we made were good ones, and which were ones we should do differently next time. So after Half-Life 1, when we sat down to start thinking about what kind of sequel we could build, we had all kinds of player feedback to digest. From it, we tried to build a master list of things that Half-Life 2 was going to focus on. We didn't try to design a specific player experience. Instead,
yes,
more useful to
we want to do dev commentary as well.
From a technological standpoint. Black Mesa's security guards and scientists had worked well. What could we do if we pushed it really, really hard on characters? We liked our interactive storytelling. What could we build that would allow us to do even more of it, and a greater variety? The exploration and interaction with the Black Mesa was compelling to players. Maybe a physics system would allow us to take that further. In all these areas, we tried to imagine the best version of it could look like years in the future, and back solve from that a set of technological steps that might get us there.
Makes sense. I mean, you have to follow up. But
creating a sense of immersion was a core principle in our approach to Half-Life 1's storytelling, and it led us to the self-imposed constraints of never, or at least very rarely, taking control away from the player and of keeping the player's avatar silent. These limitations made storytelling more challenging at times, but we felt it was important to stay with them for Half-Life 2. Our hope was that by maintaining these principles, we'd push ourselves to explore deeper, more interactive storytelling.
Must be a mistake. Got a standard relocation.
Characters. In Half-Life 1, security guards and scientists could best be described as archetypes, not individuals. They were abstractions of characters that matched the visual fidelity we could achieve at the time. But as our technology improved with Half-Life 2, we saw an opportunity to move beyond abstractions. The increased visual fidelity of the character models, combined with improvements in animation, made us believe we could focus on creating individual characters, people you would actually care about. We allowed ourselves to write real dialogue and have characters deliver it in a way that felt realistic enough for players to not think about them as pawns in a video game, and hopefully propel our narrative forward. In 2001, a couple of years into development, we were energized by Japan Studios' Ika. Directed by an animator, it blew us away with its reliance on characters as the key connection to the player, giving us the courage to keep pushing forward.
I'm thinking.
Interesting. I mean, I know in the documentary they talk about having somebody from like Pixar, or like
As long as he stays away from.
They had a lot of like collaboration with like
Listen,
animation
I gotta go,
studios.
Doc. We're taking
very interesting.
It is.
Very well. And
yeah, definitely want to do this for momentum. It's cool to talk about
Gordon,
how you
you're gonna
approach
have to make
like
your own way to
solutions.
Dr.
to
Kleiner's
things.
lab.
And for us, it would probably be just like how
That's what I was afraid of.
bringing it all together. Right. Ooh.
Blocking tutorials. At times, we need to be certain the player has learned something, and the standard method, at least in game development, not in life, is to trap them behind a gate of some kind, where the player must demonstrate their knowledge to be able to continue. We try to disguise these gates as something natural, so it doesn't feel like the game has come to a halt. Of course, time, resources, or the environmental context itself can make that tricky. In this case, we needed to teach the players how to move objects, so a simple stacking puzzle seemed like the best solution. We tested more complex designs, but they ended up being less effective at teaching the actual thing we needed the player to learn.
Blocking tutorials 2. There are two failures of note in this tutorial. First, players can break it by tossing all the boxes out the window, which is obviously not great. This leaves them stuck and unable to continue, which we consider a game-stopping bug that must be fixed. A clean solution would have been to tweak the window or crate sizes so that the player could fit through but not the crates. The problem was that we really only caught this problem late in development.
That's so funny.
A simple change like
oh my god.
Predictable game-breaking consequences, and right before launch no less.
Wow.
This issue was purely theoretical. We'd never actually seen players do it. Our playtests of the design space had gone smoothly.
Well, it would just be half the size of this.
And moving on.
Or it could be just a little bit
So
smaller
changing
than the box.
design this late in the game could have disrupted that success in ways that we couldn't.
You could have made these windows a little smaller, Robin. It's okay. But it's really funny. I don't know why they made it the same size as the box. Because, like, yeah, like Gordon's width is a solid, like, here, I'll show. Oh, this one's
Blocking tutorials 3.
Like, it's a good
The second
width.
failure in this tutorial space
Could have made these
is
smaller.
a case of misteaching.
That's funny.
Where we accidentally teach the player something we didn't intend. This can be hard to avoid without extensive playtesting, since the game is always teaching, even when it's not by design. We cover a more extreme example of this later in Train Station. Some cases of misteaching are critical to fix, like if the player learns the wrong way to use a weapon or interact with a common element of the game. But this one was more subtle. While teaching players to move objects, we also taught them to stack physics objects to escape a space. Normally that's fine, except we don't deploy that puzzle later in the game, and teaching something irrelevant just clutters up their mental toolkit and makes it harder to readily keep useful things in mind later on. Worse, stacking objects to escape the play space become a problem later on, something we had to actively prevent in multiple areas. With so many physics-based objects in the game, blocking this behavior without putting ceilings everywhere wasn't really an option. In the end, we hoped players wouldn't overthink this early lesson, and when playtests showed players getting stuck later on, we made sure not to remind them of it.
I mean, is it going to do anything? Did they go back and like fix this? I mean, if they like inherently brought it up, certainly they've. Funny. Well, I don't need this box. I'm just gonna break this window. Can you? Wait, probably not.
Fall damage. Teaching players how to do things is an essential thing for the game to do.
Oh,
But for them to make confident decisions, they also
I think
need
I
to
was supposed to land on that.
understand the more subtle rules. This small moment covers two of those. First, it shows how far the player can fall without taking damage. Second,
You don't have health.
This is a bit of the game's vocabulary.
You don't have health here. What would it teach?
Players often worry about taking fall damage, but they also worry about taking a step that they can't.
The main reason we're invulnerable
A welcoming crate to land
is
on.
because you're invulnerable until a specific spot.
And it's the way forward.
You're invulnerable until a specific spot in train station 04 or 03. It's the one where you're running up to the roof. And the main reason you're invulnerable in the speedrun is because you skip that like trigger that makes you. I guess you have Buddha? I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know.
and is likely the first time players will see that larger objects can be broken apart.
I'm gonna try to break it though. Just need a big enough stack. Scripted sequence my ass. Damn it. Okay, whatever. Yes. Here we go.
Pick up that can. Contextualizing tutorials, creating a story scenario in which they happen, lets us do more than just stop the game to teach players something. We get to add narrative value to the moment. Here, teaching the player how to throw objects is combined with a narrative setup that gives them a choice in how to respond. After watching the Metro cops casually abuse citizens,
oh shit,
it felt right to put the player in a similar position next. If they had opinions on how the citizen should have reacted, now they get to express them.
He's still there.
Playtesting showed most players either complied or refused the request to pick up the can, but some tried to avoid the confrontation entirely. Others would comply initially, then retaliate after feeling humiliated. By keeping the moment relatively constrained in both terms of player actions and the space itself, we could generally react appropriately to whatever choice they made.
God, you get so much air out of that. But yeah, classic choice. You have to be mischievous. I'm gonna Kobe this shit, also rip, but we'll get him. I just don't know the angle. I think it's this one. Damn it! I'm gonna put this shit right. I'm gonna slam dunk it. Oh, come on! What? Barely missing? Like right here? What? Okay, a little bit more up. See, this is how I played it. This is how I did it when I first played. And then? Oh, I went behind.
Instinct coddled us, kept us safe in those hard
He laughed at it. All right.
Playtesting.
Very true, Taiwan.
You can never fully predict how
they aren't using Arial no more.
So we test to learn and hopefully improve. During a playtest, we don't guide or talk to the player, even if they're stuck, as it's extremely unlikely.
Except in Portal.
Next to the player once the game ships. Our goal is for testers to forget that they're playtesting altogether and play as if they're at home. Any interruptions risk skewing the data, so we only step in if there's a bug that's blocking progress, or more rarely, if their behavior is so confusing that we need to understand what they're thinking.
Instinct slyly and covertly compels us.
Early in a Half-Life game, one of our goals is to make promises to the player, giving them a sense of what to expect later on. From movies to TV shows and books, all great entertainment
it's water,
does
actually.
this
It's
in some
Dr.
way.
Breen's
And
private
video
reserve.
games are no different. The promises in a Half-Life game can take different forms. Some are simple, like offering just a glimpse of something intriguing. Others are more layered, like the interactions with Metro cops. By putting the player in a powerless position against them, we set the stage for that future moment when they can finally get to retaliate.
To be fair, a lot of these devs probably don't work at Valve anymore. Like, they probably don't have the Valve microphones to go and the booth to sit in and everything.
The Citadel.
But
we wanted the player's first view of City 17 to highlight the
I've
Citadel
seen
and
it.
its dominance over the city, representing the Combine's complete and total power over humanity.
Damn.
It also needed to serve as a clear goal. Even at the start, you can see where your journey ends. But despite its massive size, playtesters often missed it. A player's sense of depth and scale.
Also, you have the monument in the way.
If you've played any games in VR, you'll likely have noticed that scale feels more natural. Anyway, in this case, the Citadel's position above the player.
Cough, cough, play Half-Life Alyx.
Which may be because
Please.
FPS games train players to focus straight ahead or down at their feet. To improve the chances of players taking in the Citadel, we added birds flying towards the structure. A subtle trick we found helps guide the player's view.
Oh, I guess I never noticed that. Birds and then they fly up to it.
Read a letter I recently received.
Dear Dr. Breen.
Exploration. After being herded through the train station by Metro cops, we wanted to give the player a chance to explore. This plaza offered several ways to interact with citizens, Metro cops, scanners, and the city infrastructure. We aimed for these interactions to continue building the world without needing explicit tutorials, and we refined them until they work naturally, without any real training.
There are so many cables. They were really happy with that. Yeah,
One of
ropes.
the things we noticed in all of the reference images that we gathered for City 17 was that there were cables and wires everywhere, and that they were a large part of the high-frequency detail in view. We loved the look of these older European cities enmeshed in the haphazard web of modern life. We felt like we needed a solution for cables, ropes, and similar elements, and we wanted them to be dynamic. Our level designers were eager to create plug puzzles, and connecting a cord to each plug helped players better understand the mechanics. Early in production,
A little early for that.
and iterated on it throughout development.
Plug puzzles are way later.
Each rope is made of multiple segments stretched between the two endpoints, and they can move independently. Each segment acts like a spring and responds to forces in the game, such as a gentle wind or the passing of a combine gunship overhead. When rendered, each segment is shown facing the camera and is bump mapped, which is crucial for giving the ropes a realistic, rounded appearance.
Playtesting Anecdote 1. One memorable playtest reminded us that we can never be certain what players are thinking or what lessons they've taken from their experience. This tester, after playing from the start and stuck trying to open a door, spent several minutes going back and forth between the game and the keyboard settings. When we asked what they were looking for, they said they were searching for the inventory controls.
Yeah, why didn't they add an inventory?
Earlier to unlock the door. While we'd seen them collect and drop several physics objects, they'd misunderstood what was happening. The tester believed that pressing the use key while holding an object moved it into an inventory because the item dropped straight down. We knew it was just gravity, but their assumption wasn't crazy. Some adventure games of that era did slide items into an invisible inventory that way. We explained there was no inventory, and the playtest continued. Later, we considered whether we needed to address this, but since no other playtesters had the same confusion, and all of our potential solutions were more...
I was about to say, like, I mean, there's some games that could do that.
That was okay to remain unaddressed. It served as a good reminder, though, of how even the most subtle, overlooked details can mislead a player.
It must be fought too.
My question is, would that playtester have continued to do that if not, like, prompted by Valve to be like, what the fuck are you doing? You know?
Strider. This simple moment is a promise that you'll encounter this enormous thing later in the game.
Oh yeah, we will.
Even an uncomplicated
You even get its brains in episode 2.
It really does require a lot of playtesting and iteration because of Half-Life's goal of not taking control away from the player. As you can imagine, it takes a lot of small tweaks to ensure that as many players as possible are looking at the right place at the right time here. The street layout and the Metrocop scene are all set to guide the player's gaze, perfectly framing the Strider when it appears.
That day of transformation, I have it on good authority.
Sorry, get back. Alright.
Early game exploration. Up until this plaza, the player likely hasn't had to think much about their path, as it's been clear and straightforward. But here, we wanted to encourage exploration, which meant making the way forward less obvious, which can produce a feeling of being lost or, worse, confused.
See if I can jump it.
These kinds of shifts can be tough, especially early in the game, when the player is still learning the game's guidance cues. Here, it's further complicated by force-fielded checkpoints, which allow NPC citizens to move through, but restrict the player, leading many playtesters to believe that there was a way to bypass them. Ultimately, it was extensive testing that helped us find the right visibility for the alley forward, using lighting, layout, and a wooden crate, an object players have already used as a sign they're headed in the right direction. All
Interesting. Interesting, because they established the boxes over there as like, yeah, you gotta do this. Oh, there's not a note up here. I shouldn't have done that.
Closed captions. During Half-Life 2 development, we were approached by folks interested in accessibility who encouraged us to go beyond the subtitle system we had built for Half-Life 1. They requested a full-featured closed captioning system to capture all game sounds, not just dialogue. This turned out to be a much tougher challenge than expected. Half-Life 2 produced a wide variety of sounds, and categorizing them for captions was crucial. Prioritization was also key. Dialogue needed to stand out,
and it had to be clear who was speaking. Ambient sounds, like distant combat, were important for setting the mood in some levels, but less so if there was an enemy shooting nearby. Our level designers also often reuse sounds in different contexts, so sound might require captioning in one area, but not in another. Ultimately, every sound in the game ended up with its own caption data, formatted almost like a small version of HTML, giving us control over the visual style of each caption. As with the audio files, the caption data was too large to keep in memory, so we built an asynchronous caching system to handle it efficiently.
And it's still in this engine to this day. Very interesting. You have to like compile it and stuff. Though with modern source, you don't really need to worry about it too much. Like, we might even rip it out of Strata.
Even though we began Half-Life 2 with a functional third-party physics simulation, it still took us years of additional work both on the simulation itself and its integration into the game until we felt like we could meet our designers' ambitions. Maintaining a shippable level of quality and performance was something we knew would be a challenge along the way, but the more subtle issue was actually figuring out what to simulate and to what extent. We can't simulate everything, and even if we could, there are game design reasons why the experience is better when we don't. In many cases, we deliberately bend the simulation to improve the player's experience. These adjustments usually go unnoticed because they align with player intentions. For example, we disable collisions between the player and large objects to let them turn in narrow spaces. Or we tweak the Combine rifle's alternate fire to gently guide the Combine ball toward enemies, making it more effective.
I didn't know that. I actually didn't see that. That's cool. It makes sense.
Crate Baby.
Crate Baby!
It was a long legacy. During the long months of internal testing, some of the team turned it into a challenge, a way to make the 47th playthrough of a game a bit more fun. They placed the doll inside of a nearby blue crate and see how far they could carry it throughout the game. After Half-Life 2 launched, the community started carrying Crate Baby as well, adding other stories and rules to the mix. A few years later, while working on Episode 2, this was the inspiration for the Little Rocket Man.
What community formed around this?
Noam Chomsky.
Okay, the Gnome achievement, yeah.
Chomsky even made a comeback for Left 4 Dead 2 in the Garden Gnome achievement, where players had to carry him through the Dark Carnival campaign. These kind of interactions with players are some of the most rewarding parts of game development. We design games with theories in mind, but
it is impossible to carry the baby in this fucking crate. He just wants to eject. That's really funny that it was like an internal competition, though. I mean, I remember the Half-Life 2 devs react to speedruns. Robin was talking about the Crate Baby and stuff, and we used the baby to slap into us to clip downwards.
Physics simulation
talking
2.
about that.
Areas where game design or other constraints impacted the physical simulation often required extra tuning to keep the simulation from blowing up. As an example, early on we experimented with increasing the simulation on the player entity, which is to say, make player movement much more a part of the physical simulation of the world. We knew this might make movement feel less precise, but hoped it could lead to some novel experiences. However, after tuning the movement to match the less simulated version, we hit a major problem. The physical force needed for the player to move at their usual speed was so high that simply running into other simulated objects could result in death from the impact.
Could you imagine?
We iterated on it.
Could you imagine the game being like that? It would have flopped, I think.
However, this wasn't exactly the easier path. It introduced new challenges with how the less simulated player interacted with the more simulated objects in the game. But it did allow us to deliver the precise movement experience we wanted.
Playground. When we discussed ways to highlight our physics simulation around the city environment, a playground felt like the natural fit. And for players paying attention to Dr. Breen, it's also a reminder of the cost of humanity's surrender.
Jesus! Oh my god! Alright, I'm just taking the baby with me.
Physics potential and began tuning them. Even with the advanced physics simulation we had at the time, setups like this always required hand tuning, as we had fully simulated objects interacting with non- or partially simulated ones, such as the player or static world geometry. It might be easy to assume that a simulation can carry a lot of the load of implementation, but even now, 20 years later, that is rarely the case. Back when we were working on the playground, late in development on the game, we couldn't get the friction on the slide to feel right, so we decided to break the ladder so the player couldn't get up there. However, you still can just walk right up the front. As is commonly the case, you, the player, get the last laugh on us.
You could have had both. But that's funny. I wanted to play on the slide. Alright, there weren't any other nodes. Let's keep going.
Materials and shaders. Half-Life 2 came out in the midst of a significant shift in 3D graphics, where the industry moved from textures to materials and shaders. In Half-Life 1, every surface had a texture, essentially an image wrapped onto the polygons of the surface. But by Half-Life 2, just 5 years later, every surface had both a material and a shader. The shader was a lump of code that customized how the surface was rendered. The material defined properties for how the surface behaved physically and how it responded to gameplay features. It also held references to textures and other parameters for the shader to use for rendering. As a result, artists and designers had much more control over how things looked and behaved. However, this came with...
You still rely on a shader engineer.
Half-Life 1 could run on a computer with only a CPU, but Half-Life 2 required a GPU because the computations needed for materials and shaders were specifically designed for GPU hardware. The refracting glass door here is a clear example of a... Materials
No, I'm so sorry. I meant to grab the baby.
In the midst of a significant shift in 3D graphics, where the industry moved from textures to materials and shaders.
Damn.
In Half-Life 1, every surface had a texture, essentially an image wrapped onto the polygons of the surface. But by Half-Life 2, just 5 years later, every surface had both a material and a shader. The shader was a lump of code that customized how the surface was rendered. The material defined properties for how the surface behaved physically and how it responded to...
Cube maps. With the addition of materials and shaders, we needed a solution for reflective surfaces like glass and steel. These surfaces had to know what to reflect, but in 2003 we couldn't do any of that rendering in real time, so we developed the cube map system for pre-computed reflections. A cube map is a set of 6 images on the inside of a cube, capturing the environment in every direction, like a panoramic photo that surrounds you on all sides. Level designers placed invisible marker entities throughout the levels, and during map compilation, we generate a cube map at each marker. Then, during gameplay, when rendering a reflective surface, we locate the nearest pre-computed cube map to create the reflection.
It's pretty smart. Pretty effective for low... Because, yeah, reflection... Right, the alternative now is RTX and using... Well, there's screen space, and then it'd be interesting to see if they talk about it with the water, because the water in this game, reflection, that uses screen space reflection. And then there's full reflection using RTX cards. And that's just really...
Field of view.
But...
In Half-Life 1, we used a 90-degree field of view, or FOV, which was fairly standard for first-person shooters at the time.
What?
But during Half-Life 2's development, we grew unhappy with it. With our game's focus on characters, we'd put extensive effort into detailed facial and body animations. But the 90-degree FOV just didn't allow players to get close enough to fully appreciate that.
Is that why they force it 75 until you get...
with a tighter FOV, and ultimately landed on 75 degrees.
Even if you set it higher?
Some adjustment for both us and
wow,
players.
What?
It required an additional FOV for view models, which are the player's weapon, held at the bottom of the screen. Their models were originally built with 90 degrees in mind, so they looked distorted at 75.
Interesting.
But this change succeeded in doing what we wanted, putting our characters front and center in the game.
Yeah, because I'm still at 75, I think, right now. It goes... Oh. Okay.
Reference maps. As our characters grew more lifelike between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, we wanted the game world to feel equally realistic. In Half-Life 1, the limitations of first-person games often made it easier to lean on stylized or abstracted environments. But with Half-Life 2, we set out to create a setting that felt grounded in reality, which meant focusing on a lot of small details we hadn't before. One of our main steps was creating...
No! Damn it!
As our characters grew more lifelike between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, we wanted the game world to feel equally realistic. In Half-Life 1, limitations of first-person games often made it easier to lean on stylized or abstracted environments. But with Half-Life 2, we set out to create a setting that felt grounded in reality, which meant focusing on a lot of small details we hadn't before.
One of our main steps was creating reference maps to standardize how we'd map real-world proportions into the game. These maps establish details like wall and door dimensions, doorknob heights, interior lighting,
textures,
furniture scale, and the general scale of common objects. We created standard
it might be Garage
level designers.
I hope they talk about it.
Scale and lighting values. The layouts would be consistent from the start. Besides setting up the physical world,
good point,
these reference maps defined how the player would move through it, how high they could jump, how low they could duck, and the size of spaces like vents. Using these maps as foundation, we were able to keep our world geometry consistent and ensure realistically sized spaces across the game.
Missing material.
Oh, okay.
Early on in developing our low-level graphics code, we realized it would be difficult to spot polygons that weren't rendering due to a missing texture. When this happened, you typically just see black where the polygon should be, which could easily go unnoticed in darker scenes. To catch this bug more reliably, we created an error texture that would be visually unmistakable and generated automatically whenever a texture failed to.
Wait, sorry.
This gave rise to the.
All right, hold on. Sorry. First of all, I need to do this.
And started at the shadow.
Oh no!
Missing material.
Okay.
Early
Right,
on
and
in
then second of all,
low-level
need to
graphics
do-
code, we realized it would be difficult to spot polygons that weren't rendering
do I not
due
have
to a
it?
missing texture. When this happened, you typically just see black where the polygon should be, which could easily go unnoticed in darker scenes. To catch this bug more reliably, we created an error texture that would be visually unmistakable and generated automatically whenever a texture failed to load. This gave rise to the now iconic purple and black checkerboard texture, which has since taken on a life of its own well beyond Half-Life 2.
It is a. Let me see. It is an emote, I believe, on the Momentum channel. I could add it as an emote here as well. I thought it had it. I don't know if it's a tier. Like, what? Like, why don't I have it? Hold on. I think I might just need to renew the sub. Resubscribe. Use Prime sub. There we go. Hooray! Okay, so now I should have it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, classic. That's what I was trying to do. Sorry about that. But yeah, very visually popping. So awesome idea on their end.
The raid. The section ahead, where the Metro cops raid the apartment while the player is inside, took a lot of iteration to get right. Generally, we design Half-Life to let players set their own pace, since people move through the game in a variety of ways. Some players run, ignoring anything that doesn't seem like a threat, while others methodically poke at everything. So, whenever we need to force a specific...
Some players
it's
run.
always a challenge to ensure players perceive that pace and naturally play along. Since this is the first time we do this, we had to put in a lot of work to make it clear to the player that they needed to move quickly, and there's no time for exploration here.
The Raid 2. In addition to making sure the player felt the pressure to move forward, we had to ensure the raid itself was foolproof. There couldn't be any way for the player to avoid it or double back past the Metro cops.
Are you sure about that?
The real challenge wasn't that players would try to break the scene, but that many would panic and run in random directions once they realized they were under threat for the first time. This moment requires a delicate balance. We wanted a heart-pounding escape, the sense of real danger, but we wanted players to make it through on their first try and feel like they escaped by the skin of their teeth.
Interesting.
To achieve this, we kept the path ahead clear and reminiscent to the one they had just taken through the previous floor. A series of carefully placed triggers controls the threats appearing ahead and behind, maintaining the pressure while still giving players enough time to stay ahead of their pursuers.
Head for the roof! There's no time to lose!
Oh! So right here is when you gain the ability to take damage. And you skip over this by jumping over the guard.
Get in here quick! Keep moving! Head for the roof!
I'm not gonna speedrun this part. It'd be really funny to jump down there and do it. Actually, no, you die now if you go
Health
through that.
and no HUD. The rooftop chase sequence posed a unique design challenge.
Yeah,
we
you
didn't
don't have
want
health.
it to be a true
Well, now you do have
gameplay
health.
obstacle, and our best case was for players to make it through on their first try.
But we still wanted to create the sense of real danger, where players felt legitimately threatened if they didn't keep moving. The challenge was that without the HEV suit, players don't technically have a heads-up display or HUD, which means no way to show damage or remaining health. After some experimenting, we created a special health system for this section, using a red glow around the screen to indicate damage. Players reacted as we hoped, taking it as a sign to keep moving, and the chase unfolded as intended. To top it off, we made health regenerate quickly so the glow wouldn't linger, reinforcing to players that running was indeed the right choice, and ensuring players weren't taken down by a stray bullet at the end just because they dawdled or hesitated earlier on.
And there it is! Ow. Alright, beautiful. Ooh. What's up, Saber? Yeah, we're getting some information.
Playtesting Anecdote 2. In the upcoming section, we needed the player to be knocked down so Alex could save them. With limited time and resources, we simplified the encounter as much as possible, reusing existing systems and letting it play out like a normal combat sequence, with a custom event triggered when the player died. After a few playtests to fine-tune the timing, we moved on. But as we got close to shipping, we encountered a problem with the playtester who quick-saved constantly and immediately...
I'm reading ahead, but...
whenever they thought they failed. When a Metro cop hit them, they quick-loaded before Alex could step in, repeating this more than 10 times before we asked them to stop. At this stage of development, in the final phase, we had to limit ourselves to fixing only game-breaking issues, since even small changes could risk breaking something. Knowing this was a rare edge case, because most players had no trouble, we made a few conservative changes. We shortened the delay between the knockdown and Alex's first line, and changed the fade-out color to white. Instead of black,
interesting.
Which wasn't ultimately that useful, since players hadn't died enough yet to associate black with death. We considered disabling quick load for the few seconds that the scene plays out, but we were worried that could introduce a bug where quick load became disabled permanently.
And knowing Source, it probably would have. All right. Yeah, and then the stairs. Hello.
Over here!
Hi.
No, you don't.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Hi, Alex.
I better hurry. The Combine can be slow to wake, but once they're up, you don't want to get in their way.
Nailing Alex's design was a big challenge. We wanted the player to both respect and care for her. Saving Eli was a key player goal midway through the game, and we knew that getting players to care about
spoilers.
They also cared about Alex and her relationship with her father.
Jesus.
We intentionally designed, wrote dialogue, and cast the voice actor for Alex to be savvy, capable, and relatable within the Combine-controlled world, while also making her attractive and charismatic. We aimed to avoid the objectification, exaggeration, and hypersexuality that many games of the 2000s featured, as we felt that would undermine our goals for her character.
Yep.
Don't get my dad started on Dr.
NPCs on elevators. We often spend a significant amount of time solving problems that players might not even notice. Many of these are subtle design challenges, while others stem from multiple systems interacting with each other. For example, getting non-player characters to ride in elevators.
Good point. Yeah, we do have some mods to get back to that.
Navigation planning, and movement simulation, to name a few. Additionally, the elevator itself had its own simulation requirements unrelated to NPCs. One of the more subtle challenges came from the fact that we simulate NPCs at a slower rate than we simulate elevators. This meant that NPCs on a descending elevator would simulate to make sure they were properly standing on the elevator, and then the elevator would simulate a few times, each time moving further down the elevator shaft, subtly leaving the NPC behind. Shortly after that, the NPC would simulate a second time and pop itself down on the elevator floor once again. You can imagine that it was hard to take Alex seriously when she was constantly falling down in small increments.
Yeah. Huh. Oh.
Interactive storytelling. When we started on Half-Life 2, storytelling in games was generally either high fidelity and linear or low fidelity and interactive. We knew players had seen high-quality storytelling in games, but they'd never been placed right in the middle of it, able to watch it unfold around them, interact with it, and examine any part closely. While that goal excited us, we didn't yet know how it would work or what kind of technology we'd need to make it happen. We had built a variety of storytelling technology in Half-Life 1, but it was mostly presented in front of the player and lacked the interactivity and fidelity we were aiming for. So Kleiner's lab became the section of the game we used as a testbed to figure out how our interactive storytelling would actually function.
Funny, you showing up on this day in particular.
Kleiner's lab. Kleiner's lab was the first piece of storytelling we worked on, and the one that took the longest to figure out. In addition to its role in launching the player into the game, it eventually became the unifying vision for the development team in terms of storytelling. As we began building our characters and narrative delivery around the player, many questions arose.
Makes sense. It's a huge story beat, so they probably want to talk a lot about it.
Would players be able to extract the important information from the scene? Could we get them to care about these characters? How would we support players with varying levels of investment in the story? How costly would it be to produce a scene?
That's true.
Like this? And how many more would we need? These and many more were questions we couldn't answer until we built enough of the scene and tested it with a lot of playtesters. Frustratingly, unlike many other problems we face, these weren't questions we could confidently answer until we had done significant work.
How game
we can
dev
often
goes.
test gameplay ideas with low-fidelity prototypes, but if a player isn't invested in our storytelling when the characters are just gray blocks, how confident can we be that they'll care once the characters are fully realized?
Choreography. The system we built and iterated on to deliver Half-Life 2's storytelling was internally called Choreo, short for choreography. Early on, we found it useful to imagine we were writing a play where one of the actors didn't know the script. We needed a system that could control all the other actors, moving them around the stage, delivering their performances and speaking their lines. To handle this, the other actors would need to seamlessly mix our directorial commands with dynamic responses to the player's position and behavior. Timing was clearly going to be a major challenge, as any part of the scene might need to lengthen, contract, or even pause, depending on what the player was doing.
Oh, and by the way, nice to finally meet you.
FacePoser. The primary tool we built to power the Choreo system was called FacePoser, an inaccurately named program that allowed our animators to lay out the entire structure of our scenes along a timeline. The timeline contained a series of Choreo commands for the actors, along with all the necessary information for them to perform those commands. By layering these commands on the timeline, animators could easily describe how an actor might need to face one thing while talking towards another and walk to a different location, all at the same time. But the timeline wasn't a fixed linear sequence. Actors would follow their commands,
drop for
but they had to
Black Mesa
respond
Blue
dynamically
Shift?
to the world around them. An actor might take longer to move to a location if the player is in the way, or they might need to wait to deliver a line because another actor...
Yeah, FacePoser is...
FacePoser allowed us to rapidly iterate on scenes, trying different layouts, dialogue deliveries, and timings. This ability to quickly experiment and adjust proved critical in finding the right performances to achieve our character and narrative goals.
Delivery. It took a lot of iteration and playtesting to strike the right balance of information and emotional connection in our major choreo scenes. Each scene had a lot of information we needed to convey to the player, but we couldn't just have characters spouting exposition. Players would start thinking of them more as scientists than as people. We needed to take the time to let the characters...
Yeah, Whiskey, this is a speedrun.
Allowing the player to observe the relationships. At the same time, we had to expand upon the world, giving the player a sense of everything that had happened while they were gone. All this had to be done carefully, without taking too long. We wanted the game to work for players who were less invested in the narrative. Animation
for speedrunning knowledge.
Tool in communicating the emotional connections between characters, often conveying the depth of a moment quickly without...
Hello everyone, what's up, Caradas?
Humor was another commonly used tool, helping to puncture a setup and disarm the player when things got a bit too heavy.
There you are. Man, Gordon, you...
Choreo commands.
Oh, that's dope.
This debug visualization shows the two most common choreo commands actors receive throughout a scene, internally known as look-ats and move-tos. Actors are given targets to look at, sometimes more than one at a time, and then try to focus on the one that makes the most sense given
This is really cool. What the fuck?
At the same time, they might be receiving move-to commands, which tell them to move to a location and face a specific direction or object.
I'm glad I timed this one with Barney. Holy shit.
Commands involved a lot of complexity. A scene might require an actor to talk while typing on a keyboard, all while looking at an object the player is holding. Since we couldn't predict where the player would be during playback, authoring scenes like this required us to break each element of the scene into separate pieces and layers. These could then be reassembled as needed during playback, based on the player's actions. And
yeah, it's going to be Half-Life 2 focused today. There you are.
Voice actors. To create more responsive and multidimensional characters in Half-Life 2, we needed to evolve our approach to working with voice actors. While running through a script with a modicum of direction was sufficient for much of the NPC dialogue for Half-Life 1, for Half-Life 2, we decided to give the actors more of an opportunity to be involved in helping to define the characters and bring them to life. We provided much more story context to the actors, showing them the game world, the environments their characters inhabited, and the other characters they interacted with. We sought actors who could take all that information and synthesize it into their performances to elevate their characters beyond what we had imagined. We held multiple sessions with the main actors, allowing them to digest and build upon their characters over time. For scenes where characters are interacting with each other, we'd often cue an actor with performances from other actors in the scene to create a better sense of connection and flow. Though we'd arrive at the studio with a script and a plan for the recording session, we made sure that the actors felt empowered and had the space to bring their own ideas to the character and performances. Having animators attend the voiceover sessions also proved critical, as they were responsible for stitching the characters' dialogue together with physical actions and expressions to form the resulting choreo scene.
Interesting.
Often, animators found that their plans for how a scene would play out evolved quite a bit after working with the voice actor.
Writing. In the Half-Life 1 era, player goals in FPS games were still largely about fighting and defeating an obviously evil enemy. It was hard to get players to care about characters when they were as low fidelity as they were in Half-Life 1. With the planned improvements in character fidelity for Half-Life 2, we wanted to take a shot at making characters the driving force of the narrative. Our goal was for the player's motivations to align with those of our characters, for the player to care about these people, their hopes and fears, and to want them to succeed. With this in mind, we were able to assemble our approach to character and dialogue. We would create a set of characters who liked and cared about each other, hoping that the player would feel the same. These characters would interact in a way that felt inclusive, like a group of old friends who see the player as one of them.
That is funny, because yeah, you get introduced to Alex, and then immediately your buddies. I mean, Barney makes sense, Half-Life 1, right? But
we believe
Kleiner and Alex are just
player as well.
I guess you also get introduced to Kleiner with Barney, so it gets
lab interactivity. In our choreo scenes, we have the player trapped for a bit, allowing us to focus on the characters and narrative. To accommodate different players, some deeply invested in the story, others unable to stand still for more than a second, we felt like we needed a constant stream of interesting details on screen. We scattered narrative elements throughout the environment, ensuring some were interactive, essentially toys for the player to tinker with. In some cases, we embedded further storytelling into these, like the cactus mini-teleporter hinting at the upcoming teleporter failure. It was a delicate balance. Too much visual interest could distract players from the core of the scene. Ultimately, Kleiner's lab played it safe with interactivity.
Remember this from episode 2.
Major choreo scene. Later, in Eli's lab,
we
explored it more deeply, ensuring the characters themselves paid attention to what the players were tinkering with.
This way, Gordon.
Character reactions. Figuring out what characters should react to and how was an ongoing challenge. At the core, we always want the game to respond to player input. However, any response from the game can be seen as a reward by the player. So, what characters react to and what they ignore teaches the player about the kind of input the game expects. As a result, we made sure to respond to things we wanted more of, like players tinkering with devices in the lab, and ignored behaviors we wanted less of, like players repeatedly slapping Kleiner in the face with a box over and over again. Seriously, we watched a playtester do it for 5 minutes straight.
Come on.
Okay. Honestly, if the rest of these notes just only talk about playtesters, this would be the greatest fucking feature. There are some dumb-ass motherfuckers that play these games. I remember the episode 2 one where they had to make the fucking tunnels like a little more linear because there's somebody that was running around in circles for like 10 minutes plus. And they didn't want to say anything, but they were like, what the we have to make this level design better.
We wanted to create...
I can try to find that node once we're done with Half-Life
2 through our characters.
Oh my god, the playtester stories are going to be so good.
Design individuals who felt like representations of Half-Life 1's archetypes, so that players might find them familiar, almost as though they'd met them in Half-Life 1 at some point, but they couldn't quite remember. We based Dr. Kleiner on the scientist model we felt was the most iconic.
It's Washington State natives,
shaped by Hal Robbins,
I assume,
whose voice and performances had defined the Half-Life 1 scientists.
And that's okay, Exilor. There's a difference between being stuck and like maybe the level. I mean, they were talking about that earlier, where like people were throwing boxes out the window. Anyway, it's okay to be stuck on something, but another thing to be like, to just keep trying, like just random shit. Like the guy that was like basically speedrunning of quick saving and quick loading everywhere, right? And breaking choreo, which also breaks the like literally the first step of the speedrun is to spam saving and loading to where the trains dislodge and bump you out early. Like, it's so funny that like there's playtesters that just naturally think like that. They're like, all right, I'm just gonna like save on everything I do.
In the thick of trying to figure out this character, Dr. Kleiner's face came into focus as we happened to share an elevator with an accountant from an office on another
I remember
floor
this
of our
from the
building.
documentary.
And looking at him, it was clear that this is Dr. Kleiner's face. Luckily, he was receptive when we asked if we could photograph him for a video game character.
Oh, that's awesome. Most people would be like, what the fuck? No. What kind of game are you going to put me in?
Animation. Constructing believable human motion for our characters out of many discrete
We
layers
had to pay
of
him
animation
millions of
required
dollars.
A lot of technological iteration. Even simple actions like turning to look at something or walking to a location became more complex when combined with the need to dynamically respond to the player and the requirements of choreo commands. For example, turning to look at something had to be fully decomposed, allowing a character to use any combination of its eyes, head, shoulders, upper torso, or full body to face a target. In Half-Life 1, human characters had their bodies separated into upper and lower halves, allowing them to walk in one direction while facing another. However, this approach was too abstract for Half-Life 2's
Any
characters.
playtester do this?
Instead, our animators created walking animations in all 8 directions of the compass, which could then be smoothly blended together at runtime.
Tone. Setting the right tone for our characters and their dialogue was critical. We aimed for a respectful, almost pleasant style of interaction with the player, while avoiding anything that felt too subservient. This balance was especially tricky with Alex, who needed to support the player without compromising the strength of her character, something we felt was crucial for players to respect her. Her relationship with Eli was a core driver of the player's motivations, so it was important that players liked her and wanted to help her. We also wanted to contrast the warmth and camaraderie between the player's allies against the hostilities of Breen and the Combine, inspiring a
Breen
sense of
has
righteous
a
indignation
hostile but
in
still
the players
calming voice.
for the battles ahead.
It's kind of like
Monitors.
old bastard.
We use monitors a lot for storytelling in Half-Life 2 in the episodes, so much so that we even make fun of ourselves for it. The problem is they're just too damn useful. They're fantastic for expanding the world by showing events happening elsewhere, and they provide an easy way to have characters talk without needing to explain how they all got to the player's location. Anyone who's ever written any kind of story, especially one with an ensemble cast,
Oh, I forgot about
understands
this. This
the
is
unique
where the plug.
frustration of trying to create natural reasons for all of your characters to come together in the same place. In this case, we were really happy with how
Sully
the monitor
monitors,
allowed
yeah.
Alex to teleport away and then quickly appear in Eli's lab, making everything feel real and connected.
It's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of your lovely daughter.
Are you ready for us, Dad?
We're all set on this end.
Then let's do it.
Let's see. The massless field flux should self-clamp the manifold parameters to C base and LT orbifold.
Hilbert inclusive.
Scene interactivity. At certain points in our choreo scenes, we require the player to take action. Beyond simply giving them something to do and keeping them engaged, these moments served a few key purposes. First, they allow the player to catch up even if they've been distracted by something else in the environment. The scene could safely pause until the player completed the task.
I didn't know it limits your movement.
At the same time,
I've never messed with
the
that.
player where we needed them, which was useful for framing the scene and making sure they
Thank
saw
you for the
something.
sandwich, Sophie.
In some cases, we got double value out of
I
the
appreciate
moments
it.
by using them to train the player. Here,
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't. They did do a specific
they'll
patch
need
though.
puzzles later in the game.
Let me see if I can make it. DJ Kleiner, everyone.
That's it.
Alex's kiss.
Alex's.
It's a small moment, but
Oh.
Alex's kiss on Eli's cheek was important. Eventually, we're going to ask the player to save Eli, and we want them to care about him. To build that emotional connection, we needed to show the warmth and affection between Alex and Eli. We didn't want to oversell it with dialogue or make it too
Alex don't have no daddy
It had to feel
issue.
genuine, not performative. And we were able to iterate on the subtleties of this moment until it
We made the complex decision of making Alex a normal woman with a normal father. it was revolutionary at the time. She just has. Oh, they didn't fix it. They didn't fix the light. In old engine, it this turns green when you plug it in.
Very
game. My immersion is fucking ruined.
Now,
I can't look.
well, did it work?
See for yourself.
Alex's kiss. It's a small moment, but
Fantastic.
Anyway.
Well, I can't take all the credit. Dr. Freeman proved an able assistant.
Let's go ahead and bring Gordon through now.
You watched when you were young and didn't have any money to sub? Hey, it's like I'm just glad I was able to entertain people, man.
See your MIT education.
Like I never really did streaming for like money or anything. It was nice to be able to like upgrade my PC. But I always had fun just kind of hanging out. So I really appreciate it. I sincerely appreciate you guys having sent me money. And this is really cool. This is the base game, but when you do a new game, you can actually tick the dev commentary. I don't know if you're being facetious or not, but yeah, it's a certain mode of the game where the developers talk about the levels, and this was added with Half-Life 2's 20th anniversary. So we're just going through all of those nodes right now. But no, my chat money did not go towards my Tesla that I have. And to be fair, I got that before I knew Elon was who he is. Anyway, yeah, I am very thankful for all of the support, not just financial, that I had gotten over the years of doing Half-Life 2 stuff. Right, and it was fun until I guess it kind of wasn't near the end, and then yeah, I gave it a little bit of a break, came back, got my sub 1 hour time, and then now 20 years after the game's out, we're going through it and just kind of entertaining the developers, seeing what they have to say, and then also we're gonna go through episode 1 and 2 and try to get some achievements because I didn't get any of those achievements for some reason, so we're gonna go through those. We got a long day. It's already all right.
Barney, if you'd be so kind.
Good luck out there, Gordon.
Yes, indeed. We're ready to project.
It's interesting that the advisor alarm's already going off.
Best of luck in your
before you actually teleport. So I wonder. Oh, it almost. Wait, this almost looks like an advisor. That's crazy. I don't know if that's coincidental. Maybe.
The hell? What is it?
It's your head.
The freaking head umber.
No!
Lamar.
Lamar with him? Get about that thing.
He's coming through, Dad.
What's going on, Jupiter?
I'm not sure. It seems to be some kind of interference.
Gordon, stay put. We'll get you out of here.
Something's drawing him away.
What's the meaning of this?
Who are you?
How did you get in here?
Hey, take him back. I'm getting him out of there. Can't just wade into the field. It will be.
No, I did. What's up, G-Man? It's been a bit. Welcome back.
Oh, we're losing it again.
I'm all but certain it was Morgan Freeman. Fun fact, you can actually soft lock here. If you sprint a bunch and run out of ox power, you can get underwater here and it breaks the choreo because you don't have like ox power. It's really funny. I was gonna try to do it, but then where is he?
Behind you.
Ah!
Shut it down. Shut it down.
You must
Get out of here. Run! Oh wait, I'm in speedrun mode, sorry. Are there any nodes? I don't see any. We'll bring one just in case. I don't see any nodes. It's probably in the next one. Oh yeah, of course, there's one right here.
Phonium extraction. Another critical.
What?
Phonium extraction.
Hey, Gordon.
Phonium extraction.
What is he saying?
Phonium extraction.
Hey, Gordon.
Hi, Gordon.
Extraction.
Or Barney.
Another critical.
Phone me.
Hey, Gordon.
I thought he was having like a stroke saying point extraction or something.
Built into Facebook.
Jesus. Okay, sorry.
Phonium editor.
Phone me.
Process the voice acting
Phone me.
dialogue lines and extracted phonium to generate
phonium
sync animations for our characters. For the hero characters, our animators use this as a starting point to create high-quality custom animations for each dialogue line, incorporating full facial animation. However, in a dynamic choreo scene, the animators wouldn't know exactly what the rest of the actor's body would be doing. This meant it required careful layering of choreo commands and timing from Face Poser, while still maintaining the actor's ability to dynamically respond to the player.
Cool. Enhanced with AI? I mean, the Gabe Newell one sounded like just AI. I think that is just AI.
At the time of Half-Life 2's release, most first-person shooters gave the player a gun or a melee weapon right off the bat, but we opted to start them empty-handed. Without a weapon, it was easier to train the player on the more novel ways they're able to interact with the world and introduce them to our story. We wanted the player to transition from fugitive to the aggressor, and arming them at the right time created that moment naturally. By the time they finally get a weapon, they're done running away. They say sometimes the best way to win is to walk away, but we all know that's not true. The best way to win is to run towards something while shooting at it.
None of that passive bullshit. Alright. Wait. What? Okay. Wait, no, now I'm trapped. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, Barney, no, save me. All right, hold on. We'll just reload. That's fine. Yeah, I've hit these nodes. I guess we can just go up here.
Hey, Gordon. The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that. Get out of City 17 as fast as you can.
Take the old canals.
Take the old canals, right? They'll get you to Eli's lab. It's a dangerous route, but there's a whole network of
You explore the workshop yet? No, I have not.
I'd come with you, but I gotta look after Dr. Kleiner. Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped
this back at Black Mesa. Keep it, Barney. I don't need it.
Good luck out there, buddy.
Thanks.
You're gonna need it.
I know.
Dynamic mixing. During gameplay, many sounds are playing at the same time, but some are naturally more important than others, and we need to set the volumes of the sounds relative to each other to ensure that the important ones stand out. In a movie, this sound mixing is done as a post-process, but in a game, it happens real-time, responding to the player's actions, so we can't predict ahead of time which sounds will play simultaneously. To handle this, all the sounds are grouped into types and tagged with priorities. Then during gameplay, the audio system monitors all the active sounds and lowers the volume of sounds in a group if a higher priority sound is playing.
That's cool.
And this mixing is adjustable. If the gunshots need to be loud in one,
I know roughly
higher priority there.
the inner workings
if a
of
specific
this.
line of dialogue needs to be heard clearly, it can then force all the other sounds to drop.
No, I know.
And we do the same thing with music.
I know.
It's a subtle but very critical system, and it just prevents the soundscape from becoming too cluttered.
I'm so scared.
Bullet audio. If there's one thing we're sure of, it's that a lot of bullets will fly past a player throughout the game. So we spent a bunch of time
Uploaded the fake factory. No.
Unfortunately, bullets in the game are essentially instantaneous, so we can't just attach a sound to them and rely on the movement for positioning. So after some experimentation, we landed on this solution. By figuring out the closest point on the bullet's trajectory to the player's ear, we calculate the exact time and position the bullet would conceptually pass them. We then play two different sounds at that point to take a Doppler effect, one for the bullet's approach and one for its departure. And we delay the departure sound based on the calculated time the bullet passed by.
I did not know that. That's insane. I guess I've never really noticed.
Audio caching.
Oh.
Another problem. Audio.
This one doesn't have subtitles, guys. Sorry.
Another problem we ran into was the sheer amount of audio in the game.
Jesus.
With all the gameplay sounds, music, and dialogue, we had too much audio to be able to store it all in memory. Memory was at a premium in 2003. But as you can imagine, we need to be able to play sounds immediately, especially if they're gameplay related. So we built an audio cache, which stored only the first 125 milliseconds of every audio file and kept that in memory. That 125 millisecond time was our best guess for how long it would take us to be able to stream an audio file in from disk. Then, whenever a sound was played in-game, we'd play the start of it from our audio cache while simultaneously kicking off a load of the full audio file from disk. By the time our cache start ended, we'd have the file loaded and could continue playing the rest of the sound. There were some other minor features, like keeping recent sounds fully in memory so that high-traffic ones didn't need to be loaded constantly. In today's engines, all kinds of assets, beyond just sounds, typically use the same kind of strategy.
Really? That's crazy, actually. No down there. Yeah, also, sorry, the volume has to be really loud for the, like, commentary nodes to come through easy. The rest of the game's going to be really loud, so...
Physics sound.
I'll try to interact with nodes as fast as possible.
Right for the player meant that the sounds produced by physics had to sound right too. As humans, we're all used to how objects and materials sound during various interactions, even if it's not something we actively notice. While we knew we couldn't account for everything, we wanted to focus on the details.
Oh, okay. Their music. I didn't know that. Oh. Sorry about that.
Contributed most to making our physics sound.
Is that true? I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, if I go pretty low, he's gonna... Yeah, no, this is game audio. So, it has to be pretty high, unfortunately.
We started with per-object sounds for collisions and impacts. This allowed an object, like a wooden crate, to have custom sounds when it collided with other...
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll put it all the way up.
Objects or classes of them.
Yeah, that didn't get any louder.
Next, we began dynamically modifying these sounds based on the characteristics of the physical event, such as the masses involved and the force of the collision. This worked great for collisions, but didn't hold up in other interactions like objects scraping against each other. In reality, a wooden crate makes a different sound when it scrapes against a wall versus when it's thrown against that same wall. Let me tell you, nobody has done more research on the nuances of a wooden crate's physical properties than us. To get what we wanted out of these interactions, we implemented per-material collision sounds, metal against wood, metal against metal, and so on. These sounds were also dynamically modified based on details, like material hardness or type of metal. Getting this system to sound right required countless small tweaks, which we could only identify once it was running. We also experimented with custom sounds for rolling objects, but ultimately cut the feature because we weren't happy with the results.
Automating DSP. All the sounds the player hears are processed through our Digital Signal Processing System, or DSP. And this just refers to how audio is altered to reflect the environment the player is in. For example, the same sound will differ when heard in a parking garage, a small room, outdoors. In Half-Life 1, we manually placed invisible nodes throughout the world to define these DSP settings for each space. For Half-Life 2, we knew that manual placement was just going to be way too time-consuming, especially since we wanted a larger game, and we still only had one audio person on the team.
It was just Kelly?
So we built a system that automatically determines the DSP settings around the player in real time.
That sucks.
It does this by analyzing the space around the player, assessing the volume there within. It examines the materials that make up the environment, basically. And then the system matches that space.
That's insane.
25 hand-authored basic DSP.
He wrote all this code. And it's arguably some of the worst code I've ever had to read. But he is a beast. He is absolutely a beast.
And we create the
sound system is insane. And if Oski Box, who also works on Stratosource stuff, is here, he would probably be ranting a ton. Level and game design? That's insane. That is insane. Okay, I might need to save quit here. Or are my binds still here? Probably not, because mouse wheel wasn't. Yeah. I will... Okay, whatever. I'll make a save. I'll go into load. I'll delete it. And I'll hit reload. Oh no! Okay. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. That's how that works. That's save deletion, everyone. All right. Anyway, don't know why it didn't work there, but that's okay. Now we got our crowbar. Okay.
Metro Cop scene. This is another scene designed to make it clear that the Metro Cops are the bad guys.
What are you doing?
Except this time the player has a weapon and can finally do something about it. That something comes out of the barrel of a gun. We knew we needed the player to feel righteous, and this moment was part of creating that. The Metro Cops are still human, unlike the rest of the Combine in the game, so we felt like we had to go the extra mile in making sure the player's actions felt like justice and not just wrath.
Still love how that's faster than breaking. Keep going.
Staircase.
Oh.
There are situations throughout the game that stem from simple and quite straightforward design goals, and this staircase features two of them. The first was to frame the Citadel as it awakened, showing the player...
Much better framing than in Train Station.
Second was to showcase our ragdoll system. While it's standard now, in 2004 it was still a novelty to see bodies tumble realistically, and stairs provided a perfect stage to make that happen.
Cool.
City 17 awakens. The early train station section was designed to make the city feel indifferent toward the player, as if Gordon is just another nameless, faceless citizen, ripe for subjugation. But during the tenement raid and rooftop chase, the city...
Wait, can you?
...identifies the player as an anomaly and starts to stir. Now, with the player as the aggressor, the city fully turns its attention on them. The Overwatch PA system...
that build-up!
...played a key role in delivering this message. If players listen closely, there's a lot of information about the city's awareness.
Oh, the PA system's cool.
The audio treatment still conveyed the emotional message we were aiming for.
Yeah, a lot of build-up for him to just slump onto the ground.
Explosive barrels. Here, we introduce explosive barrels, a staple of first-person shooters, but with a new twist. The second pistol shot sets the barrel on fire, starting a timed detonation. A third shot will detonate the barrel immediately. This way, players could either delay the explosion or trigger it right away, depending on the situation. Players may want to feed an explosive barrel to a barnacle and then shoot it twice as a handy way to safely dispatch a cluster.
Spoilers!
The delayed explosion also made for more interesting chain reactions between multiple barrels. Exploding barrels were a fan favorite in the series, but also were internally favored by level designers who often felt like...
See if I can do it still. Hold on. Ah. I gotta prove myself. All my friends are here. Woo! Let's go. First try. Ow. Ow.
Scanners.
Scanners presented a tricky game design challenge. While we liked how their dystopian presence helped convey the Combine occupation as an oppressive surveillance state, we didn't actually want them to shoot at the player. We found that aiming into the sky to hit a small mobile enemy with a constant height advantage was something we couldn't make fun. Since we loved their role in the story, we decided that in combat, scanners would serve primarily as eyes, alerting nearby enemies to the player's presence, a feature we reinforced with sound effects from the soldiers. Beyond that, they'd only be able to harass the player with bright lights and occasionally dive bomb after taking enough damage.
Lambda caches. Technically, the first Lambda cache is at Kleiner's lab, but this is the first one the player finds on their own.
Oh, does it trigger the...
We added Lambda caches to encourage exploration into...
So if you do red letter day skip, you can't get Lambda locator.
Resources could be found, with a fiction being that
I didn't know that.
By the Resistance as part of their underground rebellion. In Half-Life, the contents of supply crates were predetermined by the level sign. In HL2, we introduce adaptive item crates that give the player whatever they are low on at the time.
Oh, the normal crates. They weren't item crates, but they had items in them. I was like, where did Half-Life 1 had...
Overwatch. During development, we generated the Overwatch
Blizzard
using a free text-to-speech tool. But as we neared shipping, we realized we didn't actually have the rights to use it, so we held auditions with voice actors to find someone who could match the qualities we liked in the generated lines. Didn't take long before we found Ellen McLean, whose delivery was exactly what we were looking for. In her sessions, we played the generated lines for her to mimic, though in her own style. She was a bit sarcastic at first, given that she was being asked to replicate such a robotic delivery, but years later when she returned for her iconic role as GLaDOS in Portal, she'd found a way to creatively integrate that tone into her performance. Pistol design. The standard pistol is the workhorse of the game, functioning not only as the first range weapon you learn to use, but also as a method to interact with physics and destructible objects at a safe distance for the entirety of the game. To help make it feel more responsive and fun to use, the pistol employs a refire mechanic that's unique to it in the game. The gun will fire as fast as the player can click their input button, meaning that they feel an instant response to their input, and the faster they can click, the faster they can shoot.
It's good design. I like the pistol. I really like the Half-Life 2 pistol.
Shatter glass. When designing early levels where there are fewer mechanics in the player's toolkit, we found that it's just as engaging to spotlight new technical features instead, as we did here with breakable glass. For the shattering effect, glass was divided into a grid of small squares, allowing us to track which were intact or broken, and to blow at larger sections once enough squares were no longer connected. Each square was rendered with a unique texture based on the status of its neighboring squares, creating the sharp, jagged edges between broken and intact glass. While breaking glass is now commonplace in games, it was something we hadn't seen much back when we were making Half-Life 2, and we're incredibly happy with the level of fidelity and...
Or it usually breaks all at once, right? A lot of games back then, you would shoot a window and...
Helicopter peekaboo.
Thank you.
Helicopter peekaboo.
Okay. Peekaboo.
The Combine attack helicopter as central antagonist was something we wanted to develop throughout the entire chapter. The relentless chopper became a character in its own right. Here, if you listen and look overhead, you can hear its engine and see it flying along the train tracks and into the distance. This first glimpse is a small piece of foreshadowing, with its presence becoming more pronounced over time,
Kill the
until eventually you're squaring off against it.
Iterative passes. Some chapters of the game, such as the on-foot sections of the canals in Ravenholm, were developed in multiple passes by different cabals. We found that handing off maps in this way led to greater variety in the experience, and a higher density of interesting moments.
But can lead to disjointed levels as well. So you gotta make sure you're kind of on the same, like,
The first
page.
pass established the art direction and the player path, along with the broad strokes of the experience.
I never noticed it too, yeah.
But the team-wide alpha playtest identified insufficient tension and a somewhat monotonous experience here. In our second pass, we returned to the map solely focused on creating that tension and greatly increased the density of moment-to-moment scenarios.
Water shader. The most complex shader
was
the water shader,
nice,
which made full use of the newly available programmable graphics cards. When water was present, the scene was rendered 3 times. First, the underwater world for refraction, second, a reflected view, and third, the parts above the water. When rendering the water surface, we blended the refractive and reflective views, showing more reflection at glancing angles using the Fresnel equation. We also tracked the ground depth below the water's surface, making it more transparent and less refractive in shallow areas. Additionally, we had to create 2 alternate water rendering techniques for lower-end graphics cards. Mid-range cards displayed a lower detail reflection without refraction or transparency, while low-end cards only rendered a partially transparent surface.
Yeah, no, the water shader was like so amazing. Oh, classic movement bug.
Interstitial scenes. As playtesting progressed, we often found areas where players lost track of their goal, which isn't uncommon in a game like Half-Life. To address this, we added smaller interstitial scenes.
It's really good. This is 2004.
Reinforce their objective.
This is really good.
After finishing the bulk of development on our larger choreo scenes, like Kleiner's lab, putting these smaller scenes together became relatively straightforward. We discovered that using characters in these moments worked much better than relying on passive storytelling, or even some sort of reminder you'd find baked into a pause menu.
Boxcar Bill. This small scene originally featured 2 human characters, but later in development, we replaced one with a Vortigaunt. We wanted to show that Vortigaunt's were coexisting with humans and existing in the Combine as well. We also introduced the ability to heal the player, although we didn't fully capitalize on that feature throughout the game. Vortigaunts became a useful narrative tool for keeping dialogue brief, as their hive mind justified their full knowledge of the world.
Oh, you didn't heal me because I'm invulnerable.
This meant they never had to ask questions, neatly sidestepping the challenge of writing dialogue for a silent protagonist.
I'm friendly now.
Particles. For the source engine, we invested in expanding particle and special effects technology. This allowed for more realistic and complex...
This fire looks better than Project Boreas.
as well as more intricate shapes and shader effects. In particular, adding bump mapping to our particles features made a huge difference in the volumetric look of them. While later iterations of the source engine include a powerful particle system editor, the original version used in Half-Life 2 relied on handcrafted effects, each requiring a programmer to meticulously build the effect manually, which was a pretty labor-intensive process.
I bet. Holy shit. Is there a node past this? There's probably one over here. Alright, whatever. Sorry guys, we gotta do the... Gotta do the main story.
Barnacle Introduction. Because barnacles can be confusing when first encountered, we wanted to introduce them in a way that showed players their behavior.
They did such a good job with introducing
We decided to do that through a nature show-style predator-prey scene. But, as always, scenes like this took a lot of iteration to get players to reliably see.
Eat the skull, dude.
Surface properties. We play custom footstep sounds when the player walks on the slippery mud.
Oh yeah.
This was a system called Surface Properties. They used the material type to determine the sounds and other effects that should occur when walked on or shot at. Earlier in development, we had an effect that slowed players' movement when walking on mud surfaces. However, this was removed in the shipping version as it was decided it was too punishing.
Mounted gun gallery. There are a few things going on in the scene. The turret firing at the breakable crates behind teaches players not to take the threat head-on and instead utilize the sewer route to defeat it. And when they reach the turret, players enjoy using it in a shooting gallery with a wave of Combine soldiers and dive-bombing scanners. We also begin to introduce the missile-firing Combine APC that pushes the players along and will show up again later in the chapter.
Oh yeah, it does.
Station 12. This is Station 8. We heard 12 go down and out. Surgical strike units are targeting railway
Yeah, you can't take the speed run out of me, baby.
Over here.
Damn. I will try to go underwater for this explosion. It's probably going to be pretty loud. Alright, there we go. Is the... I guess I could bind different volumes.
Running around a corner into a new area just to see enemies standing there is always awkward, and it makes the world feel less alive and more...
I'm going to talk about the repelling.
So we were motivated to introduce enemies into combat spaces in more interesting and dynamic ways that would communicate planning and intentionality on their part, as if these soldiers had had a plan for Gordon even before he showed up. The Metro cops in this scene jump down into this space via scripted sequences. Later in the game we use repelling in a similar way. It doesn't matter where they're coming from in reality because players end up telling that story to themselves. We found that in the end, combat should have a story implied in its setup. An ambush, a surprise, a surge, an assault. All of these scenarios use much of the same enemy AI, but all felt different to playtesters.
Barnacle bowling.
Barnacle bowling.
Hey!
This is a satisfying example of how a bunch of design elements can come together in a matrix of interactions to create a memorable scenario for the player. We got barnacles, our physics simulations, slippery mud surface properties, and last but not least, explosive barrels. You've encountered all of these on their own, but they're able to snap together naturally to create a moment we called barnacle bowling.
I got a strike! Alright. Nothing about the physics puzzle? Oh, there will be. It's the next level.
Physics in puzzles. Often, simpler mechanics encounter...
Oh, that's true. Technically, it was a spare. Thank you for correcting.
The physics-based contraption in the game was actually derived from a later, more intricate washing machine puzzle in the canals. The teeter-totter uses the same principles of mass...
How is it more... Also, you don't need to do physics
interact with
at all. You can just circle strafe.
And making later puzzles easier to tackle. This puzzle also highlights the analog nature of the physics system.
Can you just
with the placement of
sprint
cement
jump?
blocks and the player's own weight both factoring into the solution.
There's a couple of ways to do it, right? There's a couple of ways to get out of here. Yeah, physics puzzle. I mean, this shit was revolutionary, man. I played this shit in 2005. It's like, oh my god. It's amazing.
Combine attack helicopter.
Hi.
Players have had glimpses before, but here's where we fully introduce the main boss of the Canals chapter, the Combine attack helicopter. This chopper relentlessly destroys a player's cover, forcing them to move forward or risk being gunned down. We wanted
doing homework? Hell yeah.
Tense and menacing, with the helicopter seeming far too powerful to confront directly, and maintaining that intensity through the canals until the final showdown in the reservoir. To achieve this, we heavily constrained the helicopter's movement based on specific gameplay goals. In this map, designed as a dash from cover to cover under helicopter fire, we created a ring path in the sky above the arena. The helicopter always travels to the farthest point on that ring from the player, keeping it visible.
I wish they showed it.
Making it easier for us to place cover in just the right spot.
Normal maps.
Oh, let's go!
During an exciting time for graphics, as the first programmable shader-supported graphics cards were hitting the market.
It's so cool.
Using this technology, we became one of the first games to implement normal maps, a technique that enhanced the lighting on surface geometry. The normal map described the surface's roughness, allowing each pixel of a polygon to be lit in a way that made surfaces appear bumpier and more detailed than ever possible in Half-Life 1.
Autosave dangerous.
Oh, autosave.
We had a set of autosaves throughout the game, hand placed by level designers and triggered when the player reached some specific moment or position in the game. This ensured that the game was automatically saved for you as you traversed through Black Mesa's corridors. In Half-Life 2, we found ourselves needing a new tool. The problem arose in some of the more complex arenas we'd built. Some of those encounters would last for quite a while and features multiple sets of enemies. Others were long, sprawling mixes of exploration and combat without any clear separation between the two. We never want an autosave where the player is in danger of dying right after loading the game, because that could place the player in a death loop. If you played enough games back then, you definitely found yourself in this situation at least once.
Cough, cough, Halo 2, cough, cough.
We deliberately crafted pauses in every arena's flow. There wasn't always a safe place to put an autosave. After some experimentation, we implemented a feature called Autosave Dangerous. This was a level designer tool that combined an autosave with an associated time frame. When triggered by the level designer, it immediately saved the game, but kept the save off to the side, not available as a save game to load from. If the player then stayed alive for the specified time frame, then the save would be committed and used as the most recent autosave. This allowed level designers to put an autosave at a reasonable place or time in an arena, specify a time, like 30 seconds, and if
it did revert.
30 seconds, the autosave would be used.
Yeah, and that's what he talked about at the end there, because Halo 2 had a lot of checkpoints where I just remember on my Legendary playthrough way back, the fucking Jackal snipers and stuff. And so you can get a checkpoint and then immediately get domed or something, and then you're just on that loop for like, I think, what is it, like 8 times or like however many times that you die, and then it'll send you back another one. So they had, I guess, some sort of like fail-safe system for that. But this one's a little more like direct with like the level designers could be like, hey, autosave dangerous, right? And go for it.
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned. For Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality and less manual effort for placement. So we built a system that we call the Soundscape system. A soundscape is basically a small program that controls which ambient sounds play, where they come from, and then how they behave in a specific environment. So flies buzzing, wind blowing, birds, a distant train, distant combat. The soundscape system could then randomly select and play these sounds, and also, really importantly, handle the smooth transition as the player moves through environments.
It like gets quiet here.
Soundscapes can also contain other soundscapes, and that allows us to create reusable collections of sounds. So, for instance, distant combat might be small arms fire, distant explosions, a passing helicopter. And these soundscapes would dynamically assemble and play from many individual sounds, and that helps us avoid the artificial feel of a single looping track. Overall, the soundscape system was a real workhorse for audio in Half-Life 2, and it's pretty much responsible for every sound you hear that isn't directly driven by gameplay.
It's cool. It's a really cool system. Woo! The background like alarm thing. Woo! Oh wait, no, that's right. We're here.
Manhack Map. We call
Manhack Map.
We wanted to give players the sense that hundreds of citizens inhabited the hidden nooks and crannies of City 17. At this point in the game, it had been a while since players had seen a citizen, and we wanted to explain the significance of the manhacks, which was the first physics-based enemy that we created. In the original concept, there was a video arcade in the city where players could fly manhacks around to attack virtual citizens. Eventually, players discovered that the manhacks were real, and so were the citizens. As the Combine occupation...
Holy shit, what?
This idea of a video arcade became an odd fit. And
that would be literally fucking Spec Ops The Line. They would have pulled a fucking Spec Ops The Line on us?
You better get going before they sweep.
Holy shit.
Oh shit! Too late!
See it, Manhack Matt. Good luck. Oh, this... Okay, hold on. I am going to go ahead and bind 9? Yeah, 9 to volume. Wait, what's the current volume right now? 8.84. Okay. What I want to do is set. Oh, I gotta do quotes for this. Volume, point like 4, and then 0 can. Oh, whoops. 0 can go back to like 0.8. Because yeah, the rest of the game is going to be very loud. So. Okay. So, yeah, just a little better on your guys' ears. You know, hearing is sacred. I want to get rid of that. Damn. Where are you, commentary node? Oh, no, but we definitely should. Also, hold on. Yeah. There's probably one in there for like alternate pathways. Super sexy secret path. Oh, there isn't one, but there's a ton of supplies in here. Lame. So much ammo I don't need. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can add it. I'd like to. I'd like to have. It might actually be inherently in the game. We have one for. We have more dynamic volume slider groups now. Like music, what we're going to be doing for momentum is we're going to force all maps to pack music into a specific music, like sound/music subfolder, and Lumper will help us get that. And yeah, we want to have distinct sliders for different sounds, because like some people might want to emphasize, like instead of like world sounds, they want to emphasize maybe more of their like weapons, right? Like the conch grenade or something like that, so they can hear that better over everything else that's happening. So I'm surprised that, yeah, all you get are these two, but that's, I mean, makes sense. So repel, and there's nothing down there. Whee! I don't see any. Is there one up here? Nope. Anywhere over here? Yeah. SMG time, baby. Here, okay. I'm surprised there's not a node. Oh yeah, this section you actually have to do the puzzle.
Explosive Barrel Factory. This room, filled with an absurd number of exploding barrels, inspired some good-natured debate within the team around how far to push the plausibility of our world. Frankly, one exploding barrel is probably too many in regards to realism. In the real world, barrels really shouldn't explode, even if you were to shoot them.
Mythbusters proved it. Yeah, you have to go and hit the thing now. That is one of the patches they added. I'll make a... Oh, did they not pop up with saves? Oh, what the fuck is F5? What? For real? Is it F6? Oh, okay. Yeah, because one of the things they added was
Explosive Barrel Factory.
Yeah, if you go down here,
filled with an absurd number of exploding barrels, inspired some.
You can't get into the tube without doing it now.
Around how far to push the plausibility.
Very odd. I don't know why they did this. Yeah. So, F9. Odd. The speedrun fortunately kind of skips this now because you kind of go around, but yeah, it is. Hold on. Let's do 0.2. Yeah. There we go. I can hear myself and also not this node. guess they forgot to record this one. That's fine. That's fine. Next one. Next level. Okay. I don't see one down there.
Rendering systems. In the early 2000s, we couldn't afford a general-purpose renderer with the broad capabilities of a modern engine. Instead, CPU, GPU, and memory limitations required highly specific solutions to rendering challenges so we could squeeze every bit of performance out of a player's hardware. As a result, Half-Life 2 actually has 3 different rendering engines. One for world geometry, another for outdoor terrain, and a third for dynamic entities like characters and objects.
Yeah, that's right.
These 3 renderers had to support a complicated matrix of features.
It's a fucking
collisions,
mess.
ray traces, decals, offline lighting, visibility calculations, and more. On top of that, each renderer needed to support DirectX 7, 8, and 9. The differences among these DirectX versions were significant, often requiring different data storage and rendering approaches. They even used different programming languages. Altogether, we essentially had 9 different renderers, each needing unique solutions, and getting them all to look consistent was one of the most challenging tech problems we faced during development.
Yeah. The amount of work that requires. I'm finding all the Lambda caches, but... What? Okay, better.
GPU Wild West. During development, we faced numerous decisions influenced by our choice of minimum spec, the least powerful CPU and GPU combination that would still deliver a good experience for customers. In the early 2000s, there was far more variety among GPUs than today, with wide differences not only in speed, but in fundamental approaches to...
No, I know. I'm just looking for the nodes.
We had no real data on the hardware our customers were using.
I figured there's going to be some in some
CPUs and
of the
GPUs
nodes.
did they have? How much RAM? Which version of Windows? We reached out to Microsoft hoping they might know answers to questions like, how many DX7 cards are in use? Or DX8? Unfortunately, they didn't have the data either.
That's okay. They're spying on us now, so they have that information. Microsoft has every computer's information now.
To us and integrated it into the early version of Steam. The data was so useful that we decided to make it public, launching the Steam Hardware Survey in April 2003.
It's very cool.
It's been helping us and hopefully other developers make informed decisions ever since.
It's why we decided to go DX11 minimum case in Strata, because we just saw that like literally everybody has a DX11 compatible card. It's really helpful. I'm really glad that they publicized the data.
Dynamic shadows. With a focus on character and physics objects, we felt a dynamic shadow system was necessary to render them all in all their glory. In 2003, GPUs didn't have any dedicated shadow capabilities
Voodoo
that they have today,
5500.
so performance was a tricky problem. Our eventual solution went something like this, running every frame. First, find all the objects that might have shadows in view. Doing this meant figuring out which objects were in the view frustum, or slightly behind it, to catch entities that were off-screen but whose shadows might end up on-screen. Then we'd render a black shadow version of each one of those objects into a single shadow texture.
Yeah, the iGPU.
For that render, we'd use the lowest level
20-year-old laptops
of the object to be as fast as possible. Finally, we'd use the shadow texture to draw each of the shadows into the player's view, darkening the already rendered pixels. We carefully cut around each shadow in that shadow texture to ensure that they correctly overlaid each other in the case where multiple shadows overlap. It's neat to look back on how we did these things, but ultimately we're a lot happier today, where GPU hardware makes it a much more straightforward problem.
Yep. Yeah. I am not surprised with how much they had to fucking invent.
Headcrab canisters. Used headcrab canisters are seen later in
They're shelling us!
So we decided to show them here to tell the story of how they're used by the Combine.
Uh-oh.
The story
Oh, no.
of the Combine had weaponized Zen fauna to
Whoops. I know.
use them against the humans.
There we go.
Burrowed headcrabs was added as a new feature for this section that was expanded into a larger area that is meant to show a citizen shanty that was decimated by the headcrab assault.
It's cool that they can go underground too. They're baby gonarchs, I know that. Sorry. I keep forgetting to turn it back down. Just looking for nodes. Airboat. I'm not taking the airboat.
Airboat intro. This is where the player gets the first vehicle of the game, the airboat. We wanted to create a safe space for players to practice driving the airboat for as long as they wanted before moving on. The arena is sprinkled with opportunities for jumps and tricks, and we filled the arena with toxic slime to keep players in the airboat longer, while preventing them from leaving the vehicle behind and progressing forward on foot.
Climb on in. Fire her up.
We'll see about that.
Combinatorial shader explosion. Rendering became much more complex during Half-Life 2's development with the addition of hardware shaders, small bits of code controlling how each pixel on a surface should render. In 2003, shaders were far more limited than today. Half-Life 2 era shaders lacked conditionals and had severe code size restrictions.
Yep.
This meant no if-else branching logic.
Shader model 1.
And no large shaders
It
with
sucks.
feature sets. Also, compiling shaders as needed was just too slow to be useful, so we had to pre-compile them.
Yep.
To work within these limits, we had to compute every possible shader combination and store each one individually as its own shader. For example, if a shader affected a surface based on a single light source, we'd need another shader version for 2 lights, another for 3, and so on. And it was combinatorial. If that shader also supported a normal map, we'd need 2 versions per light, one with a normal map and one without. With features like texture blending, vertex tinting,
For reference, we still use this dumb combinatorial system, because, yeah, we're on source. But, we removed, like, I think it was like 3 parameters to the shader, and it reduced the size of all of our shaders from like 600 to 700 megabytes all the way down to 200. We removed like a couple of things from one of our shaders, and it did, like, it's insane.
Highlights,
It's
alpha testing,
insane.
Various other light types, directional point and spotlights.
Yeah, like this is all pre-compiled like shader stuff. So like modern games and engines doing global illumination, right, and those processes like don't have to worry about how many lights or how it should look. So that's why they don't ship shaders, but you still compile shaders for specific hardware, right? So that's why like Call of Duty and games like that do that.
Once compiling shaders on the local developer's machine started taking too long, we switched to distributing the shader.
And it takes forever. It takes forever. It used to take over like 8 hours. We got it down to like 2, I think. But it takes so long. I mean, the nice thing is it doesn't have to happen on everyone's computer.
We also had a dynamic
it only happens once
mode that was useful for developing shaders that gave fast turnaround at the expense of frame rate hitching when a shader had to be compiled.
Yeah, and there is dynamic shader compilation for developers on Strata, so you can do a lot of quick like shader development. But yeah, all right. Hey. Oh wait. Okay, there we go. Whee! Now I get to show you guys off my commentary. I'm just kidding.
Fighting motion sickness. In early playtesting, many players developed motion sickness while driving the airboat.
I can just create the airboat if I ever need it, by the way.
We discovered several factors that contributed to it. We found that reducing the intrusion of the airboat into the view helped, so we made several passes on the model to pare it back. Maintaining a consistent frame rate helped as well, so it was important to keep an eye on performance in these sections.
Oh, yeah.
The single most important factor was eliminating view roll to maintain a more stable horizon, no matter what the airboat was doing. One of the programmers on the team was super prone to motion sickness, and they valiantly offered to playtest several times to test our progress towards a solution. I'm pretty sure they threw up at least once after playtesting, and their noble sacrifice was hugely appreciated.
That sucks, though. Yeah, it's a good point, because, like, field of view also plays into it. Yeah, it can be pretty rough. Oh, sorry. I wish it just auto-ducked the audio. No? Not one for this one? Okay. I'll go get it, though. I need it. I need that pistol ammo. Alright, oh yeah, I see it.
Airboat time. Finding the right balance between vehicle time and time on foot took some work. Driving at full speed propelled players through the world quickly, and in early playtests we felt that players were missing out on exploring and taking in the game's detail. Exploration and world examination are core values of Half-Life, so we didn't want the vehicle to eliminate that. To address this, we added periodic spots where players could get out and explore small pockets of dense detail. Additionally, as the physics system evolved, we were learning new ways to use it. These spots off the airboat let us introduce an element of discovery around physics, like dropping crates into the water or combining barrels to raise a ramp. This gave players a chance to interact with water and physics in different ways.
There wasn't one up there. Lame. Lame. But yeah, I will not be doing damn jump because there's probably some nodes over past the or near the puzzle. So, hello, Mr. Helicopter. It's funny that they add like ammo because the airboat has a bigger grab radius, so you're not supposed to get this as like normal Gordon. You're supposed to drive over this and just get it refilled automatically when you're in the airboat.
Floating supplies. In the alpha playtest, the canals were sprinkled with floating supply crates that players could smash with the airboat to collect the supplies inside. The mechanics were somewhat gamey, but helped keep the flow of the gameplay going, allowing the player to resupply on the go. To help make the premise more plausible, we wanted to tell the story of how the floating crates ended up so conveniently placed along the player's path. This scene of the citizens dropping supply crates helped sell that fiction, while also making the canals feel more alive. It also made players feel more heroic and important to be helped by so many supporting characters.
That is true, yeah. Like, all the citizens are helping. There's not a node. Yeah, okay. Alright, is there one over here anywhere? Let's find out. Oh, sorry, I have to do this. I'm dead, yeah. Let me reload.
Airboat time.
Oh, shit!
Between vehicle time
Alright, well.
Foot took some work. Driving at full speed.
We heard this one. Alright. Is there another one in that, like, goo area? I don't... Because I don't need to go over there if I don't need to, you know? Ow. Gimme. Oh, you have to...
Floating supplies. In the alpha playtest, the canals were sprinkled with floating supply crates that players could smash with the airboat to collect the supplies inside. The mechanics were somewhat gamey, but helped keep the flow of the gameplay going, allowing the player to resupply on the go. To help make the premise more plausible, we wanted to tell the story of how the floating crates ended up so conveniently placed along the player's path.
I guess I missed some trigger.
The citizens dropping supply crates helped sell that fiction, while also making the canals feel more alive. It also made players feel more heroic and important to be helped by so many supporting characters.
Okay. Ooh, made it that time, but the fucking fence got me. Okay, fuck it.
Finding the right balance between vehicle time.
Just trying to find the node.
Took some work. Driving at full speed propelled players through the world quickly, and in early playtests we felt that players were missing out on exploring and taking in the game's detail. Exploration and world examination are core values of Half-Life, so we didn't want the vehicle to eliminate that. To address this, we added periodic spots where players could get out and explore small pockets of dense detail. Additionally, as the physics we were learning new ways to use it. These spots off the airboat let us enter.
Zombie surprise. There's a little bit of a cheeky jump scare in this sewer pipe.
Bruh.
Players wander in here, all focused and curious, and then an underwater zombie pops up, almost always scaring the pants off of playtesters. Completely out of their chair, and we mark that moment as a success.
Pretty good. Guys, I got fucking scared. To be fair, yeah, it is kind of creepy. You see the dead body first, and then you go in there. That's pretty good. Yeah, don't mind him. He's just chilling out. Oh. Alright, there we go.
Attention all ground protection teams.
I'm assuming there's probably not a lot of nodes near airboat sections because they want you to drive and not worry about. Plus, I don't know if you can trigger them in the airboat. Ooh-wee! Ow. Oh shit. Alright, well. A little bit of what? Okay. What? Fuck that. Is this ground? Oh, it is. Okay. Well, that helps. Also, just check those guys. Alright. Next nodes. All right, I'm sure the complex is gonna have a couple. So we'll go there next. Whee! Oh, good old displacement collision. Don't have that problem in momentum. All right, what do we got? Nothing down here. It's fair.
Grenade intro. We conceived of this Combine base as both a training area and a playground for grenades, introducing them here in infinite supply crates to signal that it's safe for players to use grenades freely without...
The infinite supply crates were a good idea.
The Combine encounter here uses extensive markup to direct the soldier AI towards cover and provide good opportunities for players to make use of grenades. At the end of the area, the same infinite grenade technique helps players resolve the turret placement, as a direct assault is a lot more difficult if you don't. A bright red light and a particle trail were added to the grenades, making it significantly easier for players to follow their trajectory, whether they're throwing them or dodging one from a Combine soldier.
Air resistance. One important feature we had to add to our physics engine for Half-Life 2 was air resistance. At the time, physics engines would typically implement a general damping feature for slowing objects down as they moved, but this merely removes energy in a symmetric way. In order to create more believable motion, we decided to simulate air resistance instead. This allowed us to get asymmetric behavior, where the amount the object was slowed by moving through the air was different depending on how much surface area of the object was facing the direction of movement or rotation. This feature was key to making explosions and objects thrown by the gravity gun look believable.
Yeah.
Fast-moving and fast-spinning objects are among the most expensive things to simulate in Half-Life 2's physics engine, so air resistance also improves CPU performance in cases like explosions. It is also key to presenting different materials and masses of objects. More dense objects can push aside air more easily, and this is visible. Having this effect in the simulation helps make the difference in density between cardboard boxes and wooden planks more apparent, and really helps make the objects in Half-Life 2's world much more convincing.
I want my SMG grenades. Gimme, 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 gimme. Got it. Yeah, very cool.
Puzzle layers. Because players are often totally unaware of the designer's intent, which we think is a good thing, they tend to respond in all kinds of surprises.
Wait, why is this electrically charged?
Even seemingly simple puzzles can see countless failures along the way to success.
Why is this buzzing? I've never noticed this. This is just a normal fucking thing.
Which required many layers of hints and cues. The sparking wheel communicates that this is where someone would normally open the gate, but some other method is needed. A few crows draw the player's eye towards the solution, in this case, a bundle of girders on a pendulum. As grenades have been thoroughly introduced, we originally wanted players to throw one to break the wooden support structure, but that wasn't obvious enough. We added exploding barrels as a much clearer clue. But even after solving the puzzle, some players didn't realize that the gates were now open, which led them to endlessly explore the base interior looking for another exit. So we had to remind them of their original problem, the broken gate. We added smoke, the alarm klaxon, and a spinning light, and it was then that we finally started seeing reliably good results in playtesting.
Metrocop strafing. The initial design of the airboat levels aimed to challenge players with tight maneuvers under pressure from Metrocops. The Metrocop strafing fire pattern was meant to make players slalom around the shots as they sped through, but in a review process, internally known as Overwatch, some playtesters felt frustrated being shot at without a way to retaliate. They wanted the airboat to feel powerful and unstoppable.
Well, it does.
Feedback, we refocused the levels to emphasize empowerment over challenge, shifting from dodging attacks to fast-paced combat, speed, and busting through barriers.
I never noticed the skull right here. You guys see any notes? Hurry up! Okay, sorry. I'm just having fun on canals, you know? Alright, I don't see any other notes. I'm surprised they didn't talk about this dude. And then all commentary nodes are placed when you load the level. It's a separate like text file. So, okay. Wee. Very cool though. I'm really glad I'm doing this. I hope you guys are enjoying this too, because it's very insightful on like some of the like decisions they made. Wee. Is there one here? If you have the airboat, the grab radius, if you just like take it underneath this, you can grab all of that. It's really funny. You don't actually have to get out and do this. But Gordon's puny little grab radius, so small. Yeah, no problem. I love this game. I have played probably way more hours than the majority of people that have played this game. So I'm enjoying it. It's fun to run through it like this. Okay, unfortunately cannot do door skip. I have to go into the area here. I know that, yeah, if you have the airboat, you can set it up to skip over this entire thing, but... Oh.
VMPI.
There we go.
During development, we became increasingly frustrated with our slow gameplay iteration speeds, mainly because map compilation, needed to pre-compute lighting and visibility, was taking hours.
SETI at home was a thing?
In 2000 were far slower than today's.
I remember doing stuff with that.
Inspired by SETI at Home, a distributed program that used PCs worldwide to analyze radio waves for signs of extraterrestrial life, we built VMPI, which was our own distributed system that spread the map compilation process across many office computers. Today, these kinds of distributed systems run on giant GPU clusters. But
Source 2 mappers have complained famously that it takes fucking forever to compile a Source 2 map now with the like VRAD 3 and stuff.
At the time, we just ran it on all the computers in our office. To deal with how our lighting code was evolving as quickly as our maps were, VMPI also distributed new exe files to everyone's computer too. In retrospect, this was a pretty terrifying security concept, just awfully bad. It's like the stuff of nightmares for IT folks.
Yeah, folding it home.
Because we were sending an arbitrary executable to all of our work PCs, and they would just run it. It was absolute madness. But it worked for us, and it did significantly increase our map iteration speed.
Hey!
It ended up being a crucial tool.
Thank you, GP, for the raid. Happy Red Letter Day. It's the Go Naked guy. That's me. I'm the guy that would go naked in this game. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Yes, thank you for shouting out GP. Yeah, so just a bit of history for those. I used to speedrun this game a shit ton. I used to hold I held the world record in any percent. So just beating the game as fast as possible. Very, very fun time back then, but now I'm going through and just enjoying the dev commentary. It's new. We'll play some like episode 1 and 2 and go for some achievements and stuff like that. It's a Red Letter Day today. I hope your stream went well, GP. Thank you for the raid. And yeah, it's really good to see everybody coming in. I've just been kind of casually, like, you can see I don't have a boat. I've been casually doing a little bit of speedrun, a little bit of the
3D
like,
skybox. We've always needed to render
a little bit of the commentary.
Feels larger than our map limitations allow. In Half-Life 1, we used a cube map texture to let players see beyond the playable area. But in Half-Life 2, we wanted that view into the larger world to
be amazing. Hell yeah!
Not just a static texture. Our map size limitation was about but we realized we could create.
This is what happens after you retire.
We stored it at a reduced scale. So we invented what we called the 3D skybox. The 3D skybox is a small box hidden within the actual game map, containing geometry at 1/16th scale.
It's really unique how they did this.
A reference point corresponds to a matching origin in the main map. Then, when we render the space beyond the playable area, we use the geometry from the 3D skybox, positioned by that reference point, and scaled up 16 times. Getting the lighting and fog to blend seamlessly across the transition from the main map to the skybox presented some sticky challenges, but it worked. The result made the world feel significantly larger and more immersive than it had in Half-Life 1.
It's a really cool system. I mean, it's very clear because it doesn't use the same lighting, like obviously, like the lighting on that, and obviously the detail because it's blown up 16 times. Like the lighting isn't exactly right, but yeah, when you only have 1 point of rendering to worry about, or one light source like the sun.
57 intro.
Hey!
The Magnum, unlike the basic handgun with its slower rate of fire, is meant to be fired in a more measured, calculated way, dealing catastrophic damage to your target. Earlier versions of the Magnum had a bit of random dispersion, which we felt fit the heft and the less sensitive trigger pull of a larger pistol. However, this led to anticlimactic moments where players would carefully line up a shot only to miss due to the accuracy penalty. To address this, we
like that. They didn't remove it. I just missed.
Accurate, with each subsequent shot becoming less accurate as you blasted away.
Oh yeah, sorry. I have to raise the and fuck off. I'm good at video games. Shut up. Let's see, are there any other nodes? Probably a couple in this area, has to be. They probably don't populate the, the combat areas with them too much. Oh yeah, I have the SMG. Forgot about that. Alright, give me some nodes. Whee! God, I forgot this part of the game existed. I'm just kidding. You usually blow past this part in the speedrun, so it's always fun coming over here. Always fun. The Vortigaunt sewage tunnel, that is later on. That's near the helicopter fight, which we will do. Absolutely fight. We will absolutely fight this helicopter. We're totally gonna kill it. It's gonna be awesome. There we go.
The mounted guns were added here to help train the player on the gun's effectiveness against the attack helicopter for the final battle in the reservoir. This was necessary because up to this point, the helicopter was invulnerable to the player's weapons, and we had to give some indication that it could be harmed with larger weaponry.
You gotta show that the god can bleed.
Due to the amount of pressure the player was under at the moment, which led us to developing the particle effects and sounds that would sell to the players that they were really doing damage.
Sorry, yeah, I have to keep toggling the volume. I guess I could have bind toggled, but that's fine. All right, any nodes? No? Do you speedrun, GP? Or were you just casually enjoying? It may already be gone. That is fair. Usually when I'm raid, I'm like gone within a couple of minutes. But yeah, the Vortigaunt sewage tunnel is a couple maps from now. We got a bit. Half-Life 1 movement mod? Nice! No, that's awesome. Everyone has their category.
This is another example of us creating movement hazards while driving the airboat. The helicopter attempts to stay in front of the player when dropping bombs, and if the player backtracks...
Unfortunately, we're not going to see the bombs at all.
In one playtest,
sorry.
just so happened to drop between the pipe seams.
She's just going to try to shoot me because I'm not in it.
The playtester had a positive reaction, so the team decided to script it so it happened every time. This process has become part of our organic design process. Every so often, a cool thing randomly happens in a playtest, and we find a way to make it happen more reliably.
Fake. Oh no, I'm gonna have to do the goose setup. Okay. There's not one over there? Okay. Oh yeah. I don't miss this. I do not miss this. This fucking shit sucks. I used to have some like lineup for this, but I'm just gonna YOLO it. See if we can. Oh no! I'm so close. See if we can YOLO an aviation here. Yeah, my next speed game, Need for Speed, with the Half-Life 2 movement. I've seen that. It's ridiculous. I didn't even know that it was possible to do that. All right, fine, fuck it. Just give me some speed. Wait, no, I forgot. This is all goo. Okay. All right. That's fine. We're okay. We're only slightly cheating. I just forgot the setups, that's all. Okay. Give me that elf, thank you. Yeah, sorry I cut the music short. Alright, I think the level transition's like right there, so. Alright, here we go. Just gotta get some jumps out. That's all you need. Yeah, and I'm assuming because the helicopter's going crazy on you, there's not gonna be any nodes here. First time you found my streams was around this part of a run. Hell yeah. Is there one up there? No. I don't see one. Are there just not that many here? Yeah, damn. Hi, guys. Hey, guy. Oh, okay. Alright, so maybe this area? Oh, good old collision. Again, not an issue in momentum. We fixed this shit. Alright, is there one in here at least? No? Okay. I should have got way more speed than that. That's fine though. Oh no, it's not fine. I'm gonna die. Ah. Alright, I'll get more speed. Holy shit. Speaking of. GDQ? Yeah. I was so thankful that I could do. Oh, and I could show off Half-Life 2. I mean, it's even from that run, it's changed so much. There's so much stuff you can do now. It's crazy. Whoa. Half-Life movement mods ended up being in GDQ. Well, good news is if we fully release Momentum 1.0, one of my goals is to talk to the GDQ organizers to get kind of like a... The fuck? How is it hitting me? All right, anyway. One of the goals I have is to talk to the GDQ organizers and get like a showcase run submitted in some capacity to have like either people online or hopefully at the event to show off the different game modes in Momentum, including AHOP. So it'd be really cool to get that. Oh, there. Yeah, I was about to...
Smokestack collapse.
Yeah.
When making a cinematic action game like the first Half-Life, we'd always wanted to make some big, spectacular destruction sequence, but we were never quite able to do anything like that. Half-Life 2's physics introduced a system for breaking physics small objects such as...
Found me through Sully, yeah. What about Sully's up to? I hope he's alright.
We took a leap and tried breaking a smokestack into pieces as it fell. So we experimented with the masses until it felt better, refined the model, and added lots of smoke and audio to sell the effect. And there we had it. We had our big spectacular
Sorry, you guys can't see this big spectacular
Ultimately,
destruction
our physics
moment.
made the sequence just barely possible in a way that maybe seems quaint by modern standards, but felt really awesome at the time. Because the simulation was unique every time we ran it, we had to take steps to avoid completely blocking the player's path with the big chunks of debris.
Oh, that's true. Episode
The success
2.
of this sequence whet our appetites for the much higher fidelity cinematic physics destruction effects next seen in episode 2.
I'm actually really glad that they went back to do this, because they have that like reference now of like, oh yeah, this is the initial system and then we built on it in the episodes and stuff, rather than like, could you imagine like the time of, you know, they're like, it's cool, I guess we just did what we could. What's up, Crowbar? How you doing? Oh shit, we gotta get the explanations on how hard this physics puzzle was for playtesters. Are you guys ready?
Washing machine puzzle. We created
this washing machine puzzle because a playtester just made us really want to fucking drop a washing machine on their head.
Puzzle late in development, after playtesting indicated that players needed some downtime from the relentless pressure from the helicopter. Pacing contrasts like this can accentuate the high moments by resetting the player's emotional state and warding off exhaustion or even boredom. It was a positive sign that players reacted so strongly to all the work done to make the helicopter truly menacing. But if we didn't manage the stress of it, fatigue set in, which quickly started to feel like monotony rather than excitement. Originally, players quickly drove through this area, but because of the nice sunlight and composition of the canal here, we decided it was a good spot to pause the action and have the players spend some quiet time solving a puzzle. The puzzle itself, which was the first to use masses and pulleys, ended up giving rise to other physics navigation puzzles elsewhere in the game.
Displacements 1. After Half-Life 1 shipped, our level
They
designers
got Charlie Brown to work on. No, sorry.
wanted a better solution for outdoor environments.
Grown-up Charlie Brown's in this
version of our terrain system.
Here's another jump scare, by the way.
Quads. To visualize this, imagine a flat square divided into a grid, where each point on the grid can be moved up or down. Level designers could lay out multiple squares and then use a paintbrush tool to shape hills and valleys by adjusting the grid points. For rendering, we used a special blended texture, which combined two different textures. Each grid point specified how much of each texture to use, allowing smooth transitions between surfaces like sand, grass, dirt, and gravel. This type of terrain system wasn't unusual in game engines at the time, and we naively thought it would be enough for our game designers.
Did they revolt? Why word it like that? What happened?
Displacements 2. Once the
we stupidly thought it was going to be
we
good.
Expected level designers to use it for outdoor spaces. Instead, they began experimenting, adding detail in unexpected places. They used the subdivided quads on the top of walls to create ruined edges, rounded off street curbs, and even attempted to make pipes. This met with varying success since the terrain system was designed for landscapes, not architectural detail. So we returned to the code mines, transforming the height-based terrain system into a fully...
The code mines?
Now, instead of only moving grid points up and down, designers could move them in any direction. This allowed them to add extra detail to all kinds of surfaces.
It does feel like working in a mine when you're working on Source. It's so good. Sorry.
Using blended textures to smooth transitions between the displacement quads and the BSP geometry. However, this required additional tech work to ensure consistent lighting between the two renderers, or those edges would have been noticeable.
Thank you for that command. Yeah, I'll use that.
With all this done, the level designers seemed satisfied,
Gotcha.
and we naively thought that this time it really would be enough.
Yeah, sweet. That's good to know that. It's good to know that there's a way to check to see if there's still
3.
some.
With the general displacement system in hand, level designers didn't stop at adding detail to the world and returned to their original goals of building large-scale outdoor sections. This led to another round of updates to balance performance, ensuring the system could handle both fine detail and larger ground terrain. Texturing had to improve as well, especially to support complex structures like overhanging cliffs that weren't possible with the original height-based system. Designers, never one to rest on their laurels, also started using displacements to create caves and tunnels. While these additions looked great, they required even more technical adjustment. Eventually, we managed to wrangle the competing requirements of all the ways that displacements were being used, and they shipped in large sections of our game world. Looking back, displacements are a clear example of how technology and game design evolve together. It's a chicken and egg problem. We can't foresee all the ways a piece of tech will impact the game, but we also can't build the tech without knowing what it needs to accomplish. So, as is always the case, we have to build something. We start with a solid guess and see where it leads us.
Yeah, it must have been a completely different way to make games, right? When you're kind of like on the bleeding edge of things. Oh yeah, no, jumping is not gonna work. But, ugh. Oh wait, no, it's a little further back. You're Freeman, aren't you?
I wouldn't believe it if I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Dr. Gordon Freeman himself.
Sorry, hold on. Before I do a speedrun skip, I gotta see.
Better hurry. Gotta tear down.
Yeah, I knew it.
Gestures. Each of our characters had a library of simple animations called gestures, which we could easily layer on top of other body movements. While originally planned as a production savings to allow us to reuse animations throughout the game, we found they actually had more utility than that. Humans often repeat certain movements, and these can be markers of a specific personality. As a result, our gestures library ended up capturing the essence of each character, helping to unify our animation team's understanding of who those characters were. This made it much easier for our animators to share any one character to work with among themselves, which production often requires.
Damn it! Come on. They couldn't have patched it. There we go. They didn't patch it.
Airboat changeup. We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat. Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon and in turn deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come next. In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon. Extra physics force on airboat changeup.
Oh, okay.
We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat. Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon and in turn deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come next. In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon. Extra physics force on the airgun projectiles meant targets would get sent flying and make it feel way more powerful than anything in the player's loadout. Even then, when it came to playtesting combat...
Yeah, they do break. It's good to know. It's good to know.
Airboat changeup. We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat.
Yeah.
Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon
just cut
and in turn deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come
saving
next.
and loading.
In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon. Extra physics force on the airgun projectiles meant targets would get sent flying and make it feel way more powerful than anything in the player's loadout. Even then, when it came to playtesting combat against the helicopter, a lot of testers still thought it was invincible and hadn't noticed our efforts to illustrate that it was taking damage from the combine-mounted guns earlier.
Do. Sucks that the music doesn't continue through loads. Gotcha. Yeah. There we go.
Time of day. The skybox and fog color changes incrementally during this chapter. This is meant to visually represent the passage of time as the player journeys through the canals and the chapter. Two fog color values in opposite directions help sell the illusion of the oblique angle of the sun. You can see it getting closer to sunset by this point. This culminates in the helicopter combat arena with the sun setting and Ravenholm visible in the skybox.
A Half-Life game is an ultimately linear experience, but we're always looking for ways to break up the player path and create nonlinearity at level scale. This lambda cache, replaced with a zombie and headcrab ambush, was entirely optional and built only to add some of that nonlinearity to this section of travel through the canals.
But you kind of have to go back on the linear path to continue, right? Like, non-linear would have been that reconnecting back into this tube or something. I mean, to progress the, like, at least the level transition. Oh, there's no level transition. That's right. This is... Yeah. We're alright. We're okay. Oh, there's one.
Donkey Kong Barrel Ramp. This particular area, the drainage ramp, originally started as just an interesting piece of level architecture. But during playtesting, we quickly saw how fun it was to slide the airboat up and around the slope, so we added more elements to enhance that experience. This included Metro Cops dropping barrels down toward the player, and a little nod to the classic arcade game, Donkey Kong.
Classic hit indie gem. Donkey Kong. Holy shit. forgot how fucking chaotic this is. Detected. Give me my shits. Thank you. Alright. I'm gonna look. I'll look. I don't see one. Yeah. Okay. They don't have one discussing this this section. That's fine. They did some minor fixes to maps. It's in the changelog. Some maps, yeah, I think have like different lighting and stuff now. It's just kind of like the ultimate version that they could do without fully changing. You can see a counter of how many commentaries there are without subtitles. Oh. Alright, there's gotta be a couple here. I mean, this is a huge fight.
Helicopter Megabomb Origin.
Megabomb.
The Megabomb helicopter attack was based on a bug where a programmer accidentally removed the bomb drop cooldown, resulting in the chopper dropping hundreds of bombs all at once. It looked so cool that we decided that we had to keep it for the final shipping bombing run attack.
Okay. This is the Vortigaunt Cave over here.
Arena exit gate. The wheel mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
Yeah? The helicopter is not happy that I did that. Aww. What? I don't have one?
We remember the free man. We are coterminous. There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene. Our cause is useless.
He's given up. That's funny. There isn't one up back here though. Alright. Probably one up in that building. I need more speed for that. This helicopter is not a fan of me being over here. Holy shit. Oh my god. It is not happy. Oops. Is there one on the bridge? Okay, there's not one in here. Good to know. SMG grenades for days, though. Let's go. Cool. Alright. So there's not one in here. I could have sworn there was going to be. Oh, there's one right here, though.
Helicopter final battle. We designed this area as the arena for the final showdown between the player and the Combine attack helicopter. It's the player's chance to finally eliminate the relentless enemy that's been hunting them since fleeing underground after leaving Kleiner's lab. This area went through many iterations to get right. It needed ample space for fast-paced vehicle combat, a smooth movement flow with clear path options.
Oh, there's movement, all right.
Performance. We also aimed for visual clarity suited to combat.
Hi, G-Man.
But not overly noisy, while ensuring it would serve as a memorable vista once the helicopter is destroyed.
Yeah? Uh-huh. Alright, if there's no other nodes, we will do the speedrun route to get over this. I mean, I could, yeah, oh, what? The commentary available. Oh, there's one available. Okay, so that's what it means. That's how many there are still left? Right? Is that what that means? Commentary available, the number after that. Oh, it is available. Okay, gotcha. Alright, I see. Sweet. Alright, wait, no. I said we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Oh no, I got this launch. That's not good. That's no bueno. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Cool. So what were they saying about requiring the boat? Huh? What did they say?
Airboat wreckage. Originally, we destroyed the airboat in the jump over the dam.
Oh.
So this level opened with the player amidst the wreckage of their beloved airboat. In a team-wide playtest, people felt disappointed to lose the vehicle they had spent so much time in.
Yeah.
There was a lot of internal debate about whether that feeling of loss was a valuable experience or not. Ultimately, we decided to leave the airboat intact, to allow for the possibility of the player reuniting with it someday. Some say that airboat is still out there, waiting for you.
Damn.
Alex and Mossman. In our early plans for Half-Life 2's narrative, we wanted to take on the challenge of doing something less explicitly game-focused. Not just a story about the obviously good player defeating the obviously evil enemies. Instead, we aimed to focus on characters and their relationships. We thought it would be interesting to explore family as a central dynamic unit of Half-Life 2. The tension between Alex and Mossman emerged from that idea, and we liked it because it felt relatable, something players could understand and empathize with.
Freeman? Gordon Freeman? Is that you? You've made it here this quickly. Well, Eli is going to be amazed, not to mention relieved. I'm Dr. Mossman, Dr. Judith Mossman. I've been hearing about you since long before the Black Mesa incident. Oh, Black Mesa. I do so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Kleiner when they were at the top of their field. There we go. You can come through now. I'll take you down to Eli right away. You would never forgive me if I kept you waiting.
I wouldn't either.
We could certainly use the extra help around here. We've covered a lot of ground in the last few months, but things would go so much faster if we had more people with your training.
Oh, I didn't put it in the right spot.
Reliable local teleport technology. Something the Combine still hasn't mastered. Eli thinks their portals are string-based.
Oh yeah, you guys know? David Blaine's here. He walks back and forth, goes into the corner here, and levitates. I don't know, there's some people that might not know about this. Stop putting orange soda in my mouth, David Blaine! Alright.
So excited
anyway.
We'll finally have the chance.
Just wanted to show that off. I don't really get to during runs.
Where was I? Oh, yes. Dr.
Or I never really got to, I guess, during runs.
Anything he imagined at Black Mesa.
Pretty cool.
He figured out how to use Zen as an unexpressed axis. Effectively a dimensional slingshot, so we can swing around the border world and come back in local space without having to pass through.
Walk back and forth, recharge your feet.
Oh, here's Eli now. All right, good.
Oh god. Alright, let's get started.
Eli's lab. We built Eli's lab after Dr. Kleiner's, which gave us a better understanding of how to set up and design effective choreo scenes. As a result, we were able to create a more complex scenario with more opportunities for it to respond to the player. Having multiple characters doing their own thing around the room made staging tricky, and it took a lot of iteration and playtesting to get it to run smoothly. Our experience showed that, generally, players wanted to play along with the scene. They just needed enough subtle clues to know where we wanted them. Similarly, if they got distracted, the scene had to gently pause and wait for them to return.
Looking at lore saves time.
Let me just finish up some work and I'll see what I can dig up. Dr. Freeman, it's been a real...
Feel free to look around. Balancing the player's desire to explore with the narrative goals of the scene was always a challenge. We wanted the room to be full of interesting things to look at, but many players wouldn't explore until they were sure.
Sorry guys, I don't know what's coming over me.
Performances.
I'm actually doing that.
That's why it was important for Eli to tell the player to look around midway through the scene. It signaled that it was safe to explore. From there, we could trigger a variety of custom mini-scenes based on what caught the player's interest.
Hugs and pickups. Sometimes even little things can be a nightmare to get working. For example, getting a character to hug another character, or even more simply, just to pick up an object from a table, can cause a lot of issues. Even worse, in our dynamic environment, where the characters and objects aren't in preset positions, and the players running around getting in the way, these require a level of synchronization that can be quite tricky. They're made harder because humans handle them without thinking. As you're moving to the table to pick up a cup, you're doing all kinds of preparation with your body to get your feet and hands in the right position to allow to do it comfortably. Everything ready right when you get there. If you're moving in to hug somebody, you're both doing it at the same time, adjusting constantly based on each other's movement. To get these features to work in the game involved a lot of synchronization work, making characters aware of each other and the world, and at the same time, getting them to know more about their future plans. It's tempting to want to break up, pick up a cup example into discrete steps. Walk to the table, face cup, pick up a cup, because it's much simpler that way, and it makes the steps nicely reusable. But that's how robots work, not humans. Our characters had to know they were moving to a table with the intention to pick up a cup, so they could work on multiple parts of it simultaneously, making sure their hand grabs the cup right when they get there. With two characters, it's even more of a negotiation. Both need to agree where and when it's going to happen, and everything needs to happen in place in a seamless fashion. While these moments of simple interaction with their characters in the world are often short, they were critical to making them seem like believable people.
We want to put this dense chunk of visual story here because it's the place the game is most explicit at telling players to explore a space. Even though its primary job is world building, we still take strides to highlight the relationship between Eli and Breen, giving context to the world's central conflict.
Zero-point energy field manipulator is not a toy, Alex.
Ugh, let's get out of here.
Mossman.
Judith Mossman was originally based on a character we had planned for a section of Half-Life 1. That section was cut from the base game and reused in Uplink, but without the character. We consider her the most complex character in Half-Life 2. We knew we'd be walking a tightrope with how the player felt about her even before Nova Prospect, because the player's trusted sources don't agree. Eli likes her, but Alex doesn't. We recognized there was a limit to how much complexity we could pull off in relationships, but we felt that a stepmother-daughter dynamic was something players would
Sorry. Too fast.
Eye shader. Another critical part of getting character faces to be convincing was in the eyes. Humans are great at reading eyes. There's a part of your brain dedicated to it, down to knowing where somebody is looking based on the reflections on the eyeballs. But there are all kinds of subtleties that matter. Eyes aren't actually spheres. Eyelids get distorted by the cornea moving around underneath. Eye movement can increase the odds of blinking. Eyes don't actually line up directly behind the pupil. They're shifted slightly. All these little details might feel small or unnoticeable, but the absence hurts the believability of the character. We worked on eyes for a long time, iterating our eyeball model and feature set little by little. Some things required external interfaces, like what things in the environment were interesting to look at, where others were automatic, at a subconscious level in the AI, like blinking. An obvious requirement, but one that's subtly confusing if it's wrong.
I know what I'm going to
Eye
do for
reflections
this.
had a particularly large impact. They're ultimately a tiny amount of real estate on the screen, but the difference they made was enormous. We knew we were finally done when we reached the point where, with our eye shader off, a character looked like a doll, human-like, but unconvincing in some way that was hard to describe. But when we turned it on, suddenly it felt like a human was looking at us. Character lighting. In the first year of development, we were struggling to get our characters to feel as realistic as we wanted them to. There were actually quite a number of different problems, all of which eventually required specific technological and artistic improvements to fix. The first major problem was lighting. At the time, lighting technology in games had many shortcuts, some due to performance, but many due to misunderstandings of how it all works. To make characters look good at the time, models and textures had to be created with much of their lighting solution baked into them, like shadows and glossiness. The characters looked cool, but they also looked like video game characters. We started building Alex with this approach, because that was how you were supposed to do it. We used the baked solutions and lit her like a movie actor, essentially as if she had a custom lighting rig that followed her around and ensured she always looked good. But it didn't really work. The range of lighting environments...
Yeah, right? Constantly having lighting on...
meant that she'd look great in some environments, but always end up looking terribly unrealistic at some point. We tried iterating on our lighting rig, increasing its capabilities, but eventually it felt like we were at a dead end. Returning to the drawing board, we decided to try a different approach. We built her and the lighting and the textures from the ground up, throwing everything away, focusing on not on what we wanted her to look like in our ideal lighting, but on how things were supposed to work in the real world. It might seem obvious, but it wasn't how it was done, at least not in video games. When looked at outside the game's renderer, these models and textures actually looked worse than the previous versions, but we managed to methodically pull out all the shortcuts and misconceptions about how light and texture and graphics cards worked and put it all back together. After all that was done, when we were finally able to look at Alex in-game with her new models and textures in a dynamic environment that kept her visually...
Yeah, isn't that what...
Well...
Even Deadlock added
totally
character shader, right?
World.
CSGO had one iteration of it, but just kind of having a way to distinctly render like characters and enemies so they're more visible.
We wanted players to care about our characters, and to even have a chance at achieving that, we knew we had to invest a lot of technology for our characters' faces. It's well understood that humans are wired to pay attention to faces, subconsciously reading all kinds of information from them, so it's an extremely high bar, and if we couldn't reach it, we'd probably push players away from our characters, not towards them.
Let me check something really quick.
We started out doing a lot of research. It was not heartening. The best examples we could find weren't anywhere near close to being able to be run in real time, while the best real-time ones weren't close to the quality we wanted. We wanted to look as good as an animated movie, but they often took hours to render frames and were totally linear, authored by up to 100 animators, whereas ours had to be dynamic. A character might be trying to speak dialogue or a facial move derived from a player's actions and created by just a handful of artists. These requirements eventually led us to Dr. Paul Ekman's facial acting coding system, a system for taxonomizing human facial movements done back in the 1970s. It gave us a vocabulary for describing facial movements throughout our tools and code, and a target to aim for when designing our characters' faces. With it as a framework, we started a many-year process of iterating on how we built faces and heads of our characters. Where others had tried taking bits of Ekman's work, we wanted to try to use it all. That meant a lot of time spent figuring out how to do each piece within the tight performance constraints we had. But we also spent a lot of time just looking at people and faces, trying to find the extra features that would add the most value, like skin elasticity, teeth shadowing. In the end, while we weren't able to do everything we wanted, we did manage to get the pieces we thought were the most important to a convincing facial performance level on our characters.
They did a really good job with it, though. I mean, like, that's...
Moving the gravity gun.
Yeah.
When the gravity gun was first prototyped, we planned to give it to the player midway.
There's nothing else of that caliber in games.
But as playtesting progressed, we saw the strength of its design and realized the gravity gun and, more importantly, the ability to launch saw blades at zombie faces needed to come earlier. That meant Eli's lab also needed to move earlier too. It was a significant change, but it was crucial to Half-Life 2's success. It serves as a good reminder that storytelling and gameplay are intertwined, and neither can always take priority. They have to work together.
Risk. Looking back on Half-Life 2 now, 20 years later, It's sobering to reflect on how terrifying it was throughout much of the development. Game development is hard. You never really get what you'd like to have, which is be able to validate risk before you start to pile more on top of it. For example, our facial animation technology, it took probably 3 or 4 years of work before we were confident it was actually going to work, but we couldn't wait until then. In that first year, we immediately started making all kinds of other choices in our game design, our asset production, and our other technologies, all based on the assumption that our facial animation technology was going to work in the end, from a quality and performance standpoint. If it hadn't, many of those other choices wouldn't have worked either. At the same risk profile is true of other large choices we made early on. We can't wait. We just have to build and hope that our guesses will be true years from now. Terrifying.
Throw another dog.
Yeah, I do not know of the G-Man. I'm assuming he's on that catwalk when the doors open and he walks or something. I know of one where he's like also in the monitors. I think also in like Red Letter Day and stuff. Oh, keep taking photos. All right, let me see if I still got it. Damn it. Let's see if I got it. Let's see. Oh, so close, so close. I won't do the full thing, but this is how you skip dog back in the day. Before all of our fancy schmancy no-clip. You would grenade boost up here, come back here, overlap with this tunnel, and then save load all the way down until you get back in. And you would get right here. I kind of forget how to do it because that's not the route anymore. I know the fancy schmancy no-clip route. Ooh, Ravenholm. Just played this on Unreal. What an Unreal experience.
As we finished up our work on Ravenholm, we couldn't shake the feeling that the transition from Eli's lab just wasn't working. It was far too abrupt. Eli's lab connected directly to the streets of the town where you'll be shortly, and the section you're standing in didn't exist.
Really?
We had just made this promise at the end of Eli's lab: we don't go there anymore. And we liked the overall build-up we'd created. But when the player got to Ravenholm, they were immediately dropped into combat with zombies without any room for tension building. So we built this section and the subsequent tight corridors to address that in a way we were happy with. We slowed the pacing, focused on art and lighting, and got you ready to experience why we don't go to Ravenholm anymore.
Ravenholm Gameplay Focus. After watching many playtests of Ravenholm...
Oh yeah, this one is really loud. What the fuck?
...revolved around the gravity gun and physics. Once equipped with that knowledge, we felt we could appropriately build the transition into Ravenholm and help the player learn and understand a bit about what the upcoming experience would be. This happens often. We build the level track, figure out what's working, and then design its prologue. We built the following set of rooms with that table setting in mind. The brutality of the tools we provide the player seemed to aid in setting the mood we were striving for, helping to shift the tone from the safety of Eli's lab to something darker and more frightening.
I remember shitting my pants the first time I was
Bringing
here.
physics to the enemy.
It is. It's such a good mood change.
Some of the first gameplay elements in the level that we were really happy with, but they lacked player agency. It was the saw blades that helped us figure out what Ravenholm was truly about. With saw blades, the player was able
Walter.
to bring physics to the zombies
He's
instead
a little
of leading
baby.
zombies into the physics. Once we had that understanding, Ravenholm evolved rapidly. We kept combing through the map, looking for anything, especially anything unusual, that could be turned into a tool or weapon for the player.
Little baby.
Player tools. By this point in the game, players have a lot of experience with Half-Life 2's physics, but they've just received the gravity gun, which provides a whole new way to interact with the physics objects in the game. We iterated on a variety of the physics objects that the player could play with, things like saw blades, the catapults, explosive canisters, traps, spears, and so on, and honed in on the ones that worked well with the physics gun and cut the ones that didn't. Then we went about stripping the levels of ammunition items so that the player had to rely on these objects to survive.
I want this table. there's just genuinely nothing up here. That's funny that they copied the same thing. There we go. Sorry about that. Don't know why I'm so loud.
Contrived setups. There's a pretty obvious contrivance in a bunch of the gravity gun and physics object training. The player pulls a saw blade out of the wall with the gravity gun, and right on cue, a zombie stumbles around the corner, just begging to have a saw blade launched at it. Then the player crawls under a spinning blade trap to turn it off, and suddenly three zombies appear, taunting the player to switch the trap back on.
Yeah, bah.
We didn't have much time to iterate on this section, so we needed setups that worked for all players, not more open-ended ones that relied on them making the right move. While this kind of design has the potential to reduce players' creativity, in this case, we found that they didn't seem to mind that we forced their hand a little bit.
Paint cans. Once we started to succeed at making the gravity gun and physics gameplay the core of the Ravenholm experience, we started to go through the levels and look for objects that we might have overlooked as we were busy working with the really aggressive things like saw blades and exploding canisters. One of the things we found was the paint can, and it was simple enough for us to sort of reinforce player expectations by having the paint can splatter paint on the zombies when you threw one at them.
Ravenholm's development. We began developing Ravenholm early in the production of Half-Life 2, so it went through more than one full development pass. The first version predated the gravity gun, with gameplay focused on traditional zombie combat using guns and some of the physics traps. We even planned to showcase Ravenholm at E3 in 2002, but the game was ultimately unveiled a year later in 2003. By that point, we had invested heavily in Ravenholm's art, something which we generally avoid until the gameplay is fully proven. So once we went back to Ravenholm with the gravity gun mechanic in mind, we were working with a lot of pre-existing level geometry that had been designed with a very different gameplay goal in mind.
Yeah, with the gravity gun. That's so funny. But yeah, that makes sense. Like, so much can change just in a year, right? What's TAA? That's temporal anti-aliasing. Yes, Trent Alexander-Arnold. That yes, fuck him. But no, it's a anti-aliasing technique that uses the previous frames and kind of like motion to do anti-aliasing, and it's a byproduct of DLSS, or is used heavily with DLSS. And it's atrocious. The anti-aliasing method, which is taking jaggies, right? A jagged looking line, right? When you draw a straight line across pixels, it's going to be very pixelated, and it's a method of just kind of blending color to make it smooth so that edges aren't really as sharp. And so MSAA is one technique that is very common, but is only really popular or doable in forward renderers, which is a method of rendering that Half-Life 2 and like a lot of games of this era used. And then once deferred rendering kind of took over, that's like kind of the standard now, but unfortunately you can't do MSAA. So TAA, SMAA, there's like other ones, FXAA. There's all these different anti-aliasing techniques that were found to do more of a like post-processing style, and it's not really true AA. It's just kind of like guessing where edges are and like trying to do it. It sucks. And so that's why games of this era, and specifically Half-Life 2, look really crisp, is anti-aliasing is properly done as part of the rendering pipeline, and like not as a post-processing effect, and like looks really bad if you do like high velocity movement. I'm sure there's a lot of, I'm not really that familiar with like more modern techniques, other than I know of TAA, I know of SMAA. Yeah, there's a lot of just questionable stuff nowadays, because like a lot of like engine, and especially Unreal, right, a lot of them are just kind of shrugging and being like, well, we have all this GPU power, might as well try to waste all of it, instead of like you hear repeatedly through these commentary nodes in this game where it's like we had like shit hardware, we had to support DX7, 8, 9, like it's all of this like optimization and care that goes into like this has to run well, this has to look good and look good enough and run well on these like lower end systems. And it's like, it's such a shame that we can't return to this, to where this game is 4 gigabytes or what, like 8 gigabytes or something. It's tiny, right? Like it's such a shame that it's like, modern gaming just kind of is taking the approach of like Unreal is going to figure it all out, except Unreal games are like hundreds of gigabytes to install all of them. Even Fortnite, right? Fortnite's fucking 80 gigabytes and it's cartoonish. It's not even realistic. It's not even photoreal, right? It's so dumb. So I don't know. It's just like, it's such a shame that like a lot of games, like I am taking great pride in a lot of the work that we do for Momentum to minimize how much, not only that we need to store in our servers, but also with like, just like making the game like use more compressed textures, use like you have these really powerful machines, but like that doesn't mean games should be fully unpacked, uncompressed, 100 gigabytes plus, right? Like you should still compress, you should use the new hardware to decompress and then enjoy. Like it's really dumb. So yeah, I'm really proud of like the work that we've done. DX11's enabling a lot of that. We have a lot of with full engine access, we're able to like improve the texture format. Like we support Z standard now as or Z STD or whatever, right? Compression, and that's really good because it cuts like, again, like 1.5 megabyte textures down to like 400 kilobytes or something. It's like, it's ridiculous savings. That's just free. And we do it once and we ship that with the game, and your computer will load it. It won't hitch. It will uncompress because our CPUs are really fucking fast now. And it's like, you still enjoy a nice, like, I think the base Momentum game is going to be like 4 or 5 gigabytes for all of our like assets and stuff, and then like all of the maps obviously are another thousands of maps. But that's the thing, we want to optimize that. We're storing these, we don't want to just throw them in the cloud. We want to optimize how much we're storing and stuff. We want to do things like generating cube maps on the client, right? Like asynchronously. It would be really fucking cool, so that we don't have to store cube maps in the map, and it just kind of automatically does it when you boot up the map the first time. I'd rather trade that. I'd rather trade a slightly longer loading screen for the first time to generate all this stuff client side, And so, yeah, it's like you'll see fuck TAA. I mean, like even DLSS has a kind of large negative connotation because it's just like you don't have to try for optimization anymore. DLSS will take care of it all. It's like great. So if you don't have a 5090 but you have an RTX card, you can DLSS to get playable frame rates at these resolutions.
Misteaching flinches. Another memorable playtest and example of the danger of misteaching players occurred in Ravenholm. One of our design principles is for the game to respond to the player as much as possible. So when designing the gravity gun, it seemed obvious that if the player pointed it at a zombie and pulled the trigger, something should happen. It was simple enough to make it zap the zombie for a tiny amount of damage, causing the zombie to play its flinch animation, which felt good and responsive. Later, we watched a playtest where the tester discovered this interaction immediately upon arriving in Ravenholm, and interpreted it as a feedback that the gravity gun was hurting the zombie, which it was, just not very much. So they zapped the zombie again, repeatedly.
Their fucking playtesters are just like next level dumb, dude. Or like crazy. I don't know. Not dumb.
Zombies. Especially where you're surrounded by saw blades and explosive canisters. Having learned our lesson, we removed that flinch animation, even though it meant losing that interaction between the zombie and the gravity gun.
It makes sense for smaller, like
better
head
to
crabs.
not have the simple interaction, rather than give the false impression that the gravity gun was an effective way to fight zombies. Even simple principles can require trade-offs when you get into the details.
Sorry, 1 second. I have a message I have to respond to. One moment. Fucking X. God damn it. Sorry. Let me see here. Sorry. It's very fun hearing about their
Grigori
playtesters.
Plaza. This open plaza is one of the areas that...
Sorry, let me respond to chat. Sorry, I am, like, it's a really... Oh, I also need to turn on the lights, because it's getting dark here at 4:40. God bless daylight savings. Anyway, even with it, so, or I guess it's winter. God bless winter. Anyway, am I a fan of the GTA games? Yes. I've played San Andreas and 4. I have not played 5, but I want to. 5's on my list. It's been out forever. I might do it when we get a release date for 6. But yeah, no, GTA is good. I know the I know about the the trilogy thing. Really sad about that. But I think they outsourced it. Grove Street or whatever did that, but whatever. Devs relying on DLSS is getting really bad. Yes. Yep. And it's like, it should never be like that. It should be, you should optimize your game as much as you possibly can given a reasonable min spec. And then you can like introduce like feature, like Half-Life 2 had that, like, right, with this shit, right? This is so cool. Right? Like, this was like kind of, right? Like, first game that kind of did this, where it was like, oh, these individual things you can turn up or down depending on like your shit. And it's like, a lot of games have that, but like, it's the mentality shifting more towards like, oh, the auto spec's just going to turn on DLSS and put everything on like medium and then just upscale. And it's like, it just sucks. And yeah, I mean, it's like, if you just, I guess the nice thing about having just one engine for every game is that you kind of have a baseline for what people could expect. But the problem becomes all of those assets in the game need to be around the same. And like Nanite and stuff like that's interesting, but it starts to like, it just really reduces the idea of like optimization out of a lot of mindsets into like, yeah, you want to create a game, but like at what cost? And so, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if, I mean, I'm sure there's devs on these teams that are like, oh my God, our game is getting really big. Right? But they kind of feel powerless because, like, what can you do? You're on Unreal. Just use DLSS and Nanite. Anyway, I don't know. Amazing graphics. Yes, Half-Life Alyx uses a forward plus renderer. That's crazy. Like, it's that beauty in a forward plus game. Like, forward render is just not, it's a shame it's not. It's popular still. Okay, sorry.
It was fully detailed in our first development pass, and when we returned to it, we wanted to preserve as much of the existing art as possible while designing a new player path that used all 3 dimensions, moving players up and down, through windows, across rooftops, and between buildings. It wasn't a large space, so we had to squeeze as much track out of it as possible, and since that started as an art-focused area, it was light on gameplay, and we needed to address that playtesters tended to fly right through it. And to top that off, it was already pushing our rendering performance budget with little room left for anything new. The challenge became finding small additions to slow the player down by adding threats around corners and into every nook and cranny of the level.
Oh wow, okay, so Project Borealis just copied this. They copied the BSPs to a fault. I didn't know that was there in the OG as well. It's really funny.
Fire trap. This fire trap was originally intended as a visual showpiece for the fire system before a level designer repurposed it as a gameplay element for Ravenholm. It was almost cut many times during development due to the performance impact on the low-end PCs because of all the overdraw involved with the transparent sprites. In the end, there was a programmer who felt that it was important enough to the gameplay that it was worth doing the work to solve the performance issues and make sure we could get it into the game.
His icing. Yeah. Yabba.
Hallway cupboards. These junk-filled hallways were a simple solution to our need to slow the player down. With the constraint of preserving as much of the existing geometry as possible, combined with slow-moving zombies as the main enemy, it was tricky to stop players from just sprinting through here. Luckily, having Grigori as the crazed inhabitant of Ravenholm made these setups easy to justify. It makes good sense that he clogged the stairwell to keep himself safe on the rooftops. In the end, Grigori's solution and ours are one and the same. Just throw a bunch of furniture in the way, because if it stops zombies, it'll probably slow the player down too.
Thought that was another node right there. You can totally jump up here. Yeah, they probably optimize like shadowing stuff.
Even with all the work we did to try and make a connection between this lever and the outside electric fence in the players' minds, some testers would still flip the lever and not know what they'd done. They'd even wander around, flip the lever back on, and wander around some more. With not much time to spend on making the connection clearer, we elected to just have the lever break off. This prevented players from undoing their progress and added to the feeling that Ravenholm was an unreliable and decaying environment.
Poison head crabs. This room unintentionally introduces poison head crabs. We'd spent a lot of time crafting a proper introduction later in the level, but once we saw how well they were playtesting, our excitement got the better of us, and before too long we'd scattered them throughout the level. By the time we realized they'd appeared before their intro, it was really too late to rework it. Fortunately, a tight room of poison head crabs works as decent training, because their design avoids a common issue with combat training. Typically, players are stressed, and they can get frustrated if they die repeatedly without understanding why. And sure enough, we encountered that problem when trying to train the player with both poison head crabs and their source, the poison zombie.
I hope they have a note about
However,
him
poison
throwing
head
you the
crabs
shotgun.
Can't kill the player by themselves. So, while stressful, a room full of them at least avoids that frustration.
We all went to Ravenholm. When fans talk to us about Half-Life 2, Ravenholm is often the most remembered section. Thanks to its multiple development passes and the density of the material in it, more members of the team are represented in Ravenholm than anywhere else.
That's awesome.
It was where we figured out how to apply our artistic pipeline to the set pieces and mood we wanted, how physics and gameplay combined with the gravity gun, how head crabs and zombies need to evolve for Half-Life 2, and much more. Looking back on it now, it reassures our belief in individual empowerment over centralized design. Ravenholm is dense, highly efficient in its gameplay and artistic execution. And the
That's one tough zombie.
Small contributions by individuals who understood how they could push it just a little further with their own unique capabilities.
Yeah, Ravenholm is such a memorable, you get scared. You always remember terrifying moments of your life. But no, throwing the shotgun was the clearest memory of Half-Life 2 after I had played it. It's just so good. It's such an iconic chamber.
These car crushers required some adjustments and quite a bit of work to our physics damage system. There's always a challenge when big physics objects interact with non-player characters. For instance, if the physics can push the NPC, it might shove them somewhere they're not supposed to go, leaving them unable to recover. This isn't a big issue for something like a head crab, which can just hop out of a tricky situation, but for something like a zombie, it could mean they get stuck and end up helpless, flailing away in whatever gap they manage to wedge themselves into, which kind of kills the survival horror mood we're going for here.
Car Crusher lifts. Getting the car crushers to lift the player was also tricky. See, the player is always being simulated by both the physics system and the game's movement system. Each time we update the player's state, we compare the results from both systems and decide which one is right, then sync them up and repeat.
And that's how Quick Clip works! Yay! Yeah, so it's really cool because there's the V-physics and the Q-physics object that you have. V-physics is the simulated prop physics stuff. Q-physics is your player movement. So when you get into the weird Quick Clip state, where you can hold a prop and jump into it and go through a wall, your V-physics object is continually going through the wall. Or I might have flipped it, but it's one of the physics objects goes through the wall, and then that one just finds it's in a walkable space, so it teleports and sinks you. So it's really cool.
This allows the two systems to influence each other. Like when the player stands on a seesaw, the physics lets the board give way, or when they stand on the car crusher, it lifts them up. While more complex, this dual system approach was easier to tune than trying to handle both physics and player movement in a single system. Yeah. By keeping them separate, we could fine-tune the player movement system to feel good on its own, only reconciling the two when physics was affecting the player.
Very cool. Oh, shit.
Pacing switch. Now that the player's through the training section, we can start shifting the pacing from moody, claustrophobic spaces to more combat-focused action arenas. With the player familiar with the various physics tools in the environment, we can start mixing those into open spaces and just give the player the freedom to choose their approach.
May the light of light be with you!
Looking for commentary notes.
Although they call me crazy, I care not, for thou art my helper, my strength, and...
So loud. Yeah, bah.
Tables and bodies. Towards the end of Ravenholm's production, with all the major pieces in place, we went through and tried to fill out every bit of empty space with something interesting. In doing so, we had to be careful to use what we already had and not create anything new, as we couldn't risk introducing more bugs.
That's funny.
Often, as in this room, we were trying to add new moments of gameplay, while also adding more detail and storytelling to the area. Small scenes like this allow an attentive player to think about what they're seeing and what it might mean for what they'll encounter next.
Yeah, that it hints at the fast zombie. That's funny.
Fast Zombie Introduction.
Hey!
This space was another area originally built for E3 2003, where it showcased the player fighting against a squad of Combine soldiers. When we returned to use it to introduce the Fast Zombie, we tried to keep as much of the previous work as possible. We wanted an iconic moonlit shot with zombies leaping past the moon like werewolves to draw the player's eye. Once that beat is over, we introduce the first Fast Zombie to the player space and send it at them. It took a lot of iteration to find the right balance of lighting for the scene to look good, while ensuring it also worked for the gameplay goals.
Physics object consistency. All physics objects have a variety of parameters that define their behavior: their mass, the amount of damage they take before breaking, what they break into, and so on. During development, these parameters were specified by level designers for each item, which is how most things in the game worked. But later in development, we realized we'd created a problem for ourselves. There were thousands of physics objects in the game, and no method to ensure consistency across them. As a result, a cardboard box might break apart with a single pistol shot in one level and be completely invulnerable in another. Internally, we generally referred to these inconsistencies as level designer crimes. To fix these, and to deliver some justice, we built a system that enforced consistency on all physics objects based on their visual model. Since most of the game had already been built, we were forced to allow level designers to explicitly opt out of this system for rare edge cases where they needed to do something criminal to preserve what they'd designed. Internally, we refer to these designers as recidivists, some of whom perpetuate their life of crime at Valve to this day.
This is the most iconic scene for me.
Come closer. You've stirred up hell. A man after my own heart. Here, I have a more suitable gun for you. You'll need it. Catch. Good. Now, keep it close.
Best gun. Let's go.
Aim for the head. Hush. They come.
They come.
Move on and I will meet you at the church.
Guess we gotta wait for the elevator? It's so funny seeing how easily the AI is, like, broken. Classic.
Poison Zombie Introduction. Constraining the player in a tight space while providing them with a view outward is a useful way to increase the chances that they'll notice something we want them to see. Here, we draw the player's attention with the sound of a whale before the poison zombie itself becomes visible. Originally, this encounter was also the first time players faced poison headcrabs, but as mentioned in an earlier node, we got far too enthusiastic in proliferating poison headcrabs around the level and ended up spoiling their joint introduction here. In the end, however, these first encounters worked better as separate instances anyway.
So they sampled a whale for it. Very interesting. Very cool, very cool. Completely unnecessary side part of... Oh, that's funny. What's that noise?
Gamma correction.
Gamma?
Our game engine has a rendering system that's responsible for taking the entire state of the game and calculating a color value for every pixel on your screen to represent that state. But code and software from other people are involved in the process of calculating those pixels as well. As an example, the software and hardware in your GPU and monitor. At one point during development, we were unhappy with how our characters looked. In particular, we thought that they looked waxy or sickly. Their skin was wrong. We spent some time tuning our lighting, but we just couldn't get both our characters and our world to look right. Luckily, we still had a fully featured software renderer, which allowed us to run the game without a GPU, because this was an era where many players still didn't have one. And looking at the game on that renderer, we noticed that our lighting didn't have the same problem. So we went through our code with a fine-tooth comb, trying to figure out where our rendering code was doing something wrong when it was working with a GPU. After failing to do so, we tried talking to the GPU manufacturers, asking them to double-check they weren't doing anything wrong with the pixel values we were passing them. That was the start of a long journey, and long story short, it was a journey of almost 2 years of back-and-forth communication with GPU manufacturers before we were able to convince them that they were doing gamma correction incorrectly in the low-level math on their cards. During this, we'd even had to build a system that validated the color values of an individual pixel throughout the entirety of our rendering pipeline. But eventually, at the end, we finally got new drivers back from them, and our characters immediately looked like they should, matching the software render.
I mean, again, when it's the forefront of GPU development, right? Like
all the gameplay elements available to them and can predict their interactions. This allows us to build more complex setups, providing a greater level of threat and more freedom in how the player can approach each scenario. This arena is a deliberately entwined space that the player will need to explore, and we use that exploration time to slowly ramp up combat intensity. The faster the player explores, the faster we ramp it up. The freeform nature of this design made it challenging to tune, given the large dynamic range in how players played through it.
I could bet. Yeah, I mean, I'm fucking, like, jumping around everywhere. Sure, there was a playtester that did this. Heyo. Oh, there's one over there. Come on. Oh,
Playtester archetypes. Iteration and
speaking of,
playtest were the lifeblood of Half-Life 2's production. Every week, we'd quietly watch over the shoulder of a player going through the section we were working on, taking notes on what worked and what didn't. It was important for us to test with a wide range of skill levels to be sure that we weren't making decisions that only worked for some. Over time, we learned to choose specific types of playtesters based on the development stage we were at. Early on, we used experienced gamers, usually teammates, who could handle rough, unfinished areas and were good at explaining their thought process. For combat testing, we'd find players of all skill levels, especially those creative in their usage with the tools. Finally, as sections became more polished, we'd focus on beginners, people who didn't play games much or weren't familiar with first-person shooters. Even if they weren't necessarily someone who might buy the game, we often learned something valuable from watching them.
I think that's where all of their fucking stories come from, because they clearly have somebody that plays, like, fighting games testing a lot of their shit. Oh shit, okay, this is a new level. Okay. So much of Ravenholm that you just... Oh wait, this is back in the main map. Yeah, I see. Okay. What? No, you can totally jump this. Hold on. hold my beer. Wait, did I not do the thing? Do I need to do a thing? Uh-oh. Am I one of their playtesters? Oh, okay. That's the thing I needed to do. No nodes. Don't see any. Alright. Whee! Yeah, I wonder if they knew though. At the same time, you know. All right.
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight.
Oh, what?
Spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm, they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined to not have a real ending.
Yeah, end this, bitch. Sorry, I did that at full volume.
And so we meet at last. Ended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now...
Yeah, you talk about that, Father Ravioli.
Response rules. We knew early on that we wanted a lot of dynamic dialogue in-game, so we needed a system to handle it effectively. We aimed for a system that allowed sound designers to add and tweak lines without involving programmers, made the dialogue tightly responsive to the game's state, and minimized repetition. With these requirements, we created the response rules system. Whenever a character speaks outside of a choreographed scene, this system determines which line to deliver. Rather than picking up lines directly, character AI is constantly flagging opportunities for speech whenever a relevant event happens. Spotting the player, getting hurt, firing a last round in the gun, encountering overwhelming enemies, and so on. With each opportunity, it sends the response rules system a packet of data about the game's current state, and the system returns the most fitting dialogue line, if there is any.
It's very interesting.
This setup allowed our sound designers to create a detailed decision matrix for dialogue. For example, a character might have a different set of lines for announcing a reload while under fire versus after the end of a fight, or if only one ally is left standing, or if there's a strider in sight, etc. By the time we shipped Half-Life 2, we felt we'd only scratched the surface of this system's potential. It became a core feature of Episode 1's Alex, and went on to power the dynamic dialogue in our later games, including TF2's classes and the cast of Left 4 Dead.
I can't hit it from here. Run.
The real final arena. Very late in the development of Half-Life 2, when we were reviewing the entire game for final improvement opportunities, we decided we did, in fact, want a real finale for Ravenholm. The rooftop fight wasn't enough. After some discussion, we chose to add this final fight through the graveyard with Grigori alongside the player. It was risky, development-wise, but we felt the game needed it. Since we were near the end of production, we had a mature set of gameplay tools to work with, but even more importantly, by this point, we understood our own game. Making a game is often a process of learning what it is you're actually creating. Why is our game fun? How is it different? What are the most important elements? As we built the game and watched playtesters go through it, we learned answers to those questions and, in turn, got better at making it. So the graveyard came together quickly and required far less iteration than many earlier areas of the game.
It's cool to see their confidence going up over the course of it, but still, with Cabals, it's like, still needs synchronization. Ay. All right. See you.
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal. Once poisoned, a single hit from a fast headcrab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
we go. Though, wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, there's a lambda cache up there, but not a node. Okay. Cave Johnson vibes, yeah. I'm surprised they don't have one for this cart. Also, wait, did they remove the middle? Oh, the cart removes it. I've never seen that. Okay, I always run up there and like side strafe along it.
Sniper Alley. This section of game
Hi, Robin.
was late in development after we moved Eli's lab and Ravenholm to come before Coast. While you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections, starting mostly in the middle of the game. Each group's first pass focused on nailing down the core of their section before they moved on. And then once we had a rough version of the whole game laid out, we went back over each section to polish it, adding successful elements from other areas and removing what wasn't working.
That's cool.
In some cases, such as in Ravenholm, entire sections were moved. And then, after Ravenholm was relocated, we needed a new piece to connect it to the coast, which is the area you're entering now. Given the time constraints, this short section was built using existing, proven gameplay elements, like snipers and combine soldiers.
Interesting. Okay.
Half-Life 2's physics gave us a variety of tools to make combat more exciting. For instance, when enemies miss the player, we subtly redirect their shots toward breakable objects nearby, adding mayhem and creating that action movie feel. We also employed physics to add hints. We created what we called ragdoll magnets across the game to make enemy corpses fall in interesting and dramatic ways, such as off ledges or into the path of a train.
Very cool.
Snipers. The Half-Life 2 team was never very large, so we were always looking for ways to create new gameplay without high asset production costs. The sniper is a great example. It has no actual model, just a laser beam, so it required no art or animation support. When it dies, it simply spawns a Combine Soldier ragdoll and launches it out the window. Despite that simplicity, we got a lot of unique gameplay from it. We were especially happy with how it interacted with the physics objects in the game world.
This kind of sounds like Panzer on the on our momentum team.
Enemies,
It's
so
very
it's
funny.
fitting to have an enemy that flipped that dynamic when the player was in cover.
Just make sure I'm not missing any nodes. That doesn't look like one's over there.
Who's hurt?
Winston's been hit.
Winston!
Patch him up and get him to the back as soon as you stay.
Half-Life 2's best song, honestly.
It's incredible you made it. We've been getting communication from Alex. I'll see if I can reach her again. Follow me. It's Leon. We're all clear. And I've got Gordon Freeman.
Dr. Freeman, you're kidding. I've been on the line with Alex. Her father's been captured.
If there's not a note in here, I'm skipping forward to Ghost. Okay, there we go.
This interstitial scene came along late in development to connect Ravenholm to Coast.
Anybody remember the Avengers?
Trend? Quite a bit of the connective tissue in our games comes together late. In this case, that meant cutting corners wherever possible. We didn't even have time to animate Alex on the monitor. These kinds of scenes are always a challenge to make interesting, and we didn't succeed with this one. It's a good example of what happens when NPCs are treated like signposts without adding character to them or the scene. The result is a forgettable moment where the game's seams show. But that's the nature of development. You only have so much time, and you have to decide where to spend it. Kleiner's lab and Eli's lab were much more important, so that's where we focused our efforts.
Interesting. They weren't happy with this? Interesting.
While the trains are still running, I'm gonna hitch a ride. Here's where you come in, Gordon.
Okay. I know where I'm going.
Buggy model. The Buggy's model
Buggy
went
model.
through many iterations before reaching its final version. We cycled through designs that satisfied both our artistic and physics simulation needs, but then hit an unexpected issue. Many playtesters, even
Buggy
experienced
model.
FPS players, were getting motion sick while driving it. Along with some
And the
simulation
airboat.
tweaks, we discovered that altering the Buggy model helped. The more the model obscured the world, the worse the motion sickness became.
Interesting.
So we began stripping away parts of the model, removing more and more of the body until players stopped feeling sick. In particular, being able to see the ground through the missing undercarriage made a noticeable difference.
Buggy training course. This training section was designed to let the player play around with her buggy.
I'm not playing with no buggy.
This level of physical simulation in the vehicle was novel, so we wanted to give players ample opportunity to experiment with it. The player has also just left the tight confines of Ravenholm, and we liked giving them the contrast and reward of being able to move quickly through a large space, feeling safe inside a vehicle. We made sure to require a turbo jump to get out of this area, which doubled as a test to make sure they'd reached a level of comfort in their driving, and also ensured that they didn't leave their buggy behind.
Yeah, who would do that? Who would grab the car and
Transition tunnels.
leave it behind?
Building the coast required us to develop a way to handle
The only buggy I need is buggy movement code. Exactly.
Everything in the transition.
Excellent. Excellent.
The first level and restored in the next level after loading. Critically, we also have to save and restore everything visible to the player in the transition area, even if it lies outside the space itself. For this reason, we aim to keep transition spaces as small and enclosed as possible. In most of the game, a small room works well for this purpose, but on the coast, we needed a different solution.
Is this where they got the level transition system?
On dark tunnels. Besides being reusable in a believable way, the tunnels allowed us to add a bright light flare at the end to mask the fact that we can't render what's ahead of the player, because it exists in an entirely different level.
I wonder what's ahead. I can't do I can't skip.
Buggy sound engine.
Buggy sound
The audio
engine.
for the Buggy was challenging because we wanted to
Fine. Oh no. Oh no. Oops. I think it's Creed Jeep. Jalape's episode 2. My bad. Do I have it? I should have it on save there. It should have it. Let's see. Yeah, okay.
Buggy sound engine.
All right. Jeep.
The audio for the Buggy was challenging because we wanted it to feel like a really powerful vehicle that's driving along at super high speed, even though the maps aren't really big enough to support that.
Also, where's this
And
engine?
The Buggy doesn't really leave first gear, and it has a top speed of maybe 35 miles an hour.
Yeah, what?
Now, in our defense, 35 miles an hour is still pretty fast, especially back in 2004.
Okay, fine.
In addition to the speed, the driving inputs are really simple. So with a keyboard as your target input device, the player's controls are basically binary. So the Buggy's either accelerating or not accelerating.
Doing it
fully in one direction or
doing
not.
it intended.
So essentially, we need to create all this audio complexity to represent a simulation where the complexity doesn't actually exist. So we build a fake engine for the Buggy's audio. It's got its own transmission, and we combine
That's
the player's
very
inputs with
interesting.
data from the physics simulation. We measure the torque on each simulated wheel, whether it's spinning or making contact, and we create a set of looping sounds and then carefully blend between them as the fake engine shifts gears in response to the wheel data. And we just basically kept trying different things. We added more complexity. We did some fine-tuning until the Buggy just feels more fun and sort of rewards you for that feeling of going fast. And most players, they don't really comment on it other than saying the Buggy sounds good. And
It does. I mean,
that's the success, given the amount of
it's a lot of work
under the hood.
That's insane. for something that we just skipped in the speedrun.
Whenever possible, there's a lot of value in players feeling like they figured something out on their own. It makes the world feel more alive, rather than just a series of gameplay elements lined up for the player. If we can accept the risk that some percentage of players might miss an element entirely, we can take a more subtle approach. We took this approach with thumpers, designing setups that players are likely to encounter, but aren't forced to engage with. There are plenty of visual and audio cues, as well as inline reactions, to help the player understand what's happening. It doesn't guarantee all players will figure it out, but playtesting...
What the hell is this thing? Like me.
Antlions. With the player driving the buggy throughout the coast, we needed a pervasive enemy that could justifiably appear anywhere and act as a constant threat to keep the player in or near their buggy. Antlions spawning from the sand were the perfect solution. Their high mobility allowed them to keep up with the buggy for short bursts, unlike our humanoid enemies. Plus, they were very satisfying to run over.
Coast. We wanted a wide open section of the game for the buggy, but we still needed a way to constrain the player's movement.
Oh, yeah, it's radial fog
Using a
now.
coastline gave us a natural boundary along one side of the map while still feeling open and expansive. It also helped visualize the effects of the Combine's extraction of Earth's resources. Playtesters still tried to swim out to sea, so we added leeches to deter them. The leeches couldn't be a real avoidable enemy that players felt they could fight, so they're a bit magical. Players generally understood that they were pushing the game's boundaries, so we didn't overdevelop them.
Grenade House. A lot of a Half-Life game is about giving players slightly novel combat experiences around each corner, even if they're just small tweaks on previous ones. They don't all have to be skill-based challenges. Sometimes they can just be fun moments where the player gets to enjoy themselves. This Grenade House is one of those moments, with the twist being that we've inverted the usual setup. Instead of letting the player drop grenades on enemies below, we've put the enemies above. The unlimited grenade box is a somewhat clumsy way to encourage players to engage with the scenario, but its invulnerability also ensures the players can still climb up to the floor above, even if they've blown up everything else.
This is really loud. What? Oh, not Biden 9? Oh, because it didn't save. No! Alright, whatever. Volume was a 0.2, I think, and then 0 was 0.8. Currently at. Okay. There we go. And then config or right config? Oh my god. Host right config, that's it. Okay. There, saved. Fuck you. Alright. Anyway, airboat jump. Whee! See, this is what I'm sure they probably toyed around with the idea of doing different vehicle designs.
In some of the earliest design work for the game, we had plans for multiple core alien races, with the Combine being just one of them. One of the other races was a religious insectoid species, and antlions were part of that. Later, as we developed Coast, we started viewing them more as pests that came through the Zen portals, along with head crabs and other creatures. While they aren't actually from Zen, they infest the corners of any world they enter, a lot like cockroaches.
Very interesting.
Buggy birds.
Buggy birds.
One memorable Coast playtest, a player returned to their vehicle after exploring a house and happened to see a bird flying past. They yelled at the bird, telling it to stay away from their buggy, complaining that birds could foul up their cars in real life. In our post-playtest discussion, we realized that this was the first...
There's a bird poop mechanic. I forgot about this. Is he talking about this?
...had objects separate from the
That's
player
so funny.
...actually care about. We saw it as an opportunity to explore, so we built a system to deliver the moment that playtesters fear. When the player leaves their buggy alone for a while...
That's so funny.
We spawn a seagull at a random location on the vehicle frame. As time goes on, the seagull spawns poop decals on the car body and continues until the player returns, at which point it flies away. Naturally,
what?
Wanted to be able to clean their vehicle, so we added the ability to wash the car by driving it into shallow water. It was late enough in development that we already had the tech for all of this.
That's so funny.
To implement. is one of those cases where we know only a small percentage of players will discover it. But if we can implement these kind of details efficiently and have enough of them, most players will encounter at least one.
Open world loot. The openness of Coast introduced a new problem for us in how we distributed item rewards. In a Half-Life game, we typically reward players for exploring. If you see the way forward but notice something off to the side,
Did it because one playtester was like, fuck birds.
When we first started
shit all over my car.
We tucked rewards away in the corners of the outdoor areas. However, this led to a worse experience with the buggy. The wide open spaces meant there were always
big old bird on mine.
Something, and players kept stopping and getting out of the buggy to search. It became tedious and interrupted the fun of the level. So, we removed those scattered rewards. But this raised a new problem. How do we tell the player when it's worth getting out of the buggy? After some thought, we established a rule. Any kind of human construction would always come with gameplay content and exploration rewards, while purely natural areas would be left empty. We couldn't tell players this directly, but it aligned well with their natural...
Why not?
And we reinforced...
And text exists. You could have done it. No, I'm just kidding. Can you imagine you go on the coast? Do not... Only loot at the structures.
Buggy sound design.
Cool.
The sound design for the buggy was based on samples from an old 1968 Camaro.
What?
And we chose that car because they have these amazing V8 engines with just huge pistons. And there's not really another sound like it. It has this sort of gutsy, visceral sound that we were looking for. The transmission also has this really wonderful mechanical whine when it stops accelerating. And that combination felt really responsive within this basically binary input system that we had to work with. So the fake engine transmission wasn't modeled after a real-world car. Instead, it was just designed as a simple system to reward the player for holding down the accelerator. So it's like a looping escalator that produces a rising tone, constantly building tension and shifting gears whenever the tone needs to restart. And since the player would quickly run out of space in our relatively small maps, the goal was just to make accelerating fun for a short period of time.
Grenades I don't need.
Boathouse. In Half-Life 1, we discovered we could get a lot of value from scenarios where different AI enemies fight each other. It's fun for players to watch them engage, and it's much easier to observe enemy behavior when you're not the one that's being threatened.
Yeah.
This first encounter between antlions and Combine soldiers is designed to be a fun opportunity to ram something with the buggy, but it also serves to highlight the thumper. By seeing the soldiers use the thumper to hold off antlions, we hope more players would come to understand its purpose. We liked how the soldiers demonstrated the value of staying near the thumper while engaging with the antlions.
Can I clean my boat off? I don't think I can. This isn't blood. This isn't poop. This is blood. I don't know if that works like that. Yeah, I don't know if that works like that. Alright, we're good.
Gordon Freeman.
That's me. I'm sure there's one in the basement for Odessa Cubbage. Oh yeah.
Odessa Cubbage.
Odessa Cubbage.
Odessa Cubbage is an example of the kind of cameo character we found works well. He's an entertaining guy with some entertaining details living inside his own little bubble. Since he doesn't leave his scenario, he's free to be exaggerated enough to stand out.
Yeah, it's only the buggy.
He started with his model, which was repurposed from a cutscene.
It's a pterodactyl. Pterodactyl took a shit.
The model was originally a Norwegian fisherman, and it didn't quite fit as an Englishman, so we slapped a mustache on him, and in that moment, Odessa's character was born. He's ultimately a charlatan, with everything about him being fake. His accent, his mustache.
Everything?
He would never put himself in danger, making him the perfect person to hand Gordon the RPG and explain exactly how to use it.
That's pretty good.
Laser-guided RPG. The laser guidance feature of the RPG was a huge headache for us because it was difficult to teach.
Yep.
Many playtesters would fire the RPG and then immediately duck behind cover, which meant they didn't see the rocket's flight path. Even worse, they didn't realize the rocket was now turning around to fly back at them. We tried various HUD elements and laser dot indicators to help, but found that most players overlooked them, focusing on the enemy instead.
Hello, Walter. Are you one of the playtesters?
Like emphasizing the feature in Odessa's speech and enhancing the audio and visuals around how the gunship shoots down direct RPG shots. While these changes helped some
Hello,
players grasp the
Walter.
feature,
I'll give you
we
guys
never
Walter
reached a
Cam.
point where we felt confident that almost everyone
Hi.
understood it. We even considered cutting the feature entirely, but gunship combat without it was much less interesting. The laser guidance forced the player to keep the gunship in sight while the rocket was in flight, but that also meant the gunship had line of sight back, creating a tension we loved.
Combine gunship. The gunship was an interesting problem. We had a helicopter flight model already and didn't really have time to build something completely new. So we tuned the helicopter's flight model until it felt different enough, and then derived the gunship's organic animation state from the values coming out of that simulation. We also tried to keep it as truthful as possible. For example, there's a limit as how much it can turn its head to aim its cannon, and if it needs to aim beyond that, it has to alter its flight path to bring the cannon around to bear. It's not allowed to just cheat. The other key feature was its engine sound. We have sound spatialization, so the player can tell roughly where it is, but the gunship is a fast-moving object, and it's up in the air, away from any nearby reference points. As a result, it can be hard to tell exactly how far away it is and how fast it's moving. To fix that, we added a Doppler effect to the engine sound, pitch shifting it based on the gunship's velocity relative to you. It's a subtle effect, but it's extremely effective at subconsciously helping you perceive the gunship's location.
This is the cat they were talking about earlier in the game.
Critical information letting
By the way,
you know that
I found
you're
it.
being hunted by it.
Walter is the best cat to
Flying vehicle
test
audio.
teleporters
The
with.
large flying enemies in the game present a unique audio challenge.
Jumping down.
During combat, they're much more mobile than other enemies, and they often move a significant distance away from the player.
Alright.
They're also really dangerous if they have line of sight. So these factors led us to focus on an audio solution specifically around occlusion. In other words, when you can see the enemy and when the enemy can see you.
When
And
they
we wanted
cared
to make a
about
clear
this.
audio distinction between when they have that line of sight. So the flying vehicle engine sounds are made up of multiple looping sounds that we play simultaneously. And some of those loops are processed by the DSP system based on the space you're in, while others are played directly and unprocessed. So the DSP system adds more of an environment echoing effect when we run sound through that system. So when the flying object is occluded behind something, it can't see you, we increase the percentage of loops that go through the DSP processing, and it sounds like that object is a little more distant. And then when that enemy emerges from behind an object and it can see you, we play more of the direct sound. So that overall just gives you a sense that the sound is either distant and directionless or more directly in your line of sight. And you can sort of hear it when a helicopter emerges from behind a building. Ideally, you can really hear that difference.
Oh. Walter's gonna take over. Very interesting. It's cool how much detail goes into like the sound of this game too. That just I'm really glad they're able to talk about it. Okay, let me turn this down. Sorry about the volume. Hi. You like my breath? Does it smell like my lunch I had? Can I help you? You gonna be good? You gonna just sit here? Or you gonna try to lay down on my keyboard? Because he also does that. Anyway.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. We know Eli Vance is depending on you.
That's that. I gather you've disposed of that.
Wait, hold on.
You won't get far on foot.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to find an alternate path, I think, because it's checking for the Jeep.
Get your car.
Yeah. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Okay, no, yeah. Alright. Hi. Hi. Sorry, I need to type. Yeah, is that okay? Okay, thank you. Oh. Not there. There we go. Sailing off into the sunset. Alright, they're probably gonna have some for the crane. There's so much that you just don't do. And then, yeah, obviously the airboat will not make that jump. So I'm just going to get out and listen to these.
D2 Coast 04.
D2 Coast
This map
04
was actually the first area of coast that we built before the crane and other elements existed.
Interesting.
The drained seabed and rusted ships were some of the earliest pieces of art direction we developed. Years later, we showcased the map in our 2003 E3 demonstration, though much of the gameplay was still being figured out at the time.
Is that the one with the boardwalk?
As a result, when we began building out the entire coast section, that demonstration
that was
became a useful vision for us to work toward.
Oh, Walter. Put your tail away, Walter. I'm not betting you right now. Airboat save Laszlo? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
Audio over distance. The large-scale spaces in the coast maps led us to seek an audio solution for how sound changes over distance.
Don't lay on it. Don't do it.
These maps,
Don't do it.
Be well over 100 yards away.
I know you want to lay right here. I know. I love you, but I wish I could have my keyboard like on top of you or something.
We decided to store our sounds in a single stereo file with the near sound in the left channel and the far sound in the right channel. And then during playback, we crossfade, or we change the proportion of sound you hear between those two channels based on the player's distance from the sound. And it was a simple solution that worked well. It helped us with memory constraints. You can easily hear it in action. Just listen to how a Combine soldier's gunshots change as you drive towards them.
Okay, next node. We'll just spawn another airboat, don't worry about it. They're free.
We wanted the buggy to be more than just a means of travel, so we decided to attach a gun to it. We chose the tower cannon, a Half-Life 1 weapon we liked but hadn't found a place for it in Half-Life 2. The tower cannon can shoot through walls, which makes it tricky for level design, so we limited it to the coast section. Once you introduce wall-penetrating weapons, level design becomes much tougher. Furthermore, we mounted an ammunition crate on the back of the buggy, giving the player unlimited SMG ammo throughout coast. This is especially helpful for playtesters who struggled with the infinite antlions spawning from the sand.
That's actually a fair solution to that.
The crane took a lot of fine-tuning to get right. Something that needed to generate so much physical force was always risky, given the limitations of our rigid body physics and destruction technology. For example, the magnet was never going to fully meet player expectations for something with that much mass. But because the crane was stationary, we could carefully choose everything within its range and fine-tune as needed. Fortunately, most players didn't seem to notice its rougher edges, likely because of the sheer novelty of interacting with something like it in a vaguely realistic physics environment.
There's so much that you just do not... What the fuck? How are you supposed to get this? You have to jump on the roof and then fall down? I've never noticed that before. Alright, let me get up there. Oh god. Okay. I mean, I guess I can just... Oh, shit. What? Wait, are cheats not on? What? I'm in cheat legal commentary mode? That might be broken. Let me turn those on because it dev commentary needs it, and so do I. All right. Nothing. Oh, there's one over there.
Ramming with the buggy. Our physics system is based on rigid bodies, which means it doesn't support any deformation or destruction of objects. If a physical object is hit by something, it can move if allowed, but otherwise nothing happens. So, when you drive the buggy through a glass window, we have to employ some trickery to make things work as expected. Because the window is fixed in place, the physics simulation will actually bounce the buggy off the window. But it does notify our game system that a collision occurred. The game system handles destruction, so it breaks the window into glass shards and tells the physics system to start simulating them. Crucially, the game system also tells the physics system to restore the buggy's state to where it was before the collision. This ensures that the next time physics is simulating, the buggy will drive freely through the now destroyed window. This process does produce a one-frame hitch in the buggy's physics, as it briefly stops and is teleported back to the instant before the impact. We're sorry if knowing this has made Half-Life 2 totally unplayable. But after watching playtests at the time, we decided we actually liked the momentary hitch. It added to the sense of impact.
Cool. I totally didn't see it.
Opportunistic moments. Some memorable moments in the game come from the interactions of multiple game systems, but sometimes we realize these moments are likely to happen only rarely. When that's the case, we often wish more players would experience them. There's a tension here. The more we know players will encounter something, the more effort we can put into it. But if it feels too artificial, the moment can come across as forced, and players may not respond as positively.
Yeah, exactly.
The gunship cinematic death is an example where we nudge things a bit, trying to increase the chances of a memorable moment without being too obvious. The design of this area and the gunship's flight path make it likely that the player and the gunship are in the right spots when it dies. If they are, we trigger the gunship's crash into the cars. If not, it dies in the usual way. It's totally gamey.
Okay, so I might be missing a couple of elements by doing the speedrun route, but that's fine. That's fine, you know? You can imagine what he's talking about, okay? That's what I do.
Roller mines. Roller mines were created to fill the need for an enemy that could threaten players while driving the buggy. Since the player in the buggy was essentially a fully physically simulated entity, we thought it would be interesting to also have a physically simulated enemy. The manhack had already shown us how this approach could lead to an enemy with lots of interesting interactions with the world. So we built the roller mine, a ball whose movement is entirely driven by generating torque on itself, and iterated on its behavior until it was fun to drive against. Roller mines aren't particularly dangerous to the buggy, but if you let them stack up, they can become a problem, especially near a cliffside. We also made sure they worked well when the player's on foot, allowing level designers to get a few extra encounters out of them.
Ambush. One of the general challenges of a Half-Life style FPS is that the player is constantly moving forward into spaces they don't know. This means that when they find themselves in combat, they're in unfamiliar areas with no knowledge of how to approach the fight. We use many different methods to help the player with this problem, and this ambush is one example. Upon arrival, the player fights a group of Combine among these houses. During the fight and the exploration afterward, the player has the chance to learn the arena layout. Then, when the player explores up into this attic, we spawn a second wave of Combine. In that second fight, the player now has the advantage of knowing the layout, allowing them to make more tactical decisions in defending against the ambushers.
We gotta have one for the fucking crossbow. Yeah.
Crossbow.
Crossbow.
This is the player's first opportunity to get the crossbow in the game, and looking back, it's somewhat surprising we didn't gate it. It's entirely possible for the player to drive right past it. To make that less likely, we set up the roadblock and vantage point to encourage players to get out of the buggy, at which point they'd spot the crossbow and item crate. Playtesting showed that almost every player stopped and collected the weapon, but this is a case where the difference between playtesting and real play might matter. A playtester who's been playing since the start of Coast may not be as fatigued with exploration as someone who's been playing from the very beginning of the game. So, we placed another crossbow a few levels ahead, directly on the player's path in Nova Prospekt.
Is that true? Is that where we normally get it? Hello? Alright, there we go. I think if I hold shift and press 9, it's doing like parentheses instead of my bind. So, very cool. Alright, there it is.
Gas station. We had grand plans for this encounter. We envisioned building a gas station that the player would fight around, likely igniting the gas tanks and setting fire to everything. We imagined the player driving away from a raging fire, but budget and performance were hard in 2003, and the station
I need more water. I got some cat hair in my throat, I
into
think.
Coast's large levels. Our plans for a dynamic fire system didn't materialize, and building it no longer made sense. There's always a limit to how much work we can justify for a single encounter. In the end, the only remnants of our original vision are the explosive gas tanks.
At least they still have some of the original. Oh. Alright.
Occlusion. In Half-Life 1 and much of Half-Life 2,
Oh, I'm gonna have to go under the bridge.
mainly of enclosed
Damn, I haven't been under there in
which work well
years.
with a binary space partition, or BSP tree. Essentially, this tech allowed us to quickly sort through the geometry and determine what might be visible in the player's view. But the open areas and coast and other outdoor sections didn't suit that approach, so we needed some new tech. Area portals were one, allowing us to carve out the world into discrete chunks separated by portals. Doors and windows, that is, not aperture science ones. We also developed an additional occlusion system, which basically said that if the player can't see through, over, or around a large object, don't render what's on the other side. This might seem an obvious thing not to do, but it takes some work to make sure that calculating what's on the other side of the big thing isn't slower than just rendering everything. So to make that calculation fast, level designers placed large occlusion volumes inside major terrain shapes and big occluding objects like buildings, and during rendering, we could then test the bounds of entities against these volumes to avoid rendering anything the player couldn't see. Detail objects. Once we had outdoor sections running, it was clear they needed some form of high-frequency detail, so we added small foliage elements, like grass and shrubs, across the displacement terrain. But we knew we couldn't afford, which is to say we didn't have the time, to hand-place them all. So we built the Detail Object System, which generates small foliage elements automatically based on the displacement material. Each material specifies the type of foliage to place, along with a set of parameters. At map compile time, the system calculates random points on the surface and selects foliage to place there. Given performance constraints, there was still a fairly complex hand-authoring process for foliage texture sheets, allowing us to render all of them in a single pass.
Very cool.
Terrain and performance. Our performance budget was often a significant constraint when it came to combat, and even more so for combat on terrain surfaces. When NPCs move, they perform many small spatial probes to determine if they can safely navigate their chosen path. To help visualize it, imagine they can't see and are constantly waving a stick in front of themselves to check if the way is clear. The performance cost of these probes increases with the complexity of the world geometry. Our terrain displacement system creates uneven surfaces using many polygons, far more than the perfectly flat floors found elsewhere. This meant that NPCs moving on coast terrain were more resource-intensive than in other areas, and that constraint dictated the scale of many encounters in this section of the game.
Let's go to Under the Bridge. I'm sure there's some... There we go. This was also the most memorable level for me when I first played. Made me look at bridges a completely different way.
This bridge section was inspired by the Deception Pass Bridge, just up the road from Valve's office.
The documentary shows it. It's very cool.
Pure navigation puzzle, gradually layering more gameplay into it. It also became the primary test case for our players' edge friction. In our movement system, we subtly increase friction on the player's deceleration as they approach the edge of a surface.
Really?
Players have never noticed it, likely because it aligns naturally with their goal of stopping at the edge to look down, matching human tendency to move more slowly and carefully near a drop. But it's a critical feature for this part of the game. We know this because at one point during development, we accidentally broke it, and suddenly all of our playtesters started repeatedly falling to their deaths.
Bridge playtesting.
That's very good.
The bridge section was always a high point in playtests, with testers consistently having strong reactions.
And shake, baby!
The tension they felt while slowly making their way over the girders was visible in their movements. Over time, we layered more challenges into the traversal, and playtests only became more entertaining to watch.
That's funny.
From the train rumbling across the bridge and shaking the player, to a surprise head crab in a shack that seemed like a safe haven midway through, we did feel a little guilty relishing the playtesters' visible stress, but we weren't total monsters. After players made it across the bridge, they'd breathe a sigh of relief, disable the Combine shield, and then realize they had to return across the underside. Concerned they might be bored on the second trip, we decided to add a gunship to keep them company out on the girders.
Spoilers.
Bridge gunship. We were particularly happy with the gunship fight, despite it being tricky to set up given the level geometry.
Ignore it.
On the other side of the bridge allowed the gunship to move fully around the player, using all 3 dimensions to position itself above and below at different moments. The girders provide plenty of high-frequency cover, creating opportunities for the gunship to produce a fun and dynamic visual and audio display.
How was your stream? Yeah, right? Clenching is just like so intense. You're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, and you make it across, and it's like, oh, I killed a couple things. There's some barnacles, you know, whatever. But nope, you're not done. You're not done. Yeah, I just love how the game feels in the sense of like gunplay and stuff too. Just everything felt so good. Oh, yeah, a guy died from that guy. That's crazy. Oh, and you see the field too. That's cool. Cool. Now let's see how easy it is for me to get back. I could SPD a barrel or something on this door. Yeah, whatever. See ya, nerd. Oh shit, see me. Oh, what? You go the whole game landing in water. Whatever. I guess I never noticed the destruction it causes. Like this. That's cool. I never noticed that detail before. Okay. Forgot about the fucking hole right there. To be fair, I think the last time I played this under the bridge section was when I first played Half-Life 2. Like, yeah. Alright. Oh yeah. Yeah, combat was just chilling, man. I shouldn't have done that. Rude. Hello. Oh wait, hold on. I think you can jump up here. Get out of the way. There we go. Alright. Alright guys, take your bets. Who's gonna win? Airboat? Or train? Only one way to find out. Yeah, I think the boat's gonna win this one, guys. I feel pretty good about it. See? Boat always wins. Oh, fuck. I was anticipating the second op. No. Did they get rid of the text? Doesn't it usually? Oh, that's when you drive the thing over. Okay, I'm gonna get hit by the train and go over the train on my left. That's the move here. There we go. Easy mode. Easy. Boat always wins. That's what I meant to do the first time. All right. Oh, okay, hold on. There is something else that I could show off in this level. This is probably the autosave one. No, wait, maybe not. Okay, hold on. Ah! Oh, dude, what? That was sick. Good job. All right. The other thing that I can show off, I think you just have to have it hit it. It might need to be against the barrier, though, in which case we just have to wait for the train to get over here. But something I really enjoy. And I'll bring one with me. Very cool bug. Shoutouts to the physics engine. Ow. You guys may have seen it. It happens more in episode 2 than in Half-Life 2. Alright, let's go. Can't go too fast though. I think all I need to do is hit the train with it. Let's see. Okay, and now we're gonna follow the train. 'Cause I want my barrel back. Alright, it should stop here. Yes. And then, I don't know how their fucking crazy ass playtesters never did this. But now that, we have something called super physics deformation. And so now the force of it getting hit is stored in this object, and I immediately died. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's cool. Cool little thing. I'm gonna just ABH, because I think ABH wins in this case. I'm giving the train a little bit of a head start. Yeah, he ain't shit. Anyway, yeah, very cool. You can try this in your own copy of Half-Life 2. It's very fun. The episode 2 version of that is with the beginning the elevator that's kind of like in chapter 3, I think. Okay. Shit. I don't know. Hold on. Commentary available. Okay. Cool. We'll go on foot for a bit. There we go.
28 transitions later. After stringing together a few levels with dark tunnels as transition spaces, we realized we could subvert player expectations by building another one that appeared to be a transition, but instead contained something else. Like everyone else, we saw 28 Days Later in 2002, loved it, and immediately wanted to create an escalating zombie encounter in one of our dark tunnels. It came together quickly, and we were pleased with the result. Years later, we met Alex Garland, the writer of the film.
No way!
He played and enjoyed Half-Life 2, and we confessed that his movie inspired this section.
Oh, that's adorable.
Flashlight power. The decision to have both Sprint and the flashlight share the HEV's suit power was a controversial one in Half-Life 2.
And it sucked, and they went back on it for the episodes. It's really funny.
It was meant to be only a short burst of speed. The flashlight, on the other hand, could be used indefinitely. But playtesting revealed an issue. Players often left dark areas without realizing their flashlight was still on. In brightly lit open areas like Coast, our performance budget didn't support the flashlight being on continuously, so we needed a way to turn it off without player involvement. Limiting its power seemed like a simple solution, with the benefit of adding some tension to dark areas too. The challenge then became, what resource should it use? We already had suit power and didn't want to clutter the UI with a new resource just for the flashlight. We toyed with the idea of other player abilities using suit power, thinking it might be interesting to have players make trade-offs between them. This is a good example of game design often being about choosing between imperfect solutions.
He does, yeah.
We love the idea of Sprint and flashlight sharing a resource, but we also didn't want multiple resources cluttering the UI. In episode 2, with no plans to add anything else that consumed suit power, we ultimately decided to give the flashlight its own separate resource.
Yep.
Ramming zombies with the buggy. As human beings, we have expectations for our physical world, as mentioned a few times in this commentary. One of those expectations is, if you hit a zombie with your car, it should get absolutely booted into the air. But getting this effect in-game isn't as straightforward as it is in the real world. For performance reasons, enemies like the zombie use a simplified collision box during gameplay.
I did,
This
yes.
is a box that fits snugly around the zombie with no part of the model sticking out. But when the zombie dies, it's converted into a ragdoll with more accurate, per-limb collision boxes. So this is more expensive to simulate. This change in collision representation adds further complexity when you ram a zombie with the buggy, beyond just the frame hitch. When the buggy first collides with the zombie, it touches the zombie's simplified collision box. The game then kills the zombie, converting it into a ragdoll that the physics system begins to simulate. Now, with more accurate per-limb collision, the closest part of the zombie may be several inches away from the buggy. As a result, the next time the physics system simulates, the zombie starts falling from gravity because the buggy is no longer pushing it. While it's only a short moment before the buggy reaches the zombie again, this small discrepancy made ramming zombies unsatisfying. They often fell out of the player's view. To fix this, we saved the force the zombie's collision box received when hit by the buggy, and applied that same force to the ragdoll after conversion. We also added a slight upward force to the ragdoll, launching it a bit. With these tweaks, zombies reliably folded over the front of the buggy when hit.
That's so funny.
Player expectations.
Oh my gosh.
D2, Coast 9. Late in Coast development,
that's
we reached
the map.
a point where our game code was far enough ahead of our level design that our gameplay programmers were looking for more code to write and new tasks that could
That's why we added Bill's Big Thrill.
This was largely due to the demands of Coast level.
Ow.
Ramming zombies with the buggy.
Shit.
As human beings, we have expectations for our physical world. As
It's a
mentioned
little hard to control, okay?
One of
Cut me
those
some
expectations is
fuck.
if you hit a
Ow.
zombie.
D2, Coast 9. Late in Coast development, we reached a point where our game code was far enough ahead of our level design that our gameplay programmers were looking for more code to write and new tasks that could help Half-Life 2 ship. This was largely due to the demands of Coast levels, which placed a heavy burden on our level designers with their sheer scale and extensive terrain usage. As a result, our gameplay programmers began designing smaller scale encounters. Later, when our level designers caught up, they created this level by stitching together 3 separate encounters from the programmers and performing all the necessary finishing work to prepare it for release.
So yeah, I want to show you guys, if you have not seen this, actually insane. So APC wheels are perfect spheres in the physics world. And this level is very special because there was a Half-Life 2 Let's Player, not me, called Bill the Thrill, and he was playing, and he noticed that, I mean, I don't know if I can get it to do it with these. Also, I need to get rid of these. Hold on. He noticed that one of his boxes started to kind of like fly off into the distance, and it's because when you have a perfect sphere in this engine, also, what? Did they come back? Okay, no, anyway, sorry. When you have a perfect sphere and you very briefly collide something with the edge of that sphere, I don't know if this is going to be possible with this, actually, now that I think about it. I might need like something flatter, actually. Let me see. Oh, son of a bitch. Is there anything in here that could do it? Oh yeah, there's tons of stuff. Okay. Maybe the cup. Yeah, let's try the kettle. But again, it has to be perfect spheres. And let me see if I can. Is it fizz or just fizz? Wireframe. Let me see. Overlay wireframe, vis occlusion. Let me see, matte. No. V collide. That's it. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it doesn't show it. What's the one to show the sphere? There's a command for it, but yeah, I don't know. There's one to show the actual like physics collision here with the tire, and it's very cool. But yeah, if you just like kind of nudge. It's easier to do this on red letter or like in train station where it's used for red letter day skip. Are these not spheres anymore? Okay, it's kind of fucked. Anyway, I'll show it off in train station some other time. But yeah, like you can make a prop fly, and then if you jump into it, your physics state kind of gets fucked up because it's like trying to collide with that. And then yeah, it led to just the whole revolution of Half-Life 2 like speedrunning now, of like you can just kind of clip through walls. It's nuts. Very, very nuts. Is there one in this house? Probably one across the street, yeah. What's up, Woobly? How you doing? Yes, Clip. Yeah, that's it. Yes, Clip is what it's called. Oh, there it is. Nice.
Battery finding. With the increased density of objects in Half-Life 2's gameplay spaces, we thought it would be interesting to have players search for a specific item, especially if there was some logic to where it might be found. This way, players could locate the item either through careful observation and deduction, or just by brute force searching the area. Since we already had models for cars and batteries, it was a natural step to create a small junkyard for players to explore. We also hid a couple of extra batteries in unexpected places, for the players who chose the brute force method. As with other item-based puzzles, this one needed a failsafe in case players lost the batteries. You can try throwing all of them over the cliff if you want to see what happens.
What happens, Wobbin? What? Oh, what happens, huh? Is it just game over? I think I'm missing a battery, but yeah, I don't have enough to continue. That's it. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this one just respawns. Yeah. Spawns them again. Cool, cool. This is how I contribute to the environment. There's probably a couple in the lighthouse. I will be right back, though. I need to go to the bathroom and get more water at the same time. Drink water. Make sure you guys are drinking water. But yeah, I will be right back, and we'll continue on with this. We got maybe like another hour. Turns out this is gonna take a bit. Okay, so I think like next stream, we'll probably do some of the episodic stuff. But yeah, all right. But yeah, I'll be right back. I don't have here. Just listen to the lovely soundscapes of Coast. It'll be in the background here. I'll turn it up for you guys. Just calming thoughts. Calming thoughts. Be right back, guys. Hi, I'm back. Did you guys have fun thinking about everything? All right. Let's go. Let's see. This is where you ditch the car, and just like the airboat, I'm sure.
For the final coast arena, we envisioned a big finale where the player and a squad of citizens would hold out against waves of combined soldiers, culminating in a gunship battle. Unfortunately, the computational cost of having soldiers and friendly allies moving around on terrain meant that the battle kept being scaled back to fit within our performance budget. By the time we were down to featuring only a single squad of soldiers at any given time, we were already late in development. Too late to make large-scale changes to the arena to accommodate more enemies. We had to redesign the flow of the fight to keep the number of soldiers to a minimum.
Dropship deployment. Deploying soldiers from the dropships was tricky, as it required NPCs to spawn inside another solid object.
I'm not comfortable with
To get
my
them into the
thoughts.
open where they could start navigating.
Sorry to hear that.
They immediately play an animation that has them leaping out of the container the moment they spawn. Once that was working, we encountered another issue. Savvy players would simply just wait outside the container and shoot the soldiers during their exit animation. To counter this, we added a turret to the container to defend the soldiers as they exit. It doesn't fully prevent a player from taking advantage, especially if they're using an indirect weapon like a grenade or something, but that felt realistic and like a true-to-life countermeasure someone thinking strategically might take.
Why would you have a swing set this fucking close to, like, death? Why is this here? What if you spun and got flung off? This is terrifying. This is just like child abuse waiting to happen. Oh, this is Russia. That's right. Okay, never mind.
Hey, over here!
Buggy removal. Once we reached the point where we wanted the player to leave the buggy behind, we had to be very explicit about it. Throughout
Don't
coast,
worry.
Players had been leaving the buggy.
I found that point a lot earlier.
So we found that playtesters would try to bring it along if it looked even remotely possible. This small garage scene primarily exists to signal clearly that the player is done with driving and will be proceeding on foot.
Yep, that happens when... Oh. Musical cue.
Lighthouse gunship. The gunship scenario here took some work to play out the way we envisioned it. We wanted it to unfold as it would in a movie. In the filmic version, a gunship would fire through the windows as the protagonist ascended the lighthouse, anticipating their movements. To simulate that anticipation in the game, we set up a complex series of trigger volumes along the staircase. As they detect the player moving up, they instruct the gunship to choose a new flight path that matches the player's altitude. The triggers also enable bullseye targets in the windows nearest the player. These are invisible game objects that the enemy AI will immediately perceive as hostile, and prompts the gunship to fire at the windows.
What's up, Happy?
This blend of AI and scripting is central to Half-Life's combat.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
The AI manages the general behavior of the NPCs,
starts at
while
8.
the scripting
You have to
customizes
probably also
each
get
scenario's unique requirements.
I will not turn this song down, thank you. Fuck.
Over here!
Hey, over here.
Okay, Doc. You'll have to go on foot from here. There's a single path along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere.
Well, I turned the song down by dying, I guess. Yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. We'll go over. Oh, okay, guess that wasn't over. Yeah, like how do you prevent people from just curving it? Because you can totally curve it back around.
Okay, Doc. You'll have to go on foot from here.
Okay, wait, maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe they made it stronger. I don't know.
Okay, Doc. You'll have to go on foot from here.
I'll go on foot. Don't worry. The only other vehicle that's after this is the pod. Fun fact. Alright, let me see. I think you go this way? Yeah. Okay. And then turn back around. And I'll no clip around just to make sure. Oh yeah, there was one.
buggy theft.
Buggy theft.
As we built the end of Coast, we decided to have the Combine steal the player's buggy. It really doesn't make logical sense, but after watching so many playtests where players developed a strong attachment
What the fuck?
we wanted to play with that emotional connection.
What?
Once we implemented
Okay, this is in stark contrast to the fucking airboat.
theft, we had playtesters yelling at the Combine for stealing their ride, something we took as a sign of success. The soldier firing down from the cliff top is simply there to draw the player's eye up, triggering the look target and spawning the dropship with the buggy. Watching it now, 20 years later, we're struck by how ridiculous it all is.
Oh. That's so good. I never saw that, or I don't remember that. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so ridiculous. Also, shouts to that head crab. That is so funny. Oh my god. See, this is why I love doing this. There's so many details that you just miss or don't remember.
Finest mind of his generation.
Finest mind of his generation.
Here is another small interstitial scene that ended up working well. The only requirement for this moment was to teach the player to stay off the sand. Prior scenes, we were still focused on simply making.
It's not that maybe I missed
By
it,
the
but
time
yeah,
we
I
got to
just
this
don't
one,
remember it.
We were becoming more comfortable and started enjoying the process of putting extra thought into these moments. In doing so, we pushed the characters beyond being mere signposts, creating something more interesting and entertaining. After release, Laszlo went on to develop a larger-than-life following, reminding us how hard it is to predict what players will hold on to.
Yeah, I mean, you made the finest mind of our generation. Like, what did you expect, you know? Oh, okay, they just yeeted me into the ground there. I don't think it counted, but whatever. That's fine, we can go. I gotta go find my nodes. Oh, there's one.
Floor is lava. Building gameplay around broadly understood concepts like the floor is lava made training it easy.
I like how he says lava.
Our physics system allowed for a high degree of creative freedom in how players chose to tackle it. Some built walkways out of many objects, while others focused on using just their two favorite sheets of metal. Some
Two favorite what?
up in the rocks.
I love his accent. It's
while
great.
Others moved directly towards the exit, perch on objects just above the sand. Playstyles vary. Some players consider it a failure if they summon antline, reloading immediately, while others enjoy scrambling back up on the rocks to recover. We also like that it functioned as a navigation puzzle, but could be turned into an arena if players prefer. Some just jump onto the sand and fought their way to the end.
I guess, right? Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I love how they put like little cache. I wonder if a designer will talk about that. They put little caches of stuff out to like entice players to go and like try to build their bridge and stuff. Okay. Not seeing any others. Or at least in plain view. Some might be hidden. Yeah. Oh, there's one.
Sandtrap Hunter. The explosive barrels are provided for players to use against antlines while standing safely within the thumper's protection. But we're also using this as a hint for the upcoming antline guard encounter, where players often use similar tactics to win the fight. Optional player actions, like launching explosives with a gravity gun, can be forgotten if they aren't used regularly. With the wide range of offensive options we give players, there's no guarantee they've used this ability recently. So here, we're subtly suggesting they bring it back into their toolkit.
I'd totally jump, whatever. Huge spoilers, like what the fuck?
Vortigaunt Extraction. This arena presented some tricky design problems for a couple reasons.
Yeah, I bet.
First, the guard is a melee-only enemy, so we couldn't allow the player to reach areas where the guard couldn't follow.
Like up here?
We did experiment with a few range attacks, but didn't like the results. Its goose-spitting attack, for instance, ended up looking ridiculous.
Uh-oh.
The only non-melee
That's not good.
attack that survived was its ability to bash physics objects at the player, but this required objects to be in range, which isn't always guaranteed. The second challenge was ensuring that no matter where the guard dies, the Vortigaunt can reach its corpse. This was essential as the game can't proceed.
Yeah, they're gonna talk about Shadow Temple?
To extract the bug bait.
Okay, so I'm assuming the rest of the encounter doesn't have anything. I'm gonna get back on here. Forgot how short this wall is. I'm walking on literally a pixel. Alright. There's probably some stuff in here, I assume. Turn that down a little bit. Hold on. Yep. Don't need any more Visleaf optimization here. Alright, we're good. I mean, hold on. Let me go. Yeah, okay.
In rare cases, players could find themselves unable to kill the antlion guard in this arena.
Really?
This would happen if they ran out of ammo or had misused all of the available physics objects, leaving nothing to launch with the gravity gun. To address this, we added a citizen on the mounted turret above the gate as a failsafe,
That's funny.
allowing the
That's
stuck
why it's
player to
there.
rely on the citizen to kill the guard.
That's so funny. Oh my god. I was wondering why there was a mounted guy, but I guess it makes sense. You're kind of just doing a all out. God, that's so loud. Kind of doing an all out like fight against him.
Thumper Final Stage. We liked the final stage of Thumpers, where their purpose is inverted. Now, instead of serving as a tool for safety, they act as a blocker for the player's antlion army. However, we probably should have incorporated more thorough Thumper training before this point. While it was acceptable for players to only partially understand Thumpers in the earlier coast levels, the stakes are higher now because players are also trying out bug bait for the first time. Players who don't realize that this first Thumper prevents their antlines from moving forward may misunderstand how bug bait works. If they throw bug bait at soldiers in the first bunker and no antlines arrive, they might conclude that bug bait is unreliable or doesn't work as expected and switch back to using their weapons instead.
It's interesting because, like, I guess the only other way to do that would be to have it have like a barrier that only antlions would be able to break.
Assault on Nova Prospect. With an infinitely respawning antlion army on a
I did not mean to go this high.
combine base,
Ow.
it was hard not to try a Normandy-inspired level. Our initial prototype featured trenches leading up to Nova Prospect, with lethal machine guns forcing the player and their antlions to stay within the trenches to survive. It was thrilling to have machine gun fire and leaping antlions constantly passing above the trenches. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it work within our performance budget, and ultimately had to set it aside in favor of a completely different layout. However, the mounted guns remained, as their lethality proved useful in encouraging players to rely on their antlions.
Hello. Well, I don't have any friends, so doing this solo. Not seeing any over there. Okay. Wait, there's supposed to be a gunship? Oh, yeah, they're getting out. Okay. Just a quick check. Any other node? Okay. Check it. Alright. Wait, hold on. There might be one over here. No? Yeah, I'm checking because I'm gonna launch all the way up there. I'm checking because I'm about to do something really cool. Oh, wait, no. I need more speed. Yeah, I mean, you can't really expect people that don't work at Valve anymore to have a high-quality microphone. like readily available for them, you know? Ow. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, we're good. Just making sure. Ow, fuck. What the fuck? Ow. Oh shit. Alright. This is gonna be a little harder to do with no health. Yeah, honestly, right? It's like, fuck your everything. But yeah, I'm not shameful or like ashamed of Valve for not helping their like remote devs get recorded better. But like, what can you really expect? You know, not really too much you could do. My icing. I just wanted some icing. Ow. That was satisfying. Oh my god. There we go. Now we're good on health. I don't want to miss that jump. Alright. Okay. Pipe zombie? No, didn't seem like it. Yeah. Lame. Let's see what we got. Need more health, please. Or not. That's ammo. Okay.
Nova Prospect Yard. The combat throughout the Nova Prospect Yard was largely inspired by our early observations of antlions fighting Combine soldiers. The antlions' high mobility and melee attacks paired well with the soldiers' range lethality and vulnerability up close. Antlions look great under fire, with particle effects flying everywhere, and when they finally reach a soldier, the resulting ragdoll effect is incredibly satisfying.
Very true. This is still one of the best, like, rocket launchers in a game, in my opinion. They nailed it. Forgot there were two. Oh man, it's the skybox.
Like many of our combat arenas, we needed a gate of some kind to prevent players from moving on before they finished this fight. Unfortunately, we were out of time and had to move on to the train station, so we ended up with this bit of magical bullshit.
That's fucking great. Oh shit, I didn't know the... Fuck, I forgot about the level transition. Shit. Do I have a save back there? I want to hear that full one. That's gonna be here. I should have it here though.
Magic wall.
Yeah, there we go.
Like many of our combat arenas, we needed a gate of some kind to prevent players from moving on before they finished this fight. Unfortunately, we were out of time and had to move on to the train station, so we ended up with this bit of magical bullshit. A wall that just explodes after the second gunship is defeated, revealing the way forward. We reassured ourselves that most players wouldn't notice, as they'd be busy fighting the gunships, and our playtesting had shown that generally they all finished the fight before they reached this point. With enough explosions throughout the arena, the destroyed, burning wall felt pretty natural, so we threw in a couple of simple gas puzzles on the other side to justify it. But no, we're not...
Okay. Yeah, it's because I reloaded. It's fair. It's fair. Prison. What do we got? We got 30 minutes. We can get out of prison. Prison ain't shit.
The player has just completed 2 combat-heavy levels, so we wanted to slow things down once they got inside. These early levels were designed as a pacing change, allowing players to explore the layout of Nova Prospect's interiors. Along the way, we began to introduce the turret gameplay, first as an enemy to the player, and later as a tool they could
Turret
use.
gaming.
Much of this level was built by reusing prototypes and art spaces created earlier in the project when we were focused on shaping the look of Nova Prospect.
Turrets. Turrets were a useful design tool when the player had bug bait, as they could completely prevent antlions from approaching them head-on. This allowed us to create setups where the player couldn't just throw bug bait to proceed. They needed to circle around and clear the turrets so their antlions could follow. It didn't hurt that watching antlions get mowed down by turret fire was a great visual too.
Nice.
Nova Prospect process. Like Ravenholm, Nova Prospect was initially designed with significantly different gameplay than what ultimately shipped. The first version focused on player versus Combine soldier combat, with no involvement of antlions. Unlike other areas of the game where gameplay and art evolved together, Nova Prospect received a large art push early on. This produced a set of reusable, polished sections of level geometry with art already applied. Assembling Nova Prospect from these pieces worked well, as the prison's layout was naturally repetitive. And then later, when we returned with antlions and bug bait, we had to repurpose the geometry to fit the new gameplay.
Nothing here? I don't see one. I know I shouldn't be skipping too much, but I can't help myself. Okay. Oh yeah, hold on. Okay. Also, where's the camera? Huh? It ain't here. They hold up, really? What? It's just such awesome, like, design. It's just such a fucking masterpiece of a game. It's the reason why I wanted to speedrun it. Not only was it fun to do, it was just such an awesome game. Feels weird that there was only one there, but that's fine. Make do. Any nodes here? Nothing to talk about how you could just skip the fight? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, okay. There are nodes, but they're not here. That's fine. Ah, they are.
Having an endlessly respawning antlion army attacking turrets and soldiers meant we had to spend time figuring out the player's role in Nova Prospect's combat. The player had already faced plenty of Combine soldiers, so we decided to make combat here feel more like a puzzle and a spectacle instead of a combat challenge. With that in mind, we created setups that remained in a steady state until the player intervened. By directly killing enemies, the player could tip the balance in favor of the antlions, but we wanted to make bug bait usage especially rewarding. In many scenarios, when the player threw bug bait onto enemies, we activated additional antlion spawners, unleashing a rapid rush of new antlions into the fight. The resulting carnage was the reward that made bug bait satisfying to use.
Ragdoll Vortigaunt. There's a lot of pain to see in this dead Vortigaunt, pain of our level designers. At the time, our development tools didn't allow us to directly pose a ragdoll, which is to say, when an NPC dies and it systemically ragdolls to the ground, we didn't have any control over what pose it ended up in. If we'd had some animator time, they could have given us a single frame animation in roughly the pose we wanted, but we were late and our small animation team was already overloaded. So a level designer positioned the Vortigaunt above the chair, told it to die as the level loaded, and waited to see what pose the ragdoll settled into. Then the designer moved the Vortigaunt slightly and tried again. We can't remember exactly how many attempts it took.
That sucks. That sucks. Imagine compiling a fucking map just to get the
Laser
next
mines.
pose. Holy shit.
We really enjoyed bringing these laser trip mines into Nova Prospect. They were a weapon from Half-Life 1 we hadn't managed to include in Half-Life 2, but at least they found a place as a puzzle element. We liked how they served as a kind of personal morality test when the player had an antlion army. Some players immediately threw bug bait past the trip mines, sending antlion bodies at the problem.
Oh, there it is.
While others had their little buddies back until they'd
Well, that's not in your way. You could miss
with their
that.
tools.
I don't know.
We didn't
Whatever.
judge.
That's where you could get it. Okay. And then, by the way, if anyone was wondering, something fun that you can do, is you can Schrodinger's crouch. If you crouch and before you stand up all the way, crouch again, you actually get in this weird state where you're still crouched but your camera isn't, and then you can punt the box, peek through, and because when you interact or shoot something, it comes from your eyeballs where your camera is, you can skip this part. That's what we used to do, but now in the speedrun, you can just fucking like clip right through, and it's crazy now. So, all right, give me more. What's up, Wibble? How you doing? Chilling. Okay, so there wasn't a node there. That's fine.
D2 Prison 04. Throughout development, our artists created small vertical slices of environments, which we called art zoos. These zoos laid out how to use textures and props to create gameplay spaces that achieved our visual goals. However, when building the prison's gameplay track, the repetitive layout allowed us to use the art more directly. This map was initially built as the primary art zoo for Nova Prospect, but after being used to test various gameplay prototypes, including those that eventually led to bug bait,
And Half-Life 2 multiplayer. This is a map in it, right? They love this map. They love it. None. Okay. That's interesting.
Cannot have gone unnoticed by all resistance members that Dr. Francis.
Interesting.
D2 Prison 05 start. With the player able to move a large number of objects, we often ran into challenges, especially given the limitations of 2003's CPUs.
Yeah.
One limitation was that our AI navigation system wasn't aware of dynamic physics objects, like these metal beds. While our NPC movement system could detect and avoid physics objects while moving, they were essentially invisible during navigation queries for strategic planning before movement. This was primarily due to performance limitations. We couldn't afford anything more complex. We also faced design challenges without clear solutions, like how a soldier should respond if a player completely blocked a corridor with large physics objects. To address this, we gave NPCs additional strength to push physics objects around. We then mitigated the issue through level design, widening corridors and ensuring enough empty space to handle props landing anywhere within them. This setup is a high-risk one. The combination of soldiers...
Surprised they haven't talked about how they teleport NPCs when they're just fully stuck and can't
NPC
move.
movement system in the beds.
Because we abuse that a lot. Got him.
Laundry. By the time the player reaches this level, known as Laundry, we're confident they're comfortable using bug bait to solve combat scenarios. So, we wanted to raise the stakes a bit by creating a scenario that encourages the player to get even more involved, combining bug bait with their full set of weapons.
Side zombie. This poison zombie was always a highlight in playtests. Players so focused on Combine soldiers,
there it is again.
lions, and turrets hadn't seen a poison zombie in quite some time, so its sudden appearance in the dark often created a moment of shock.
No kidding. Yeah. Awesome. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through the fucking cafeteria, probably. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I can do this. Watch. Easy. Next.
Kitchen. It's a well-known custom among game developers that all video game kitchens must feature a gas explosion.
That's true. Wow, that's all he has to say about it. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
One-way drops. Players never know what's ahead of them, but they're familiar with what's behind them, so it's common for them to retreat to familiar ground when they encounter an enemy. If we've built an arena where we want the player to engage, especially for an enemy with specific geometry requirements, like the antlion guard, we need a way to prevent that retreat. A common solution is to require the player to enter the arena through a one-way drop, something you've likely noticed a few times already.
What about the exit, Jacob? Huh? Jacob? What about the exits being just physics props? Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, I didn't fully explore that. Bodied. Alright, we're good. Unfortunately, probably not able to skip too much, but I will bring the box just in case. Oh wait, no, I need the full box.
Minor fracture detected.
Eh. Alright, I'll make a save here. We'll see. Because there's probably some. They're like, you're reunited with Alex.
Alex's toolkit. Alex's multi-tool is incredibly useful for letting us use her as a key. Often we needed to keep the player from moving forward until we were ready, and her multi-tool allowed her to deliver dialogue while unlocking the way ahead. We probably relied on it a bit too much, but it was hard to resist. There was always a trade-off. Using Alex to gate a room instead of creating a custom solution saved time that we could spend on other parts of the game, often more critical ones.
Alex as companion. This section became an unintentional prototype for what Episode 1 would eventually feature, Alex as a companion, moving smoothly along a path that blends dynamic combat with scripted choreography. We didn't yet have a clear model for how she
Why did I wait? Hold on. Why did I make a save earlier? I don't have quick clip. I can't.
Scenarios, but even this brief section taught us a lot.
I can't go up there and use it. I mean, I guess there's like normal clipping.
Get ready.
I will likely, because yeah, these things they take time. So I will. Swoop. Yep, you go for your dad. There's probably one in here. Yep.
Eli in pod choreography. We wrote and recorded dialogue for the scene while still building out Nova Prospect. At that stage, we knew Alex and Gordon would teleport out of the prison, but none of the specifics had been worked out. So the dialogue needed to be broad enough to fit whatever we ultimately built. This led us to focus less on the player's actions and more on Alex's vulnerability and her connection to her father. We hoped the emotion would carry the scene more than the narrative itself. Ultimately, we're aiming for the player to care about these characters and want to prioritize what's important to Alex.
Fun fact about Half-Life 2. Trying to think if I know any.
Let's see what I can do to
Oh,
clear.
that was fast. What the
Keep an
fuck?
eye out for Mawson. I'll get my dad through the prison as far as I can. Then I'll. Hang on. I'll see if I can figure out how to get that gate open. Okay, got it.
Trying to think. I mean, the dev commentary is basically doing that. They had a playtester that like saw a random bird next to the buggy, in the coast section, and was like really like fucking like antagonizing the birds. And so what they ended up doing is making it a mechanic so that the birds land on your car and shit all over it. Because of one playtester being like, I fucking hate birds. They shit on my car and I love this jalopy. So, pretty funny. I really like that fact. There's just a lot of surprising stuff.
You probably know this, but if there's a vent, there has to be a head crab in it.
Damn it. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, just
Vent.
Vent.
You probably know this, but if there's a vent, there has to be a head crab in it. We don't make these rules. They, like the vents themselves, come straight from the top.
Look targets. One of the key tools in our design toolkit is the look target, an invisible point in space that activates when the player looks at it. Designers can specify how accurately the player has to look at it, the duration of the look, and other conditions. Once activated, the look target triggers various events in the game. For example, Alex might wait for the player to look at her before delivering a line of dialogue. A spectacle might begin only when it's in view, or a combine dropship might fly over when the player is looking in its general direction. Once we implemented look targets, designers found endless ways to use them to make gameplay feel more reliable for players, especially since some move at very different speeds or in difficult to predict ways.
Grenade puzzle. This small puzzle often caused players to get stuck during playtests because the unlimited grenade box was placed a bit behind them on their path. By this point in the game, players have fully learned to associate unlimited ammo boxes with puzzle solutions. So if a grenade box were here, they'd immediately know they needed a grenade to solve it. We wanted them to have to think a little first. Eventually, we added a subtle hint by making grenades visible on the desk through a window, just to remind players they're available. They also helped uncover a bug in a playtest when a player approached to look more closely and ended up collecting the grenade through the glass.
That's so good. Yeah, grab radius is pretty good. Oh. I don't think okay.
You're coming up to another control room.
Mossman's betrayal. Our original
spoilers
plan for Mossman's arc was for her to betray the player around this point. But by the time we reached the scene, having developed other parts of the game, we felt she was more likely just trying to protect Eli. We envisioned her reconsidering, realizing she couldn't actually betray Gordon. We had ideas to clarify this shift later, but ultimately we never finished her arc. We liked the ambiguity in Mossman, but players didn't seem to. They almost universally hated her. That might be a success, though. We worked hard to build the player's affinity for Alex, and Alex wasn't exactly a fan of Judith either.
Turret training exit. This pile of trash, along with the cluttered descent down the stairs, is designed to discourage players from bringing a turret with them. While it wouldn't break anything if they did, we wanted to make it less likely. Making it inconvenient to keep the turret isn't an ideal design strategy, but it was better than nothing. Many playtesters eventually gave up and tossed the turret aside once they felt the game was trying to tell them something.
Yeah? The game? Can't bring infinite ammo with you everywhere. I don't think there's one here. I don't see it. Yeah.
Final Turret Arena. When building the arc of a gameplay element, like allied turret usage, we often build a prototype that represents the arc's endpoint first. We iterate on that prototype until the playtests show that it works. Then we work backward, adding preceding scenarios to introduce the element and build player skill. This approach ensures the final arc is engaging before we invest substantial time. It also means that, by the time we create training scenarios, we've observed enough playtests to know which skills need guidance and which players will grasp naturally. The final turret scenario was our goal, emphasizing the player's defense against enemies from multiple directions, requiring dynamic turret placement and recovery.
Allied turrets balancing. Balancing this fighter on the allied turrets was challenging.
The turrets are the novel element here, so if players ignore them, the gameplay feels redundant, because so much of it is similar to what's come before. We wanted to require turret usage and reward strategic placement, but it was highly binary. Perfect placement made a fight easy, while poor placement made it very difficult. Tuning and custom soldier AI logic helped. Soldiers became better at toppling turrets by throwing grenades or flanking to knock them down. These changes made the fight less about a perfect setup and more about actively maintaining turrets, as any setup will be disrupted at some point. Playtests vary widely, with some players finding it too hard and others calling it their favorite fight. Running out of time, we ultimately made it a bit easier and shipped it, so we were unsatisfied with the final balance.
Interesting. So they wanted this to be harder. So what I'm doing is, oops. Uh-oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's funny. One of the things that you can do with speedrunning is you can, I need to knock it over first. God, they make it like gravitationally like. Okay. Anyway, what you can do is you can use the turret and set it up and get inside of it, and once you're stuck, you can save and load. Okay. I forget how exactly to do it because it's been so long. These things set up like instantly. I think you might have to normally grab it actually. Yeah, it's something like that. I think the gravity gun's just too awkward to do it on. Ah, almost. But yeah, you could get clipped into the ground and then just save and load, and you would end up right underneath and ready to go to the next one. Let me just make sure there's no more nodes. I think we're good. Alright, cool. Been a while since I've done that one, that's for sure.
This section is a nice counterpoint to the previous turret segment in terms of production and cost and iteration. Built very late, it came together quickly as the AI for Alex and the Carbine Soldier was already mature. We liked the darkness and flares and filed it away as something to explore further. Later, we revisited it when planning the dark sections in Episode 1.
Meeting Mossman. Reuniting the player and Alex with Mossman after the betrayal scene was tricky, as many players felt they should shoot Mossman on sight. We couldn't allow this, as we didn't have time to develop alternate story branches. However, we also didn't want to highlight that we were preventing this choice, so we aimed to reduce the likelihood of players trying it. The bulletproof glass here buys time for dialogue between Alex and Mossman, during which it becomes clear that Alex doesn't think shooting Mossman is the right thing to do.
Mossman and Eli. This choreo scene required significant iteration. We wanted to deliver a plot twist in the middle of the scene while keeping player control unrestricted. It required a delicate balance to make that twist clear, yet still make sure that it was uninterruptible. If players followed Alex to the console, they needed to understand what was happening when they turned around. If they stayed back and watched Mossman, they needed to understand what was happening without feeling it was something that they should try to prevent. It required extensive tuning and playtesting to get the timing right, but ultimately, we employed a combination of distraction, delivering the crucial moment quickly, and then finally delivering an explanation after the event.
I see they set you free.
Not exactly. Eli! I was so worried about the coordinates, Dr. Mossman.
So, this is the comment.
Oh wait, yeah, I fucked it up already, but that's fine. I think we can kill Eli.
Hurry up, Mossman. Dr. Kleiner!
This is gonna soft lock, but I'll just, yeah, I'll go to the next. I'll just go to the next map. All right, this is City 1701. All right, is commentary on? Yeah. Oh, commentary available.
My God, we made it.
Do I have to reload? I might have to reload.
But where's Dr. Kleiner?
Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe there isn't any. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I fucked it up. We'll see. We'll see.
My God, we made it.
What I could probably try is change level. Wait, this is... Oh, okay. D3, C17. Let's see if that worked. It's the same thing. Okay. I mean, it is such a short level, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, we got it. Okay. That's where we are. Okay. I mean, there's probably some in that. I don't know. It didn't...
Dog combat.
Dog combat.
Dog is a really fun character, and we were always looking for ways to include him in combat alongside the player. However, getting the right scale of combat for him, meaning the appropriate environment, new enemy AI, and potentially even new enemies, quickly fell beyond the project's scope. To create a combat scenario that did justice to Dog and could stand up against the rest of the game, it almost felt like we'd be building a new game inside of the game. We knew he couldn't just run over to a soldier and throw a punch. He'd feel less impressive, without any sense of awe.
Fuck.
Dog combat. Dog is a really fun character, and we were always looking for ways to include him in combat.
Do I remember Chili? Yeah, I do. I do remember Chili. The last that I know of Chili is that he was dealing with some medical stuff. I don't know much other than that, and that he lived in Michigan, but I never met up with him. So yeah, I hope he's doing all right. But yeah, I don't know. He stopped streaming probably because of
new enemy AI
health stuff and focusing on stuff. So
quickly fell beyond the project.
Yeah.
To create a combat scenario that did justice to Dog and could stand up against the rest of the game, it almost
this commentary is great.
A new game inside of the game. We knew he couldn't just run over to a soldier and throw a punch. He'd feel less impressive, without any sense of awe. He needed bigger threats to match his scale, along with interesting ways to interact with him. In the end, we chose to create a large choreographed scene, delivering on the cinematic goals for Dog in combat without incorporating extensive gameplay design.
Cool. I forgot I could do that. No. Fuck. All right, we're good. Oh, it's been so long. I'm dying to shit. I shouldn't be. All right. Return to City 17. We wanted City 17 to be
Citizen
lame.
Squads. Our early test of Combine versus Citizen Street fights revealed an issue. Without boundaries, combat AI could drift significantly away from the player. Soldiers might retreat to reload and take cover, and Citizen AI would give chase. We needed a way to align the citizens' actions more closely with the player's goals, keeping them aware of where the player was heading and which enemies the player wanted to engage. This led to the creation of a Citizen Player Squad. The Citizen AI used the squad to move with the player, engaging the same enemies and providing a basic interface for the player commands. We initially had a more complex command system, but it quickly became unwieldy, so we scaled it back.
Interesting. Thank you for the sub, Amos.
Once we'd established the Citizen Player Squad and started building scenarios around it, we found it created other interesting opportunities. Playtesters began to care about specific squad members, so we added more to their design. Squad members would pick up better weapons if they found them, pass the player ammo when needed, and medics would heal the player as necessary. We also had to ensure the squad could keep up with the player, who often took unpredictable paths. Off camera, the squad would cheat in various ways, regenerating health between fights, moving quickly to catch up, and even teleporting when necessary.
Okay, first mention of NPC teleporting. Interesting. They talked a bunch about choreo and stuff, but
This
very...
corrugated metal panel was deliberately placed over the hull to encourage players to switch to the gravity gun and remove the obstruction. It's a bit of manipulation on our part because we found that training players on hopper mines worked much better if they immediately tried using the gravity gun on them, and the metal panel significantly increased the chance they'd have it ready. We placed multiple mines in the hull so players would have several opportunities to interact with them, increasing the chances they'd discover alternative ways of disposing of them. Furthermore, this is the first time we're doing training while the player has a whole squad of citizens with them, so we took advantage of that opportunity to include some dialogue lines concerning the hopper mines as well.
AI behaviors. One piece of AI technology we developed for Half-Life 2 was the behavior system. Behaviors were chunks of AI gameplay code that guided NPCs in specific situations. For example, we had a lead behavior that enabled an NPC to guide the player, and a follow behavior allowing an NPC to follow the player or another NPC. Behaviors worked alongside the NPC's base actions, so a medic squad mate using the follow behavior to keep up with the player would still know how to fire at enemies or dodge grenades or offer a med kit.
Interesting. Yeah, their AI system is pretty cool. Pretty cool. There's gotta be something up here. I mean, come on. It's not blow our eardrums.
Such a term were shameful. Exists than that of...
TV's bad. Oh, watermelon. Let's go. See, here's the real Noam Chomsky. It actually has consequence too. If it takes too much damage, it splits open.
You lead the way, Dr. Freeman.
Gimme more. Do I have a hair in my sensor? That was a weird mouse jump, but we won't worry about it unless it happens again. It might be a hair. Classic. Cat fur.
Dr. Freeman, I'm coming with you.
Assault behavior. The most complex behavior we built for Half-Life 2 was the assault behavior, which is used throughout this section of the game. It allowed level designers to set up combat scenarios with combined soldiers and citizens, establishing battle lines between them and controlling how those battles played out based on the player's action. NPCs involved in an assault would try to find smart firing positions and use cover based on the battle line's location. As the player advanced down a street, they might push the battle line forward, causing allied citizens to advance while enemy soldiers fell back. Alternatively, a player might need to knock over some combine turrets or take out a soldier behind a barricade to move the battle line forward.
Yeah, I gotta check everywhere for him. Though I think now that we're approaching the end of the game, there's probably not much for them to also comment on until it's like huge levels, huge set pieces. Something up here other than this bad boy. Oh, I didn't notice they give you a sneak peek of it through the thing. Okay. Hey guys.
The
Combine has cut our supply.
Cities. One of the trickier cities.
Oh, okay, that's what you said.
One of the trickier challenges in this section was figuring out how to give the player the sense of being in a sprawling city, when our performance budgets wouldn't allow us to render anything like one. This led us to focusing on tightly packed tenements, underground garages, subway tunnels, culverts, and the like. All places that are in cities, but generally prevent being able to see the horizon. We then supplemented that style of level design with vista locations, where the whole space is dedicated to providing an expansive view to the player. In those, we could devote our entire performance budget to the view, and not have to save any of it for enemy AI or combat.
Does he know what it looks like in here, huh? Is there a note in here? I don't see one. Could be one in the vents. Probably not though. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Yeah, sorry if people were looking for like a full actual playthrough of Half-Life 2 at the same time, because I have played this game a lot. I am not interested in doing so again. I am mainly just finding some commentary notes, which are the juice of this playthrough. There we go.
used a lot of small tricks and built various features to give players the impression of a city at war, with much of the work aimed at providing glimpses of skirmishes or the sounds of distant fighting. Look targets help make something happen every time a player looked through a window, while tools like tracer markers allow designers to create fake tracer fire between 2 points. Paired with audio tools, this made it seem like two groups of enemies were exchanging fire without the need to run any AI. We also developed small storylines for groups of citizens the player would glimpse multiple times while progressing through a level. All these moments were fine-tuned through playtests to ensure as many players as possible would experience them.
Wait! We'll come with you!
Nice.
Okay. I can see one downside to having a lot of tight corridors and NPCs that really want to follow.
Okay, come across!
Okay.
Sure thing, Gordon.
Wait, what? Hold on. God, I haven't done this in a while.
Cover me while I reload.
Am I dumb? Hold on. I might be dumb.
You got it, Doc.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I was supposed to come down somehow? Whatever. I don't see any commentary node. Okay. Oh man, do I get to do, oh no, I see one. Or no, that's just the fire! Oh. Lame. Okay, yeah, so there's not a lot. have any. I did not see any over here. Anyway. Okay, commentary is available. Oh, some bathtubs. Yeah, it's really thin. I guess were they just not happy with how long this area takes? Okay.
Triangle Plaza. This plaza battle was a complex setup using the assault behavior with 2 converging battle lines, 1 for each force field.
Wow, the assault behavior talked about like 30 minutes ago.
Their battle lines prevent them from individually rushing.
Hello,
into the
Walter.
plaza.
Did you
As the
enjoy your
fight
dinner?
escalates and the soldiers build up, the battle lines start to move towards the center of the plaza, which will cause the soldiers to overwhelm the player if they're not repelled.
Okay.
Manhack tunnels. When developing the AI behavior for an NPC, we found it useful for the AI programmer to have a test map in which to experiment. That map would often evolve into an environment specifically designed to showcase the NPC's unique capabilities. Later, when the AI was ready for use by level designers, the test map served as a valuable point of reference. Without it, designers could accidentally build scenarios that made an otherwise interesting AI less engaging. In some cases, we were able to incorporate these test maps directly into the game. This small section, for instance, started as the tunnels used to develop the Manhack's AI.
That's cool. I didn't know that. It makes sense though, and like you don't want to like get rid of the things that you use. Oh god, I keep doing the speedrun here. That's the thing though. I don't really think there's that many commentary nodes in this area. A lot of zombies. Hello, Walter. Hello. You jumped up. Sweet little baby. He's gonna help kill some zombies. Is that so? You gonna help me kill some zombies, Walter? I'm not trying to rush through it. I'm just trying to find where they are. A lot of them, it just seems to be kind of like sparse now, which is fair. Again, if you talked about all the systems and stuff that you use in the game, it's not much to really talk about later on. Hello, bub. Hello, bubby. Hi. One below the bridge. This area? Or, sorry, you meant here. Hello, Bubs. Yeah, you can't lay right here. My hand's right here. Crazy boy. Trying to lay down on my arm? I mean, good luck. I'm fucking swole. I'm just kidding. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of areas down here to add one. So no worries, no worries. Surprised there's not one after this encounter. Okay. Okay. All right, follow Freeman.
Sniper streets. These sniper-filled streets are where we developed both the enemy and the core of the experience we hoped players would have. We knew we wanted the sniper to shoot things near the player, so we first focused on finding a variety of interesting targets for them to hit. We found it worked well if we used the player's view as a factor in selecting objects. The sniper's always-on laser sight meant that players had a constant indicator of the sniper's attention, so having it drift to a target that the player was looking at felt really responsive and provided great moments of tension.
Sniper Streets 2. Bullets in Half-Life 2 don't actually follow a flight path. They arrive at their target instantly.
Hit scan.
But for the sniper, with its slow rate of fire and the player's close attention to every shot, we wanted to simulate bullet travel. This approach also worked better with laser sight, where the sight flicks off and the bullet lands shortly after, depending on the distance to the sniper. However, this change introduced a new issue. We didn't want players to just sprint down the streets to evade shots, so the sniper had to lead a moving target, predicting where the bullet should hit. Predicting the player's future position was tricky, as players can change direction much faster than would be possible in the real world. So we added extra checks to catch behaviors like players quickly tapping left and right as they ran.
Really? Oh my god! I've never noticed that! That's crazy! That's insane. I was still dodging, but still, you know, I'm just built different. But like, that's so cool.
Sniper Streets 3. One feature we tried in these streets was suppression fire. Many players hunker down at the end of the street, would fire a burst at the sniper's window to see if it had any effect. So we experimented with making the laser sight flicker off briefly, giving players a moment to
easy. Oh, damn it. It fell out.
But after a number of playtests, we encountered two issues. First, it disrupted the tense move and hide gameplay we aimed to create with a sniper. Sprinting while firing wasn't much different from other actions we asked crybaby in City 17. The second, more subtle issue was that players who discovered suppression fire first assumed it was required and would burn through ammo fast. If they ran out halfway through, they'd often give up, thinking they'd failed. If they made it, they'd frequently be left with no ammo. On the other hand, players who completed the scenario by stealth used almost no ammo at all. This resource gap between approaches made it near impossible to balance ammo for the sections that followed, so it didn't make it into the final game.
Just real quick checking.
Over here!
Oh, hey, Barney.
Gordon,
No
I
node.
can't move. These snipers got me pinned down.
Okay.
Gordon, lob a couple grenades. That'll clear them out.
Thank you, Barney. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I definitely don't have the setup for getting out of this, but nothing. Okay. Okay. Hey, here are the trenches that they were talking about. I guess it got reused for city. I don't see any out in the open, but they might be here. Rescuing. Yeah. Okay. Oh god, there's probably a bunch on this level, right? Right? No? Okay. And we're gonna talk about that room at all? Okay. Yeah, there's none on this map. Interesting. Okay. Whatevs. We continue on. They find where I'm going. Over here. Oh. There one. No, okay, yeah, there's not. We established there's not. Ugh. Uh-oh. Ouch. Ouchie. Classic. Okay. Is there some on here? Cinnamon available. Alright, there's some cotton there. I love that you can do that.
Bank-roof mortar. By the time we built the level track up to this point, it was obvious that it'd be fun for the player to get to use the mortar. I suppose that's the type of thing that should have occurred to us earlier. You think anyone will want to launch the explosives into the sky and have them drop down onto the bad guys? Yeah, I think so too. Anyway, players have spent all this time on the receiving end of it, so it would have been a nice reward to get to serve the Combine some of their own medicine. But as soon as we started to think about it, we realized how much work there'd be.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, is a thought you have every single day when you set out to make a video game. The mortar would need animations and effects now that the player is next to it.
Oh shit! Okay, I thought the level was way... Okay, sorry. Sorry. I do want to hear all of that. I did not mean to cut it off. Oh, sorry.
Bank-roof mortar.
Okay.
By the time we'd built the level track up to this point, it was obvious that it'd be fun for the player to get to use the mortar. I suppose that's the type of thing that should have occurred to us earlier. You think anyone will want to launch the explosives into the sky and have them drop down onto the bad guys? Yeah, I think so too. Anyway, players have spent all this time on the receiving end of it, so it would have been a nice reward to get to serve the Combine some of their own medicine. But as soon as we started to think about it, we realized how much work there'd be. Which, to be fair, is a thought you have every single day when you set out to make a video game. The mortar would need animations and effects now that the player is next to it. And there'd be a fair bit of work to implement a nice escalation of enemies down in the plaza to use it on. But even more fundamentally, we had no interface for a weapon this unique. How would players aim and fire it? It's hard to feel good about spending lots of time on
it. It would be a vehicle?
So we decided our efforts were better spent elsewhere and moved on.
Just like the APC?
Sorry. Perhaps we'll solve the design conundrum of the mortar in a future installment of the Half-Life series.
I hope so. One would hope that there are more Half-Life games. Can't say no to that.
Dr. Freeman.
Hi.
Shut off the suppressor and open the gate.
Strider. This area in front of the bank was where we figured out the Strider. When we first saw the concept art for it, we knew we wanted to get it into the game, but there were a ton of questions about how it would practically work. We'd never moved something that size through our game world, and at that scale, it needed to be dangerous, but how would players actually fight it? As with all of our enemies, there was always a question of how we'd get gameplay out of it. What kind of tools would level designers need to build scenarios with it? These were the kinds of questions we set out to answer in our experiments in this map.
Strider 2. Iterating on the Strider here finally gave us an experience we were happy with, as players needed to dash from cover to cover, avoiding its fire while hunting for rockets. We wanted players to feel like they were diving into cover at the last second, so we tuned the Strider's stitching gunfire pattern to telegraph impending danger. We also built a system of tracks for the Strider to follow.
Welcome back, Walter.
Allowing it to dynamically switch between them to pursue the player or establish line of sight. This setup enabled level designers to carefully align Strider tracks with player cover for a balanced experience. The Strider's leg positioning was driven entirely by code, and its unpredictable movements meant we often had to fine-tune things to ensure it reliably kicked a car or troop container when needed.
Perf Arena. This arena came with a major challenge: performance. Its size and the combined Strider and Citizen AI pushed our limits here.
You can say that about like
when
everything.
When we ported Half-Life 2 to the Xbox, this arena couldn't ship without some design adjustments. Preserving the original intent and delivering the same player experience with fewer tools and space was a tricky balance.
Strider 4. While this map was the production map built for the Strider, we still had an original development map for testing its AI. We've always found a lot of value in having a solid test map for an AI, as it allows us to quickly try out new gameplay ideas and tune them easily. If there are bugs or design issues, we can isolate and iterate on them faster. Once the AI features are working well, we transplant them into the production maps for level designers to work with. The Strider's test map included rough outlines of ruined buildings, infinite citizen spawners at various locations and heights to provide a constant stream of targets. This setup allowed us to refine the Strider's AI and stance changes to make it interesting and engaging, even to just sit back and watch it in action.
I have to participate in that. I mean, maybe a BR. I don't know. We'll drop Gordon Freeman inside of Deadlock. Call it a day. Ow. Hold on. No, none. Okay. I could have just done. Oh yeah, hold on. Oh, okay. No, I need earlier. That's more like it. Alright, thank you. Thank you kindly.
Dr. Freeman! No. It's a mess out there.
It is. 'Tis a big mess. Is there some on this? No! Wow. Alright. What? Or wait, is it not enabled? Oh, that might be why. Wait, does reload keep it on? No. Okay. That's not good. Shit. Map commentary. That's the one. 17, 13. And now, okay, no, there's just none on here. All right, whatever.
Dr. Freeman, it's a mess out there.
All right, if there's none on here, then it's our benefactors. Yeah, okay.
Citadel Steep Landing. The Citadel was built very late in development, and initially we had no clear vision for its gameplay. This isn't uncommon. While game design usually drives our process, Citadel Steep Landing. Citadel Steep Landing. The Citadel was built very late in development, and initially we had no clear vision for its gameplay. This isn't uncommon. While game design usually drives our process, big creative choices we make early on, such as the existence of the Combine Citadel, need specific design work done to fit into the final product. After the previous chapter's climactic battle, we thought a different tone for the finale here in the Citadel would feel more rewarding, even if we wanted to raise the stakes. Creating new mechanics and NPCs was too risky this late. Our first plan was to make it a passive narrative spectacle, a train ride through the heart of the Combine war machine.
So they kept that. Yeah, they kept that as the second half.
Plan, we spent a few days prototyping super gravity gun mechanics.
Yeah.
Thinking that at the game's end, we could fulfill players' wishes by making them all-powerful, without disrupting the game design's overall balance.
The results were immediately promising, leading to a quick redesign to incorporate the super gravity gun. Rather than traditional endgame challenges, we wanted the player to feel godlike.
It's a little early. Nice spoiler for what's coming, but...
In the end, the Citadel blends these two concepts, alternating between spectacle and unleashed power.
Citadel entrance. We built the route into the Citadel backwards. The interior geometry was created as an art prototype to perfect the look. We knew you were coming from the sewer pipe in our Street War map and had to create a section of slides and jumps into the Citadel entrance to connect them.
Lightmap Pass. The Citadel interior is relatively simple geometrically, but the combined metal material and the dramatic lighting help sell the immensity of the structure. Lightmap resolution was increased on important, interesting surfaces and reduced on ones that were fully shadowed or distant. Also, due to the large size of the Citadel spaces, unnecessarily large lightmap surfaces had a significant performance cost. Near the end of the development, there was a large pass done throughout the Citadel levels to optimize these values for visual interest and performance. This was made easier by a new feature added to the Hammer level editor that would display surfaces with their Luxel density.
Oh. Fun fact. The pods that you get into... Oh my god, you really fall all the way down. That's so funny. The pods that you get into aren't the only pods that you can get into. You can get into any pod, I think, on this level. And it'll just teleport you. Very cool. Very cool. Nothing about getting in the pod. Okay. I'm assuming there's not going to be any on this map. Let me just quadruple check. Yeah, okay. We can go faster. Alright, let's see if I still got it.
Security alert. Unregistered weapons detected. Confiscation.
What is happening? Am I going? Okay, I was crouching. I got it! Let's go!
Weapon strip. Once we introduced the super gravity gun, we really didn't want players returning to their conventional
Let's
weapons,
fucking
so
go!
We did the irrational thing. We disintegrated.
First try.
It helps to have an inscrutable supernatural enemy like the Combine as the antagonist of your game, because it stands to reason that they could simply just have a disintegrator. Why not? And if, for some reason, we had needed you to have your loadout back in the middle of the level, wouldn't you know it, they also have a reintegrator.
I have nothing if not...
Super Gravity Origins. By this point in development, we were confident in the design of the gravity gun. We wanted to give the player a taste of feeling omnipotent, and set to work on making a supercharged version. It didn't take long, truly maybe a day of prototyping, before we had something that we liked and it became the core of the gameplay of the Citadel. With our physics engine complete, we were free to find new and exciting ways to push it past its previous limits and yield whatever fun results came of it. Our prototype object, an ultra-heavy watermelon that weighed hundreds of pounds in our physics sim, ultimately became the Combine Ballsy.
That's funny.
Dissolved weapons. All the Combine's weapons were set to dissolve after the Combine soldier was ragdolled with a gravity gun for two reasons. One, so players wouldn't pick them up and use them, but also to improve the performance in these maps. Additionally, a ragdoll manager was added that would remove the fallen soldier ragdoll corpses as the player progresses forward.
Combine Ball and Balls training. In playtests,
Balls training?
players were not noticing that the Combine spheres dissolved the soldiers and why they were disappearing. We initially tried...
Bro, did they hire, blind people? How do you not notice?
Prefer to bounce towards enemies.
Were they I'm just gonna do this? Whoa! Oh, wait, where'd all the Combine go?
The reason players didn't notice the effect was because it always happened during intense combat. And people have a very limited ability to learn new things when under stress.
I guess.
As a late effort remedy, we inserted a low-pressure training room with a force field that can only be opened by grabbing the Combine ball. This setup was added specifically to train how Combine balls work to deactivate force fields, and that punting it at the soldier would dissolve them. Even then, in the playtests, it was only moderately successful. Despite our efforts, some of the players still struggled to perceive the dissolving effects of the projectiles.
Bro, I hope they are still alive.
But since players were still
like, how the fuck do they live?
Perceived why they were succeeding.
Watch out. Wait, what?
Combine energy. What started life as a watermelon in prototype form,
I think this is
ended
the
up
level
turning
load.
into an energy ball.
Yeah,
after the
it's the
sounds
level
made
load.
for its impact and explosion sounded less like produce and more like what we have here in the game. Once we started iterating on levels that weren't watermelon based, we realized we could use the energy ball not just as a fun way to kill soldiers, but also as a puzzle element for powering up and down various equipment.
Ayo.
At a significantly later point in development, we were not liking the AR2 alt-fire we had at the time, and since the team liked the Combine ball, we ended up incorporating it right into the AR2 alt-fire. We always look back and are surprised at how the things we were working on independently of one another in the game come together late to solve problems.
It's really cool. That's probably such an awesome feeling. What's up, Gumb? Yes, yeah, I've been streaming for a while. I only stream on Sundays now. I'm actually streaming pretty late, to be honest. 7:30 is pretty late. But, yeah, I have been streaming every Sunday. I've been going through Celeste, though a little known indie gem, Half-Life 2 had its 20-year anniversary yesterday, so figured go through, at least see all of the commentary. That was the main thing I wanted out of today. And then maybe, I guess, I don't know, next stream could do the episode 2 achievements or something. Yeah, there's a bunch of achievements I'm missing. Walter, what are you doing, bub? Come here. Thanks to go under the bed sheet and fuck shit up, you know. And by that I mean he's just like trying to get under the bed. He just really wants under the bed, but no, that's not good. Because if there's a wildfire that comes and tries to consume this apartment, you won't be able to come out. So anyway, yeah, no, I've been streaming every Sunday and been enjoying it. And yeah, it's from like 1 to 7 p.m. PST ish usually. I started a little early today and going pretty late because I want to finish the rest of the commentary. So we'll end it after we hit the last node here. But yeah, no, it's cool. Half-Life 2 got a big update. All the episodes are all in one, and Half-Life 2 Deathmatch I think also got merged in. I'm not sure, but yeah, very, very cool. So, but yeah, I think we'll see what we'll do next stream. I'm kind of leaning more towards maybe going back to Celeste and finishing it because I don't want to keep putting that off. Oh yeah, Lost Coast, yeah, all of the Half-Life 2 stuff. Oh, it's still separate? Okay, sorry. I thought they were trying to merge it in. Maybe they were trying to and just didn't get it done in time. Oh, whoops.
Monologue. Creative work is never done in a vacuum, as we're all inspired by other things. Green's monologue that appears on the Citadel monitors here got some inspiration from an earlier game we all love, Thief 2, in which the antagonist taunts the player while they're sneaking around.
Really?
The execution
That's
is
cool.
quite different, but the core inspiration is there. The real heavy lifting, however, what really sells this moment, comes from the performance by the late Robert Culp. His
Rest in
delivery
peace, dude.
He interpreted each of Breen's lines with a subtlety and flair that transformed the character on the page into something truly special. A voice session with Robert Culp was as easy as they come. He'd have the script, and the engineer would hit record, and that was about it. The lesson reinforced here is to work with people whose talent exceeds yours, people you're certain to learn from. Don't go in with a fixed idea of how the line should be delivered or how a certain moment should play out, but instead collaborate with talented people and go into it trusting they'll make it even better.
Elevator fight. Even though we wanted the player to feel all-powerful, we couldn't resist the temptation of adding a tough fight at the elevator shaft. The battle waiting for the arrival of the elevator here ended up being somewhat more difficult than originally envisioned for this part of the game. It became easier during playtesting, but there really wasn't enough playtesting time to balance it to the level it should have been. though the player was never in that much danger. It is the number of soldiers that appear that makes it feel like more of a climactic battle than it is.
That's funny. No! Guess I'm gonna have to just do this. Yeah, that works.
Replacing the prefabs. The Combine energy balls are a relatively simple setup, with a force field holding the perpetually bouncing objects. However, during playtesting, there were repeated bugs with the energy balls bouncing around, going rogue, and escaping.
You honestly probably wasn't happy with the fact that Valve was just probably sitting around not really caring about Half-Life as much. I mean, obviously Half-Life Alyx was something that eventually came out of all of their attempts to do everything, but yeah, seeing that like episode 3, episode 4 even, right, that Arcane was working on, like all of these things that like were in development just kind of slowly but surely getting canceled and canned is just probably not the best feeling. And it's probably no animosity towards Valve itself, but when you have an infinite money machine, you can't really blame them, right? Like if they literally don't need to do anything and they make 30% of everything on Steam still. So as long as Steam is maintained and up, they're good. So I don't know. And it could have been some of that. I mean, obviously he released Epistle 3's like, conclusion because yeah, they weren't going to make it and his NDA expired. And then obviously he left the company, but I don't think all of those are related. I think he left and then, yeah, and the NDA expired and then he just dropped Epistle 3 with kind of like enough ambiguity to be like, oh, it's not technically, episode 3, but like obviously it is. And it's cool. It's cool to finally get closure in that timeline. And then Half-Life Alyx comes through and spoiler alert, retcons episode 2's ending. So obviously, right, if Valve genuinely still care about the Half-Life series, they're gonna need to continue it despite everything. So without Laidlaw and without the story, or now the story's out and not created as an actual game. Can I help you? You want to meow right into the microphone? Tell chat off. Be like, my dad's supposed to eat dinner.
Force field we set up to contain them. Due to the limits of our prefab tech at the time, this required them to be manually rebuilt multiple times at every one of their locations in all of the Citadel levels that included them.
There wasn't one over here, right? Okay, we're good. I love how your suit supercharges to where you can hold 200, but you don't get more stamina. They don't give you more power. They're like, the battery is, a fixed battery. There's only so much that you can...
Strider fight. One of the original Citadel prototypes included being able to grab the Strider with a super gravity gun.
Oh my god.
And for a long time, the fight with the Strider was about getting close enough to grabbing with the gun.
Uh-huh.
Toward
Is this where you want to hang out now?
Decided that grabbing the Strider made him feel too weak, especially...
Oh, shit!
Strider
fight. Oh, it's playing it again. Let's go.
One of the original Citadel prototypes included being able to grab the Strider with a super gravity gun.
You like being up here?
And for a long time, the fight with the Strider was about getting close enough to grab him with the gun.
Stepping on my neck. Ow.
Toward the end of development, we decided that grabbing the Strider made him feel too weak, especially after all the combat against them during Street War. So we replaced the encounter with one where you kill him with Combine balls. Model pieces were added so the Strider could be jibbed and blown apart instead of dragging its body around.
Please don't jump off of me.
This is the only time in the game when a Strider has this effect.
Hi. Jesus. Okay.
Getting in the pod. The pod ascension sequence that starts here necessitated taking full control of the scene and the player view. This is contrary to our usual desire to have the player retain as much control as possible. For this final step, we felt the trade-off was worth it. The player is so powerful at this point that controlling them was difficult, so we had to disable them. We do still have all the characters in the scene talking to the player, keeping them the center of attention. We also were able to provide some narration through the environment along the way. The train ride through the Citadel starting here contains several adversaries that we had art content for but were cut from the main part of the game. From the safety of
Yeah,
your
you
cozy
see the
pod,
stalker.
you can see the processing of
Yeah.
stalkers and a quick glimpse of the crab synth.
Oh yeah, the Krabby Boy. Yeah, it's down here. There he is. Look at him go. So cool. So cool. And then yeah, even the episodes don't fucking use any of them. So what? Okay. Yeah, commentary is available. Let's get me out of the pod, huh?
I'm sorry.
If
Bargain we should be making.
Damn you.
It isn't necessary.
They know.
Final scene. Locking the player in a pod for the final confrontation in Breen's office was a bit of a compromise, but it allowed for a focus on the characters that we really couldn't provide elsewhere. All of the characters' arcs reach their conclusions in this scene, and constraining the player to this point of view creates the opportunity for a real emotional payoff. A climactic scene powered by the combination of dialogue, voice performances, and animations.
Mossman's still kind of scared.
The scene was a challenge to pull off from a production standpoint, setting up the right blocking and motion, getting effective timing and emotional synergy and connection from all of the individual animations and vocal performances that were recorded separately. It took a lot of tuning before it reached some dramatic synergy and really felt like all of the characters were actually connecting.
Come on.
Why does the crab thing have an ass? You don't want to know. Trust me. Brain bust.
Gordon,
You guys see Half-Life 2 done Portal?
we haven't known each other very long, but I know you didn't have to do this. I had to rescue my father, but you... Well, thanks for coming after me.
It's me you should be concerned.
Real gentleman.
That's him.
Always comes after you.
The portal destination is unattainable. Surely you can set the relay elsewhere. There's no way I can survive.
Walter agrees.
A host body must be joking. I can't possibly.
There he is.
Oh, all right. Damn it, if that's what it takes. Just hurry. He's right behind me.
No shit.
Oh, shit.
The old route.
Damn it, not again!
I remember this being such bullshit, dude. Anyway, alright. Was that it? That was it, right? That was the last one? Is there one? Oh, there's one right here.
I wonder where he's going.
Combine portal effects. A key part of our development process is the way that any team member can contribute their skills to any part of the game. Once
Hold on.
End game scramble. There was originally a significantly larger choreography scene slated for the end of the game. However, the choreo team was very busy with the huge amount of storytelling work remaining throughout the game. To take some of the work off their plate, the Citadel Gameplay Cabal was asked to instead create a gameplay challenge to wrap up the game. It could be a puzzle, combat, anything. The resulting Breen boss battle leveraged existing super gravity gun game mechanics and a small amount of custom choreography.
Can you take down the gunships with these?
In a very short amount of time.
Assuming.
I will be far away.
Combine portal effects. A key part of our development process is the way that any team member can contribute their skills to any part of the game. Once the final battle gameplay was solid, artists and visual effects programmers helped elevate the presentation of the portal to the Combine homeworld and the stop time effect at the very end of the game. A refractive shader similar to what we use for water was used for the Combine portal effect.
Nope. I think that's it. Unless there's some, like... Oops. Get the elevator.
Combine portal effects. A key part of our development process is the way that any team member can...
Okay, that's apparently where that's saved. Okay, that's it. That's it for the... I might have missed one or two notes.
Once the final battle gameplay was solid, artists and visual effects
But-
programmers helped elevate the presentation of the portal to the Combine homeworld and the stop time effect at the very end of the game. A refractive shader similar to what we use for water was used for the Combine portal effect. Combine portal effects. A key part of our development process is the way that any
I just want to see how this breaks the ending.
skills to any part of the game. Once the final battle gameplay was solid, artists and visual effects.
Yeah, Walter's wheeling it because he perched as a parrot.
World and the stop time effect at the very end of the game. A refractive shader similar to what we use for water was used for the Combine portal effect. Combine portal effects. Combine.
You only just arrived. You've done a great deal in a small time span. You've done so well, in fact, that I've received some...
Okay, that was really cool. That was a really cool insight into... I really love the playtester stories. I think that honestly should be like, if every developing studio or game development studio could do that, that would be incredible. Not just Valve. Valve seemed to attract people that don't know how anything works. Is very entertaining to hear about that. Yeah. So, yeah, that was that. Every game should have it. It'd be really cool. You okay, Walter? What's up, bub? What's up, huh? Yeah, he's like, please be done streaming. You're ruining the evening. Even though you already got food, so I don't know what you're meowing about. He's probably coming up to say bye. Yep, there he is. So yeah, I gotta go make dinner and enjoy the rest of my evening. Probably play some other games, but this was fun. And yeah, I'm really glad that they did this and that, you know, like they gave the insight that I've been wondering about for, I mean, and some stuff that I didn't even know about. Hello. Are you crying? You okay? Little cry baby? He just has some boogies. Just moans. Like sexual or it's just the sign or the sound of like a cash register opening and closing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure there's a ton of commentary that's just, it's very insightful. Sorry, rectangular box. Yes, you have. But luckily, this VOD is the entire thing. I do play PB, Project Borealis, in the beginning, so you can see a bit of that. Enjoy Walter playing with my... Oh, you can't even see the headphone wire. He's just playing with the headphone wire. He loves that shit coming down. He's like, I'm gonna scent mark the shit out of this. It's my wire now. It's an extension of me. I'm glad you're not biting it or swiping at it and breaking it. We're not gonna kiss. I'm not gonna kiss you. You're gross. You lick your pussy all the time. Just kidding. It's a guy. He licks his, I won't go there. Anyway. But yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. This is pretty much it for me. Yeah, I'm not like returning or anything to Half-Life 2. I just wanted to check out the commentary. I'm glad I did that. We'll see if... Okay, bub. Yeah, you're not sitting on my keyboard, dude. We'll see if we'll see if I have some time to maybe grind out some of the episode 2 stuff. It was still fun just going into Half-Life 2 and listening to stuff while messing around with like speedrun stuff that I know and can do. But yeah, more runs. Yeah, more runs tomorrow. You know, just every day. Until I hit that personal record